Okay, now we got sounds.
Friday night live stream, whole chat tuned in. Gretchen had a song, was about to begin. Then the thorns cut her off like, nope, not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Kill the mood fast, just to feel real big. Like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie, grin. Atheist rage and a short fuse too. And she's real sick of what people do. All the fake nice talk, all the polished lies, all the weak little games dressed up real nice. So when they cut her off, yeah, that was it. Something in her face just flat out switched. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It loves when you shut up, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out and stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. That thing was made out of greed and pride, out of wait your turn and know your spot, out of fake concern and management voice, out of people getting crushed like they had no choice. It had a preacher smile and a rich guy stare, and a fake calm tone like it really cared. Looked all cleaned up, talked all sweet, still smelled like garbage underneath. It lived in the comments, the rules to spin, the back room talk and the suck up grin. Every time somebody got pushed aside, that thing got bigger and fed real nice. But Gretchen saw it, she knew that type, all fake control and all fake hype. So she grabbed her boots and went looking fast, said I'm done letting this crap just pass. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It smiles when you back down, it dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Louder, louder, burn it down. Louder, louder, shake the ground. Louder, louder, don't let up. Kick that thing till it shuts the hell up. She chased it all through the neon glow, through back end junk in the studio smoke, past fake tough guys and clout chasing worms, past every creep that never learns. Then up on a rooftop under bad TV light, she found that thing in the middle of the night. Big dumb teeth and 1,000 hands, like every bad excuse shaped into a man. It said, you can't kill me, I'm always around. She said, yeah, then why you backing down? It swung first hard with its guilt trip crap, that fake deep voice and its little mind game. She ducked, talked trash, then hit it twice. Said, you're literally every reason people snap. Then she drove a boot through its busted chest and ripped out the thing that kept it fed. Cut the mic, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Bought the song, I stay nasty. Try it again, it's getting bad for you. Cut the beat, I go feral. Talk that shit, I get worse though. Fake ass kings and places morals. Gretchen, take your god to garbage. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. She had a song, they tried to stop it. Now it's stuck and they can't drop it. One more creep, one more problem. Send Gretchen, she's gonna stomp it.
Okay. Let's figure out how to do this And no God can get out of nature. That's still Jules' chat. Oh. Hang on, guys. Get rid of that. Is there a way to see the chat to where I can actually type in it too? I think actually I might have to just pop that out. Yeah, you.
Hey! Hey! Hey, hey! Friday night live stream, whole chat tuned in. Gretchen had a song, was about to begin. Then the thorns cut her off like, nope, not yet. Same smug little move, same boring crap. Kill the mood fast, just to feel real big. Like anybody there was impressed by it. She rolled her eyes, leaned into the mic, said, okay, cool, now it's on tonight. She's the type that remembers the type that locks in. Dark Brandon, channel black hoodie grin. Atheist rage and a short fuse too. And she's real sick of what people do. All the fake nice talk, all the polished lies, all the weak little games dressed up real nice. So when they cut her off, yeah, that was it. Something in her face just flat out switched. It hides in the dark, it feeds on the weak. It loves when you shut up. It dies when you scream. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out and stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me up, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. That thing was made out of greed and ride. Out of wait your turn and know your spot. Out of fake concern and management voice. Out of people getting crushed like they had no choice. It had a preacher smile and a rich guy stare. And a fake calm tone like it really cared. Looked all cleaned up, talked all sweet. Still smelled like garbage underneath. It lived in the comments, the rules to spin. The back room talk and the suck up grin. Every time somebody got pushed aside, that thing got bigger and fed real nice. But Gretchen saw it, she knew that type. All fake control and all fake hype. So she grabbed her boots and went looking fast. Said I'm done letting this crap just pass. It hides in the dark, coming for another. Louder, louder, burn it down. Louder, louder, shake the ground. Louder, louder, don't let up. Kick that thing till it shuts the hell up. She chased it all through the neon glow, through back end junk in the studio smoke, past fake tough guys and clout chasing worms, past every creep that never learns. Then up on a rooftop under bad TV light, she found that thing in the middle of the night. Big dumb teeth and 1,000 hands, like every bad excuse shaped into a man. It said, you can't kill me, I'm always around. She said, yeah, then why you backing down? It swung first hard with its guilt trip crap, that fake deep voice and its little mind game. She ducked, talked trash, then hit it twice. Said, you're literally every reason people snap. Then she drove a boot through its busted chest and ripped out the thing that kept it fed. Cut the mic, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Bought the song, I stay nasty. Try it again, it's getting bad for you. Cut the beat,
There he
I
is.
go feral. Talk that shit, I get worse though. Fake ass kings and place things morals. Gretchen, take your god to garbage. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. Cut me off, I get louder. Shut me down, I go harder. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Now she's coming for another. Hey, 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 Gretchen killed the monster. Hey, hey, dragged it out, stomped it. Hey, hey, Gretchen killed the monster. Now everybody sing it louder, louder. She had a song, they tried to stop it. Now it's stuck, and they can't drop it. One more creep, one more problem. Send Gretchen, she's gonna stomp it.
Okay, hi everybody. We're waiting for the freak to get his shit together. So, you guys can all call in if you want. We can either shoot the shit or wait for some theists to call in and talk to them. I have no idea how the C and B count in any way connect to souls. You know what, Salamander? That makes all of us. But the freak is out of his fucking mind. So I'm going to try to get to the bottom of this, because it has been eating at me since last week, or before the last time I talked to him. He just dropped that on me in the middle of the stream, and I didn't know what to do with it but laugh. But now I want to know where the fuck he got it from. So, I mean, we are talking about a guy who thinks that the insurance phrase acts of God proves that there's a God legally, like in court. So, anybody else want to come up? The link is in the description or it's on the screen. Oh, it tells me right there. Like, there's 10 people watching. Cool. That's neat. I guess I should have come up with some other interesting shit to do. Joel's still going. Did you get a new one, Robin? I am not on TikTok yet. I still suck at using TikTok, but Nobody on Fire is gonna do a couple of like Philbro shows on Async, and I think he's gonna run on TikTok too. So, but I don't know TikTok or use it enough to the point where they won't give me a stream key. So, I think I have to spend like a good amount of time on TikTok before I do that. The only problem is that TikTok sucks and I don't want to. So, maybe maybe I'll just abuse Nobody on Fire and use his. That's an idea. Inspector Gretchen, yes. Can you get to the bottom of it? I just finished up a video for Dark Brandon where I went through like all the pundits like Tucker Carlson and, that group, how they're all going against Trump now. And the latest thing is they're all talking about how the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on Trump was actually set up and everybody wants to see the investigation. And I watched all the way through that, and the only problem they have with it is that Trump's burying the investigation because they had something to do with it, and not a one of them mentioned the fact that 2 people actually did die that day. Whether if Trump really did stage that shit, if it was a total stunt, 2 people actually died. The shooter and a volunteer firefighter in the crowd. And then 2 other people got hurt but didn't die. So, but Tucker Carlson doesn't give a fuck about the guys that actually died. He just wants to be a bitch and set up his presidential race, possibly. So, all he cares about is that, Trump set it up. Oh, there he is. Can you hear me, freak? Can't hear you. Oh, I heard something. Keep
Hello.
Hello. You there? Can you hear me?
Testing.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I don't hear anything.
Make sure you're
Testing. 1, 2, 3. I'm not hearing anything. 1 second. I had this problem
You
last
might
time.
need select the right headphones or whatever output you got.
Yeah.
You hear me all right?
Settings.
Yep, mine's on. Thank you, Maud.
Can't find the setting for the audio inside this live interface.
See at the bottom where it says mute? Click the little down arrow next to the mute button.
I see the mic,
Does it have a little
but
arrow
I'm not
next
hearing
to it?
anything.
Shit.
Video.
It's just like on Restream, dude. It's not hard.
Yeah. I'm sorry, give me 1 more minute.
I am not a Zoomer, Doom. I'm core Gen X. I was born right in the middle of Gen X. I can't possibly be considered anything else. The dead ashes in your souls are what you've done to yourselves. I don't have dead ashes in my soul. I don't actually have a soul. So it's all good. That's right. 72 and 73 are core Gen X. How long is my hair? It goes down to my waist, almost down to my butt. I don't let it get that quite that long because I hate it when it gets tucked inside my pants and stuff. It's irritating. Satan worshippers. I don't worship Satan. He's just as fake as God is. So that's not my bag. How we doing, freak? Figure it out? I'm gonna guess no.
I
Jeff,
need to change the output on the audio, but I can't find the setting in the live interface.
it's not. Check your Discord. Hi, Jeff. Can you hear me? I don't think Jeff can hear me either.
I can't hear anything.
There's a little arrow next to the mute button, just like
Settings
on
were like where I
Restream.
can pick my audio.
Yeah.
I'm going to think I'm going to drop and then reload the tiny URL. I'll be right back.
Okay. Jeff, you there? Can you hear me? I can hear signs of life. I know, buddy.
It's working.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. We got it. And I don't know who Jeff is, but Jeff, you need to figure out your audio. Hey, nobody. Now he's got to
Same thing.
figure his shit out too.
What up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Yeah.
you. Can you hear us? You hear us?
Yeah, nice. I hear you. Yeah.
Cool. How you doing?
Oh, great. I don't see my mic moving. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working fine.
Nice.
You're good. Okay. So, Freak,
Yo.
last time you dropped that weird shit on me out of fucking nowhere. That did you hear scientists prove the human soul? And I said, how the hell did they do that? And you said cosmic microwave background radiation. I don't suppose you looked any of it up.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm losing your sound because I couldn't hear that.
I'm going to start querying right now.
Okay.
Are you getting an
Yeah.
echo or is it just me?
I think it's just you. Nobody?
All right.
Huh?
You hear it? Do you hear an echo?
Mm-mm.
Actually cleared up.
Oh,
So
okay.
let's see here.
Good.
Okay, you start searching. I'm going to see if Jeff got his shit together. Hold on. Hi, Jeff. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Doom.
That's Doom?
I think so. I saw that in the chat.
Oh. Are you Doom?
You talking to me?
Yeah, Jeff. Who are you?
Not Doom.
Oh, okay. All right. What are you about? Are you theist, atheist? What?
Well, to be honest, I don't really know.
So agnostic?
Yeah, I guess.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. You're like, you do know, right? Like you're atheist.
I wouldn't say I know, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that God's not real.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can
Just
talk.
based on the fact that it makes no fucking sense. So,
Okay. What do you mean? Like it makes no sense? Like which part of it?
all the parts of it,
So what?
like,
Oh, sorry.
if we do have souls, if there is an eternal afterlife on another plane of existence,
Yeah.
what is the point of this earthly life? Why we have to live through this?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I know. I've been asking that one for 30 years and no one's ever given me a real good answer.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't. Have you ever read Man's Search for Meaning?
No, I haven't.
It's a
I'm
good
not a
book.
big reader.
Okay. Well, that's a good book when you're like having existential crises. But so you said it makes no fucking sense. That's kind of your where you're at, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's kind of where I've been at for 30 years.
But instead of like being more agnostic, you're like, it's not real, right? So wouldn't that mean that the you know your side or whatever you believe does make sense?
Yeah, I think it's just chaos. It's just, I think naturalism is the best explanation for why we're here.
What is what is naturalism?
The things we know about the universe and life and evolution.
Yeah.
I think the only reason that we made it to the top of the food chain is just pure, we won the evolutionary lottery.
Oh, people are telling me to turn my mic up. Okay.
Um,
That's better. Yeah.
Here, I can turn you up a little bit too.
Okay. Yeah. So my only problem with that is like I feel like that stuff also doesn't really make sense. You know, like what do you mean we're made up of atoms? What is an atom? Well, it's okay. What is that? Well, it's a
You don't
what is
believe
that?
you
Where
don't
did that
believe in
come from?
atoms?
No, I believe in atoms. I'm just saying like you know, you describe an atom, what it's composed of, and then what that's composed of, and you're like, well, where did that come from? Well, where did that come from? Well, what's that? You know, you can keep going. And the only point I'm trying to make is like it like it makes sense in the sense that like we create a scope of understanding to and we give things names and use semantics and talk about it and measure things um, but like what is it really, what is reality actually, you know, because if you really think about it, like it doesn't make a lot of sense, you know.
Are you going to take this down the philosophy angle? Because if you are, I got the perfect guy for you to talk to.
Well, when you're asking about like,
Thank you, babe.
when you're asking about like, what does it mean that stuff's made of atoms? But then like, then we go for further fundamental particles or whatever, and like you said, you could just keep going. You don't think that there's like a foundational bottom to all of that?
It sounded like he was headed for an infinite regress so he can tell us it doesn't exist or it's not possible. At least that's what it sounded like to me.
Oh god, I don't know. I mean, there could be just like some forever existing thing that like never came into existence or came out and it
Mm-hmm.
just kind of like maybe everything has always existed and it's just being reshaped.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Wouldn't that
but
mean that that's like is a fundamental thing though?
what do you mean a fundamental thing?
Like, um, so like if something always existed and it's just being reshaped, then wouldn't that be the fundamental thing that all things all those shapes emerge from and then maybe decay back into, etc. And like it
Yeah,
recurs.
Like matter.
Right. I think like, I mean, I'd be more inclined to say something like natural or like fields, like because like quantum fields is probably my best guess.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know a lot about quantum physics or anything.
Hey Jeff,
Um,
do you have a like any sort of way to turn the volume up on your mic? I mean, I hear you perfectly, but apparently the chat can't. So,
yeah. Let me just open up my thing real quick.
and I've got you turned up as much as I can.
Okay. Is that better?
That
Is
is
that better,
but
guys?
maybe Gretchen, you might want to turn him down on your end a little bit because it sounds a little.
Yeah, because
squeaky.
now I hear the background noise. Yeah. Okay, go for it, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about quantum physics. You know, I can't speak super confidently about it, other than like, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of little tiny things that make up the universe. Um, the idea that something has always been there is sort of yeah, it's a very trippy thing to think about. And I guess I'm assuming you're a atheist.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'd be pretty hard pressed to find someone who wouldn't call me that.
So I guess what would the difference for you be with like a god? Like if a god was always there, would the difference be like God is not matter?
Well, I'm not sure if I would say fields are constituted by matter either, but like, why would I think that it's not a god that's the foundational thing? Is that what you're
Yeah.
asking?
Yeah, I guess so.
I just don't
Why
think
would
that.
you? Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, the only thing that instantly comes to mind is I don't have any reason to think that like the underlying cause of, I don't even know if I want to say cause of the universe because that seems incoherent. But if I were to say like the fundamental thing would have a mind, I think that I have no reason to think that whatsoever.
If the fundamental thing would have a mind, you would have no. Okay. So
Like, I don't
whatever
think that
this,
there's any reason to think that. Yeah.
right, like it shouldn't have agency. Like that doesn't make sense. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I just have no reason. Yeah. I see no inference to that proposition, basically.
So what do you think what do you think of like the ancient texts, like the Abrahamic religions, I guess?
I mean, I'm aware of the three. Is there three or more? I don't know. I know that they said a lot of incorrect things when trying to explain things.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Incorrect, like about the world, or
Yeah, like Genesis, the Exodus never happened, or at least not in the numbers they claim. I mean, I don't think Jesus fulfilled any prophecies. I'm not really. If you want to talk about the Bible, I'm all for it, but just be aware I'm gonna have to like probably look stuff up because I outright reject the entire thing.
yeah.
Whereas I don't think Jesus even existed.
Okay. Yeah, that's that's interesting because
In fact, I'm not even sure Paul existed. So
it seems like the general consensus is pretty agreed upon that like Jesus was a real person who lived. You know, the debate seems like it's more over whether or not he was the son of God, right? Or even just
yeah,
had powers.
that's true. The general consensus is that Jesus lived, but again, at one point, the general consensus was that the sun revolved around the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Things change.
Yeah.
There isn't any actual historic evidence for a real Jesus living, or Paul for that matter.
Yeah. Well,
But
I
I'm
mean,
just a total mythicist. That's all.
I think I I don't know. I don't have evidence to present, right? But I do hear
Hmm.
from a lot of atheists that they concede that like Jesus was a real person, right? But we don't have to go down that track
Many do.
because
Many do.
I just don't I don't know how I would defend it really. But I guess I'd like to understand where you're coming from a little bit more. You're saying that like we used to think I don't know what you said exactly, like the Earth is flat or something, or the sun went around the Earth instead of vice versa. So do you think we're
Hmm.
living kind of in that time right now? Because there's so many people who are religious.
Living in what time?
Like we're living in like our own like the current zeitgeist is one of people who are just misinformed and like haven't really seen the truth yet, seen that the Earth is the thing going around the sun, but in this sense that there is no God. It's I mean whatever. Which would be my next question. Why do you think people? Why do you think religion is even a thing? You know, why do people talk about it? Why do people believe in God? Why do so many people believe in God?
I think we're always living in that time. The fact that we're always learning more. And I personally think that the reason people cling to religion is just because they're either indoctrinated into it and that's all they know, or, a lot of people are just afraid of death and they think it's going to get them eternal life.
Yeah.
It's a kind of narcissism if you think about it. Like, since since we made it to the top of the food chain on this planet,
Yeah.
that we think that we're we're the special species. We're the good ones, and we deserve to have, you know, we don't deserve to die. So we made up an entire ideology that tells us we're not going to if we're just nice to each other. We're a social species. We're wired to be nice to each other, most of us, and help each other out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like we're wired to not necessarily screw each other over, but we're wired to survive. So
Yeah.
maybe that means that we do help each other out, but I don't know if I'd say that that's like the motive, I guess. Like we maybe help each other out just to survive, you know, whatever that means to get something for ourselves.
Wait, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
I mean, I turned my input up a little bit, but I don't want to be too loud. Hizzle said that I was low too. Sorry, I
Oh.
stepped away for a second. Where are we at now?
We're talking about
I left on
us
like
being
the I
social.
used to think the Earth is flat thing. I think.
I was just saying that I think people are like inherently selfish.
Yeah.
Like we just do things to survive. Like even when we do altruistic things,
Yeah.
like it's for survival.
But
Yeah,
if
I
you
think
look
there's.
back at history, I mean, the most successful civilizations are the ones that work together, not the ones that just worried about themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that I think they're working together because of the individual benefits.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
Right. I think that there's.
it makes more sense to pool resources to take care of you and yours.
Hmm.
But if there's other people doing that, then we're all sort of working together. I mean, I do it too. We all do it. I don't do it because, there's some dusty old book and Jesus said to do it.
Mm.
that never really got me anywhere.
Well, and I agree that there's like this like almost inescapable web of gain when being altruistic because it does have an impact that's positive on yourself. But I don't necessarily think that that makes any altruistic or uh, charitable actions not worth something or something like that.
Yeah, I'd agree with them. Do you? So I kind of feel like, well, I don't know. I don't know for sure, but I'll just say this and see what you guys think. Do you think that religion is like somewhat necessary? Do you think people are clinging to it because, in a way, they need it and it makes their life better?
Um, I would say that there are pragmatic benefits at times, but I in no way think that it's necessary.
Okay.
I think that maybe like I'm using this word loosely, but like maybe like philosophical ponderings about your meaning to your life or like how things could have been otherwise or how society could be um, overall better by some metric we agree on or something. I
Okay.
think these are important, and typically those questions get kind of um, buried with religious answers. But I don't think the religion is necessary. I think that this like seeking of a purpose is something that's necessary.
Yeah, and okay, maybe I should ask, how do you, how are we defining religion here? Like, do you think Confucianism is a religion, or is it like, are we just talking like the Abrahamic religions, or
Oh, I don't know. I guess. What was the Confucius stuff?
that's like, so that was like, I don't think that one has a, there's not like a god, right? It's just, it's sort of like what you were saying about how to run a society and like things being harmonious and, some other things, but not so much, you're praying to someone and there's, this one, person you're sort of praying to or idolizing. Like there isn't a Buddha, even though no one was praying to Buddha or anything, but like, there isn't like this one
Mm.
figurehead, I guess. But a lot of people do call it a religion, and I think mostly because it sort of calls to like a, oh god, like a some feeling of something great or some sense of awe, I guess. It's kind of what I noticed from religion, but it is sort of hard to define. But anyways, for this conversation, I'm just wondering how you are looking at it, how you're defining it.
I guess I was mainly focused on religion as referring to being a theist or believing in some type of deity or
Yeah.
theistic
Mhm.
entity.
Okay.
I did Google the Confucius stuff a little bit, and it says it's maybe it doesn't touch on religion, or I'm sorry, theism. Like
Hmm.
the it basically what I'm reading is it's like a humanistic, like it's almost like secular humanism,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I don't think it comments on whether or not there is some type of like higher being or something.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I don't want to call it
Yeah.
atheistic, but it's like it doesn't seem to be based around some type of like God belief, and so that's what I was kind of referring to.
Okay. So you're saying like the aspect of a deity is necessary when we're talking about religion. There needs to be some sort
So,
of
I think
when
those
we're
are the
talking about theism, when
theism.
you're talking
Yeah.
about some sort of theism, yes, a deity is required.
Okay.
I think those can be inherently problematic. Yes.
Um. Okay. Where did this? Where do you think this like concept of deities comes from? And not like I don't know if I want to talk about like spirits and ghosts and stuff as well. Maybe we could, but more so like deities. Like when we think of God, when we think of Allah, uh, something bigger than ourselves. The thing we close our eyes and pray to, the thing watching over us. Where do you think that comes from? Why is that a thing? Why do people believe in it so strongly when it seems that there's not really any concrete evidence?
Well, you know what? We could ask the freak. He's right there. He is a Christian, and maybe he could chime in on that one.
It's a good question. I think that people are kind of innately kind of just superstitious in a way, kind of maybe even like born that way. I remember as a kid, like, step on a crack, break your mama's back. So I would like not walk on the cracks of the sidewalk or whatever. Or if I was playing a baseball game or whatever, I would wear a certain pair of socks, trying to, make sure I was all lucked up so I would, have a good game or something like that. So it probably is some sort of building upon a superstition that's kind of innate in the mind of humans. And then it became organized, and then it became paganist, like in the Chaldea or whatever, over like, what is Iran now. And then kind of built up from there until God spoke to Abraham and said, I'm the real God, and I'm going to reveal myself through you to separate from those pagan gods. And I think that's kind of what happened.
I would somewhat agree with that. However, it's just a rumble in the bush, We humans are designed to, well, not designed. I'll change my word. Christianity, whatnot. We are meant to be worried because something might kill us. We never know when something might kill us. So the rumble in the bush a mile away, that might be something out to get us. Or it might be just the wind. So we have to be scared. We make scared of everything. If we don't know, we're scared. So we put a name to it, or we put an idea to it, or something to it. Commonly, that's God. If we don't know how something works, we call it God.
By the way, this is Mallard. He's
hi,
an
I'm
atheist
Mallard.
too. So
I'm an atheist, yeah.
So God is the unknown.
Hello,
God
hello.
is the shaking bush.
That's kind of how we humans work.
Okay.
We're just scared. And that's understandable.
Yeah.
We're meant to be scared. Because if we weren't scared, we would walk into the lion's mouth.
Okay. The freak, do you think that kind of explains the innate superstition we have? It's this unknown.
It's possible, but you have to remember too, back in the pagan days or whatever, one of the major god or goddesses or whatever they would like sacrifice to was like the fertility god. They wanted more, I guess, kids or whatever they believed. They would always have like a fertility god, and apparently that was a big deal, and that was like to procreate or whatever. So it's probably not just one aspect or facet of the mind of of our psyche, but
We can speak
many
that to
different
people.
things, and hence the paganism that was, I think that was kind of the first religion that actually cropped up.
What are you talking about? Paganism?
Yeah, like there's a god of like war, there's a god of love, fertility,
Okay.
there's a god of the wind. They would have these different deities for all these different aspects of life, and basically paganism is like just like polytheism.
DeFreak, are you an atheist or are you a theist?
I'm Christian.
Okay. I didn't know if the cross was
Yeah.
satirical or something, so I had to ask.
No, I'm Christian.
Okay.
I think there's another reason that we tend to personify things happening. It's like early humans began to like be able to reflect upon how they were impacted or impacting their surroundings. They can blow out a candle. Like, so why wouldn't there be some wind god that's doing a bunch of blowing or something like that? Or like, we can reflect on how we impacted something lesser or less aware than us, like a dog or, the animals we eat or whatever. And I feel like that, because of the reflective nature we have, there's just the, I would say, inevitable necessity of people eventually being like, oh, what if things are affecting us like that? And I don't know, it seems like it was whether we even had the bush to be afraid of or not. I feel like it was going to be an idea we had because of how we can reflect.
Yeah, I would assume that even before the polytheism and all that, early humans subscribed to some sort of animism,
Yeah, it's better to assume the random thing moving is something alive doing it, and then just nothing. Again, otherwise you walk into the lion's mouth.
If there's no deity, if this is it, if there's nothing after this, that means
Mhm.
I would think that the purpose is here, right? All of the purpose and meaning is right here, and it stops here. So if that's the case,
Yeah.
what stops me from going down that road of nihilism and just, this is so finite. I'm here for a blip. Why even? What's the point of anything? None of this matters.
Absolutely nothing. What's the point?
What
Is to find your own point.
what's
Right, and Mallard, I kind of agree with you there, and that kind of
what's
goes
wrong
to
with nihilism?
well,
Some of us live perfectly happy lives being
Hi.
complete nihilists.
I'm one of those nihilists that are really happy with my life.
I am too.
Well, I see the point of life is to make the next life better. I won't be able to see it, but my kid will. I hope my kid has a better life. And I hope their kid has a better life. And I just hope he keeps going down the line.
Is that nihilism?
I hope my life's my shittest life and my kid is better than mine. And my kid's kid is better than mine. That's the whole point for me.
That doesn't sound nihilistic, though. That sounds like
It is.
hopeful.
For me, I'm dead. Nothing I do ultimately matters. Ultimately, the whole universe will probably go into a big crunch. And that's it.
Yeah, but everything
Humans exist no more. But we have the time now. So we need to enjoy it now. This is what we know we have.
Nihilism doesn't mean that just because we're here, there's no point to it. So fuck it, throw your hands up.
Yeah, that's not what nihilism is.
Well, what are we talking about being a nihilist about? Value or something?
Well, I thought that nihilism was like, basically the doomsday device. Like, there's no point. It's all over. Like, why try?
That's like
Forget
very
about your
surface
kids
level.
or whatever. Like, worrying about your kids and stuff. I would say that's more like just regular secular society. Like humanist secular society, but nihilist is more like, just doom and,
I don't think you can be nihilist and worry about future generations.
But I might be wrong.
That's not it.
Well,
nihilism is literally just meaning I know there is an end. There's nothing I can do about it. There will be nothing after that for me. That's it.
Well, I think aren't we technically talking about being like a nihilist about value or something? Because like you can be a nihilist about a bunch of shit, but so are you saying like there's no like there's no meaningful like value to life, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying like I don't know. I just feel like it's everyone, no matter what, like there's some reason we're still here. We're still living on, like for something like
because those who didn't died.
You were saying like nothing, it doesn't matter. Like we're all like none of it matters. But then you're talking about future generations, right? So like that's something meaningful, Have
you ever heard of absurdism?
What is that? Albert Camus?
Oh, I don't know who would have coined the term, but it's just basically nihilism, and you're like, great,
have a great time, man. Just ball out.
Yeah, just let's do it. Sounds good to me. That's basically what it is. It's like, I know it's absurd, but this is what we're doing.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So the
party hedonism.
I don't know if it
entails that to freak.
I don't know if it would be hedonistic though.
The reason we're all here is because we are, we're animals. We're living creatures. We're hardwired with a biological imperative to reproduce. And I mean, obviously not all of us, but I mean most of us. And yeah, even that fails. But I mean, the ones that did, I mean, our offspring are going to have the same biological imperative. And because we actually love our offspring, we want to make things better for them in the future. It's not like I think, you know, if I do enough good stuff, I'll earn some place on a cloud in heaven. But I mean, as long as I am here, I mean, why not make my own purpose and my own value?
So it's a mitigation of suffering.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
it's
that's
the perception of progress. You know, like you're working towards something, like some sort of progression of it. You know, doing things for your children for their future or whatever. Like as long as there's like some sort of vision or goal and there's a progress being made, I think people are like content with that on a certain level.
Well, even
yeah, except
in
it
absurdism,
doesn't
there's
come
some
from
sort
a
of goal
god,
there,
it comes from me. So
if we're living in a world that is absurd and we're like, hey, fuck it, like everything's absurd, everything's crazy, you know, what's the goal there?
Have fun. I
you
mean, it
make your
matters
own.
how narrow you want to go, but
Okay, so maybe it is hedonistic then.
Well,
it
You make
matters.
your own
what
goals.
was the
Your
goal?
goals. It's your goal.
What was the
Okay.
question about a goal? Sorry.
But why have a goal? What's the point of having a goal?
That's just definitionally what it means to act.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it means I want something. I'm seeking something
Yeah.
because it means something to me.
You can have a goal so narrow, it could be just, I love pizza.
Mhm.
And I want to eat more pizza.
I like to blink faster than other people.
Yeah. It could be literally anything.
Doesn't even matter.
So the
It could be
meaning
that.
of life
I just want to be a
is
lazy piece of shit.
The meaning of life is to give life meaning.
Sure, I guess. Well,
If you want to look at it that way, sure.
Sounds like a meta thing we're doing, but yeah.
That's
I would
like
agree with
super
that.
fly philosophy right there.
I would agree with that. I mean,
Some type of
that
meta
makes sense.
meaning? Yeah, I like that.
I think everyone
The
can
meta
get down with
meaning,
that.
as we all know.
My favorite book I started reading recently is Metaphysics. I forget who.
Oh God.
I forget the exact title, but it's basically just like a critique
my
of
not
how
existent
people do
God.
metaphysics, and it's really funny.
So nobody on fire. You're like super atheist. I want to like say something more. I want to like challenge you more, even though I'm like agnostic. So you're pretty confident that there's like no God, but I feel like I'm agnostic because I feel like it's just I don't understand how you can be so confident in either position. And I feel like honestly something like Christianity even wins out a little bit because they acknowledge that it's not provable and you're just supposed to have faith. And that's the whole point is having this blind faith. And you're supposed to surrender yourself and let go. And it's like, okay, yeah, I got to have faith. You can't prove it. But with science, I mean, if it was proved, they wouldn't be. Why are they still searching? What are they still searching for? You know, we know already, right?
What do you mean? Like you think we know everything?
No,
Science?
I'm being sarcastic. Like we don't know everything. Like they're searching for a reason because they don't know. You know.
No, wait. They're searching for a reason, or they have a reason to be searching. What do you?
No, I'm not talking about the meaning stuff anymore. I'm saying like they don't like scientists don't. Scientists are exploring things to know more, right? To know more about our universe, where we come from, what these things mean. And what that tells me is that we don't know. So how can we take this solid position that there is no God when the smartest people on the planet are still sort of conceding that they don't know in their action by searching for more answers?
If I can
What?
kind of steal in a little bit. So
yeah, sure.
I wouldn't go into like the religious routes because it's evidence based. Don't believe random things if you have no evidence, right? I like to believe in things that are true. We explore because that's what we always do. We want to find something that explains what we're experiencing. It's just kind of what we always do. We are even selfish on it. We're like, I really wish this tasted better. So what do? We explore and find salt. It's just kind of, we figure out solutions by exploring. And that's just our pattern. That's what science does. It's just exploring.
Yeah, I don't even take science to be a theistic endeavor. I think science put a lot of theological ideas to sleep or in their grave, but I don't think that's it's not even trying to interact. It just accidentally
No,
does.
it just
because,
happens to do it. It's just a happenstance.
why, like, because theists made wild claims is why science ever even had an impact on theism. But like, so when I think of a god, I'm almost like, it's really rare to find someone who says that it's the universe and actually means that, or like says that they're a deist and he doesn't do stuff in the world, or like, I just don't even know what it means for like a thing that's outside of time that could have mental states,
Yeah.
and could go from being a non-creator to a creator, and then how something that's immaterial could be causally efficacious on the material. And then when you typically hear some arguments for God, it's like sometimes it's for consciousness, and they'll say that how could mental non-physical phenomena arise from physical like activity, and they'll use that as this like kind of qualifier, like we have no reason to think that physical stuff could cause non-physical stuff, but their entire world, all of the physical stuff in their mind was causally affected by a immaterial mental agent. So they're like, it's like it's self-defeating, because they have a problem with physical stuff impacting the non-material, but then the beginning of their world is supposedly the immaterial impacting the physical. So like, just all of these things I've seen and arguments I've heard and ideas that I've heard God described as,
Yeah.
they're just incoherent or contradictory or just
Yeah.
impossible.
To add into that, it's also like the time and space. It's outside of time and space, so it just doesn't exist.
Right, like
Time and space is
what I take existence to be is, at the very least, like, if I'm being really generous, it's something that exists as a disposition, like a dispositional behavior of stuff. So like, when theists
that's
use like the
why it
law
needs
of
to be in
identity,
time at the very least, and it has to be in space because space is connected to time. Can't
right? And
disconnect the
yeah,
two.
like, so the thing I'm granting existence to is like maybe like a disposition towards a certain behavior. So like, things having identity.
And I get that,
like,
but even
like
by
cat.
giving it a behavior, you're giving it time, which means it's now stuck in time and space.
No, right? Yeah, it has to be. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like,
it's not possible.
I don't
to
even.
disconnect it.
I wouldn't even say the laws of logic exist, but as a typical,
that's just the definition game.
Interesting. Okay.
like, in the world we live in, it is very well behaved classically, like concerning those laws of thought or logic or whatever. But I don't think they exist. But I think that if we want to be really loose with this existential quantifier, then I guess you could say, like, the fact that stuff behaves like that, sure, logic exists, like, whatever.
I see it as like a definition of a property. It's like, is water wet? No, water's not wet, but it makes things wet. That's its property. It's a definition game.
Async said something that kind of stuck with me. She's talking about, I don't know what word to use. I think it was ego or something. Like, we have this ego that, like, we're sort of the anomaly, and like we have this God that's over us, and because our consciousness developed, and we have agency, and like we're trying to give things meaning. But I just think about this. I saw this photo of an ant on a calculus book, and I'm like, what if we have ego? Like, what if the ego is thinking, is being sure in any any existential, any theistic or atheistic opinion, I mean, because I guess I'm arguing as an agnostic. So
I'm sure that I'm not sure.
being sure. Okay. Yeah. So what's to say we're not these ants on the calculus book, right? And we're just maybe we're making this argument. You could say we're making an argument from our scope of understanding. It's like from what I understand, what I've seen, what I've heard, and how logic works. Is X and Y and a deity can't be outside of space and time because that just doesn't work. But if we're seeing it from, the ant on the book, how does that? I mean, what if it is? What if we are that little bug, and
We
this
totally
is
could
sort
be.
of an ego thing, And that's why I take the I guess yeah, I'm arguing to be agnostic. People should be agnostic. That's what I'm doing. Sure.
This is why we explore, man.
So
We want to find it. We want to find the edge of the book.
So how can you? So I guess how can someone say that they're atheist? Because I could see someone saying that they're Christian because they ask it's asked to have faith, and I would say it makes their life better. So if you're being atheistic purely based on logic and you're confident in that, how would that work unless there's some philosophy behind it that like improves your life?
I have yet to see any evidence for a God, and I base my life off of things I can see, I can have evidence for, I can test, I can experience in some way or another. Whether it's that I built something that can do it for me. That's what we do. I've yet to see anything of any religion that has any of those properties of observable, testable properties like that points to that God or gods. There is no like benefit. I'm not being like that.
Well, there must be some benefit.
Logic.
Like it
Having a
maybe it
rational
feels
brain.
good.
No. I don't look for it to be feeling special. I don't care for that. I just want to find out what's true.
Okay.
I think there are tangible losses due to religious mindsets.
Yeah,
And
I can
Okay.
see that in my own
we
life.
can look at, oh yeah, like in your personal life, typically, someone's going to have some type of experience, whatever. But
Absolutely. I
even
totally
above
agree
that,
with
like societally though, like we see Christianity being used as a tool in the hands of people like Kristi Noem, Donald Trump.
Sorry. What?
Maybe I had the wrong Nazi woman. Carolyn, maybe that's who I'm thinking of.
You're talking about the megachurch lady, right?
Well, no, it's
His
whoever
religious
Donald
advisor?
Trump's press person is. Is it Carolyn?
Well, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people
Like she invokes
Caroline
Christianity.
Levitt.
Yeah, her. And
We could
Charlie
simplify this
Kirk.
out. Just say
like,
Trump's
that's
administration.
very
You're good.
exploited. It's very
like Charlie
exploited.
Kirk. These people are. They're
Erica Kirk.
ill-informed on Erica Kirk is terrible. They're ill-informed on Christianity to begin with, and they use it as a reason to appeal to these like young audiences.
Yeah.
And then you have people like that I think might even mean well, like Stuart Connectley and his father. Oh God,
Cliff.
I think they mean well, but I think they have a bad impact. Like they have this type of skepticism towards evolution that's unwarranted. And when you start applying conspiracy theories to baseline knowledge, like provable fact, like the fact that evolution occurs.
Yeah.
Like we can argue about the model as a whole all we want. I don't care. But every Christian I've ever heard say the word adaptation, you've already
I get triggered
acknowledged
so bad.
You've already acknowledged evolution simpliciter, so you already lose on that point. Go argue about the web. I don't fucking care about the web or the tree, dude. I don't fucking care. Evolution exists. So when you start getting like these like conspiracies at these like
Fundamental levels.
an elementary level of appeal to conspiracy, I feel like it has this like
If
wave
you believe in
effect
anything,
throughout your
you'll be
whole
forced to believe in anything.
or like those, like think about those people, like that lady that had the audacity to say to Richard Dawkins, or no, maybe he said it to her in jest. I forget. She said so much crazy shit. But when people say stuff like, "Oh, if you're a monkey, if you believe you're a monkey, you're going to behave like a monkey," like that's asinine. And I think that shows, like, just look at that sentence alone. That is such bad reasoning. Like, it is not necessarily entailed that because we are related to monkeys, so they're like conflating in the sentence to begin with. We're related to monkeys, therefore we must act like monkeys. That's insane. And I think it's just like that maybe is an epitomization of like the type of damage that this resistance to true information
I don't.
being driven by religion is.
Okay.
I would also add it's a lot of feeling, a lot of emotional stunting happens because you get basically trained to be happy and sad. Death happens, or conflicting opinions on so many things that are just natural. Lust is a natural thing of humans, but religion teaches you that lust is bad.
Mm-hmm.
And sure,
and like
certain times
and like
lust is
look at how they treat the queer community. Like,
Yeah,
that's
that's
completely
just horrible.
unacceptable.
My brother's gay. I fucking love my brother. He's had the best relationship with his gay boyfriend that I've ever seen. They're 10
So-
years strong and I haven't had a problem.
I don't know if we can use these people that are misrepresenting the faith. They're just idiotic or using it for their own goals, to criticize the philosophy itself. I don't know if we can do that, right? Like,
But
even
they're so
if,
entangled now, you can't separate the two.
like,
It's a
we would
problem.
have to assume that, like, what they believe in, they're misrepresenting it like crazy, but whatever they believe in, let's just say it's real and it's true. Would that, whatever they believe in, would that override the damage that they're causing here? Would this everlasting infinite place that transcends reality and whatever, does that existing outweigh the constant misrepresentation of it? And also, I would say bad things happening, people doing wrongs, priests that are pedophiles. Does that necessarily mean that the philosophy itself, the ideas itself, Christianity itself, and I guess I'm using Christianity here because it's popular in America, is inherently flawed because of those people, or are the people flawed?
Do you think that any passage in any religious text should say that for a man to lie with a man is an abomination?
You're talking about? Are you talking about the Quran or?
I think it's Leviticus.
The Bible.
Yeah, the Bible.
I mean, I don't know. It depends on the context, I guess.
Well, what context is it bad in?
I don't know. Like, if they lay together, then like every child will die. Like, I don't know. Context is important. I don't think it says that,
No,
but like,
it may be speaking vaguely, but it's talking about them, I assume, being intimate. I mean, that's how everyone interprets it.
oh man, I don't know. There's that James Tallarico guy that was saying that, like, that wasn't, James Tallarico, that Democrat in Texas.
Uh-huh.
I don't.
He was saying
I
recently
do.
that like that was cap or something. Like, that was.
He's the one that beat Jasmine Crockett in the Texas primary.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's good to. Well, I don't know. I mean, a god could be bad, right? We have a bad god, right?
Sure.
But discriminating, if we have like
We don't.
a
You
good
might.
god, like if we want a good god, I don't think we'd want to follow a god who's like discriminating against people who can't control anything. I would argue that I don't think that
Right.
the Christian God does that, though.
So then wouldn't the rational thing to do be to side with Satan?
Hey, he is a good guy in the Bible. Doesn't kill
That's
nearly as many
crazy.
people.
That doesn't sound right.
It's just the way that he's the freak. It's just the way he's asking is like, okay, so we are acknowledging God could be bad, and we acknowledge that he's discriminating against at least gay males, and we know there's someone at war with him who's the king of our world. Why are we not siding with him?
Well, I think God discriminates against everyone in a way, but more so out of love and not like.
How do you
this person
discriminate
sucks
against
more than
someone out of
someone else.
love?
Well, I mean,
You're
like
saying,
like harsh love, like hard love, like discipline.
well, okay,
Like, I
know what
love
mean,
you.
but-
I don't want you to like get in a car accident, so you're gonna wear your damn seatbelt and you're grounded and blah blah
That's
blah.
not harsh love. That's teaching. Harsh
Right,
love
but
is I beat you into submission.
I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure a sin is a sin. Like, no sin is worse than another sin. Like, you're a pedophile or you're gay. Like, they're both a sin. Like,
I think
we're all sinners
pedophilia is
in
way
this.
worse than being gay.
Well, I
Look,
know, but I'm
So-
saying that's the way that it's looked at, like, in, like, how God looks at
and
it.
and you don't
God
see
is
that
that
So
narrow
does it
minded.
problematic.
boil down to morality for you?
What?
So does it boil down to morality for you?
No, I'm just saying, like, I think the way that God sees it, like, this is the Christian understanding, is every single person is a sinner, is a equal sinner, in the same way, regardless if you step on, if you kill a raccoon, or I don't know, maybe you can kill animals, I don't know. If you do something really mundane or you do something really horrible, either way you're a sinner and you're treated equally. Like, that's all I'm saying.
That doesn't sound like just. He's meant to be all just too.
Does that sound fair to you?
Yeah, that's not just.
I don't know. It sounds equal. I don't
But
know
it's
if
not just.
Well, it could
Wait,
be
what?
fair. I mean, what if you're born just sadistic and horrible, and you're a killer, but you're born that way? You have no control over it. But then I guess you could argue, well, why would there be a God that makes you that way, right? Why would there be a God who even does that in the first place, right? So I don't know. It gets a little wonky, but I think the argument against that is like, well, because of the first initial sin, like, everything bad that can happen will happen, and he didn't want to make us like autonomous robots and control us, so he's like, you guys sinned, anything that happens is gonna happen now, but at the end of the day, if you come to me, I'm gonna love you no matter what. I'm here, you know. But I don't think he treats a sin worse than any other. I guess blasphemy, but I think that one is more so understood as like, if you literally just don't want a relationship with God, he's more so just granting you that. But people call it like the
I think that's
unforgivable
pretty
sin.
right on, actually. And if you put it in context of like light and dark, any sin, no matter what sin it is going to put darkness onto your spirit, your soul, whatever. So, then if you stand before God and you have any of that darkness part of your soul, that gets obliterated. But that's kind of the context, related to, like, yeah, there's justice for deleting or the graping or whatever, but
Yeah.
ultimately, when you're in the kingdom of light, it comes down to light and darkness.
When you're in the kingdom of white?
Light.
Oh, light. Okay.
So why not have a gray? He's a god. He can do anything. He's the all-powerful being. Why not make the gray zone saying, you weren't great, but you weren't bad. Here you go.
Well, Catholics believe that, I think. There's purgatory, which is sort of a gray zone. Like,
If I remember right, that's like the waiting grounds, or like you wait for
yeah,
what you're
not
going to.
worthy of heaven yet, and you gotta repent some more. I think you gotta do some more. You have more
Which
assignments.
It's
makes
just
a
like
bit more
turning on a
sense.
light switch into a room. It's either going to be light or dark, and there's like really no in between there. So
But
it's kind of the
morality
same.
is not light and dark. It is the middle of gray everywhere you go.
Well, sometimes morality can be light and dark. I would think. I mean,
Yeah,
there's some things that are
sometimes it's
objectively
like-
pretty bad.
There's
We're talking
gray.
about
There's
generally
definitely
all
gray.
morality.
Yeah, there's definitely gray, but let's say if you're standing before God himself and he is the source of the light, if there's any gray, it's going to be pushed away from him. You won't be able to approach.
I wouldn't want to worship a god that's that picky.
Like
If
a
I'm like,
force-
oh, I accidentally stole a candy bar when I was fucking 12, I don't know.
Like a
Why
force-
should
Well, I
I be
mean-
forced out of hell to suffer?
Well, we're
He's
born
got- he's
in
got like a-
sin. I think that's how it goes. I think regardless of what we do, we're born sinners.
But why is the biggest and the most minor the same? They shouldn't be. That's not just. I would not follow a god that is that picky.
Well, okay,
The
so
thing is,
Jeff,
the light
that's,
is perfection. It's like he's perfect. He's the source of the light, and darkness cannot stand before him. So you need a cleansing method, and he provided that.
That is not even true.
Yeah,
It is true.
no.
That doesn't even make sense.
It's also
You
just
know-
kind of saying your god is a piece of shit. So
Besides, Satan stood before him in the Bible.
What's
So
that?
Satan stood before God in the Bible.
Right?
There's no one darker than that. So you're full shit. Anyway, go ahead,
The
nobody.
thing is, but that was before the fallen world, though.
No, it
'cause
wasn't.
that's a big difference because his mind
So the
changes,
fact
as we
is,
know.
the fact
God,
is,
It
an
was not. It
unchanging
was in
God
the time
changes
of
mind.
Job. It was in Job.
right? But they
And
were
that
on
was
the earth at
well
that time.
after that was well after Adam and Eve. So
That's true. They were still on the earth, though.
I know it
So
was true. How about let nobody talk? He's been trying to get in here for a minute now.
Well,
Right.
I was just gonna say, Jeff, what you said was something I commonly see when people are talking about like these difficult things that happen in people's lives, like
Yeah.
you know, someone dying like as a infant or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of times I'll see someone say in response to an example like that, you know, they're saying it's unjust, they're saying it's, you know, a tragedy, whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of times in response, they'll say, oh, well, we're all born sinners. And so there's this like infinite bottom, or no, that's not the, I shouldn't have said that at all. But there's like this always available escape hatch that no matter how atrocious the experience of an individual was,
Yeah.
technically they were born a sinner, and that's Adam and Eve's fault or whatever.
Yeah.
That's just
all of it.
bullshit.
That's the
But it's just-
entirety of it.
But you see, it's a bullshit rhetorical tactic that they can abuse and always win because of.
Yeah, I mean, I do, I've thought about that, and that's kind of one of the issues I have, is every single thing. I mean, when it's based around faith, that, like, GG, like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Faith means nothing.
But I still am not ready to, like, completely write it off, you know?
I get that. That's just kind of religious trauma from whatever community you're in, because it gets forced on you whether you are a part of it or not.
Have you played
religious trauma?
Have you played Baldur's
Yeah.
Gate?
No, I haven't played Baldur's Gate.
Have you played Final Fantasy VII from 1997?
Yeah, but I was too little to remember it.
Like, the reason I bring these up is like, if you just like, even just video games have better ideas of spirituality or God than like these old texts. Like these old texts are so weird, and they make it like so involved and angry and like spiteful, and like he commands the murder of like entire people groups. Like just, you know, play Baldur's Gate and learn about Lady Shar and see how she can be kind of a fucking psycho sometimes too. But I bet you there's going to be less problems in the Bible. You know what I mean? And like, that's what everyone's always done in history, is like, man has made up these ideas, and sure, we can keep looking for like the God idea that makes the most sense and also gives us the best pragmatic function too, sure, but it's not these.
Yeah.
They're toast. It's fucking it's over. And it just, people just need to start, you know, like, I embrace this like weird Philbro getting away from the Bible, trying to like make some coherent, logically provable, not immoral God. Like, go ahead, make a new one, because these suck.
This is totally not related, but you should play Timefall 2. Great game. 2016. Great year for games. I'm totally not selfish on that.
Yeah, I've never played 2, but I will. I've been meaning
It's
to
amazing.
for years.
I love it. I got back into it not too long ago. I love the game.
I think putting like video game stories above Abrahamic religion is understating the power and effect and influence that these religions.
I see them from
have
coming
on
from the
people.
same place, from us. It's just that video games are newer. Religion is older. That's it.
And again, I see a bad impact. I see a marginalization of gay people. I see
But
nationalization, at least, if not racism. And these are problems.
this marginalization of gay people, though, I think is I don't know. I mean, if we look at Jesus, I don't think Jesus would be doing that. He was doing the opposite of marginalizing people. If we believe he was a real person, async. I know you don't think he was a real person, but if we do, and everything he did,
No, I don't.
he was totally he didn't want to marginalize anyone. So I would argue that you're right, but I think that's what conservatives are doing now, because they're using it and exploiting it and they're hypocritical. There's so many conservatives who are very sinful. I don't know if you've ever watched The Sopranos, but like fucking Tony Soprano is the most sinful piece of shit dude ever. And then Vito, his buddy, is or one of the people in the show. Sorry if you haven't seen it. Someone in the show is gay, right? And they're just like, oh, this guy is the fucking worst. This guy is the worst human
As he's going out
being
killing
ever.
someone.
Yeah, as he's cheating on his wife, breaking every one of the 10 commandments, you know? But I would say that you can't shit on the religion or the philosophy or Jesus when he would be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? This isn't right. You know, this isn't the goal.
You know, like murder would be worse than being homosexual, right? That would be a weightier offense, right? So
yeah,
I find it a bunk argument for people to say, like, you know, Christians are full of hate or whatever. When we are the ones who believe in God and believe in love and believe and fear God, how are we going to like project hate onto other people because we know that God created those other people? It just doesn't compute.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think we should hate those people, though. I don't think he would want us to hate anyone.
No, we wouldn't want to. Plus, gay marriage is like legal law of the land, right? So, like, how is it that like they're being marginalized? I don't get that argument either.
So, wait, what?
The fact that gay marriage is legal, how are conservatives and Republicans or whoever, like, you know, the bad guy is today, how are they marginalizing anybody?
Well, they're just the ass end of every talking point and kind of like a scapegoat commonly. You know, it's usually like, you know, this queer stuff, this is, oh, what are you doing, man? But then they'll go and, you know, they'll commit whatever sin.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
If there's no hierarchy of sin, then it's like, well, that's very hypocritical, you know?
It is hypocritical. And you do have Christians that are very Pharisee-like, and they just need a bad guy to point at. But that's their problem. That's not
Well,
Jesus' problem.
I agree with you
It's not
with
just
that.
that. I mean, you want to know how they're making it bad? Yeah, it's legal now, but in Clarence Thomas's opinion on when he took down Roe v. Wade, he said, because of this, we need to look back at the gay marriage decision because that shouldn't be legal either. Which means
those
right.
they are already telescoping their plans to get rid of it.
Yes.
So
okay.
yeah,
And that's
how
because
they're
of the
doing
way the framework of the Constitution, the way it's, you know, supposed to be working operationally to delegate to the states certain things. And, you know, the Roe v. Wade thing had to do with health care and insurance, which is regulated by each state.
Yeah, but
So it's kind of the same thing.
that opinion was not rested on the Constitution. They used a writing from I think a 16th or 17th century witch finder in that.
You're talking about gay marriage or about Roe v. Wade?
I'm talking about when they overturned Roe v. Wade.
Yeah. Well, I
don't remember the guy's name, but that was in Alito's opinion. He used a 16th century witch finder to say that it was evil what we were doing.
What is that, like a device or something?
A witch finder?
A witch finder? What is that?
It was in
2x4 and some water.
It was literally a guy that hunted fucking witches and then burnt them.
Oh yeah, good time.
Yeah.
So
It was just a dude with a big stick.
He worked for both the
I just
church
want to say
and
real
the
quick,
state.
you know, marriage licenses are issued by states.
Yeah.
Okay. But
Yeah, the government has its hands in
So?
marriage. It can
when
do
we're
whatever
talking
now.
talking about how it is now legal, and yes, of course, there are people that exist that are going to try and overturn that, just like they overturned Roe v. Wade, which every woman should have access to an abortion. The issue is that it's not okay. It's legal now. We're going to vote on it and decide whether or not we can then discriminate against these people in the future. it's also the entire time where they were already discriminated against. That is damage already done that was wrong. Like I have one aunt left, and the one that passed away was like 60, a little older maybe. And they had been together since high school, and they couldn't get married until like 25 years later, only because it wasn't legal. That's completely unacceptable. That is a permanent impact on their finite time on Earth, and that is immoral. It is immoral to discriminate against people, and that is discrimination.
And you're saying that
I
that's
think that
That
that's
is because
God's
of the
fault.
Bible. That is
Okay.
because of people's
Same goes for my brother.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. It is because of people's interpretations of the text in the Bible.
Okay. Well,
The
I mean,
sad part is the Bible.
the Bible
the
might be
literal
saying
interpretation is correct.
not to do that, though.
Yeah, so
So
fuck
it
that.
might not even be just the interpretations.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that an all-powerful, outside of time and space, immaterial creator mind doesn't give a fuck if it's Adam and Eve or Adam and Steve.
And if you did, why? Kind of a weird thing to care about.
well, I mean, that's
At
how
that
you
point-
procreate. So like that would be the natural
He gets to
quote
choose
unquote,
himself. It gets to choose.
right?
We are going to procreate either way. It doesn't matter if people
Yeah.
are fucking gay.
We could
But you have
have
to
And what-
understand the
and
way.
honestly, and freak, what business is it of yours? How does it hurt you at all
Stop.
to know that
It's not at all.
Yeah.
two guys in California get to get married, or two guys in
Hell yeah.
Texas get to get married? What point? What business is it of yours? Why do you even get a vote on it? Why does the Supreme Court
mean-
get to vote on it? It's none of their fucking business.
I mean,
And
then
it
why
doesn't
even
hurt
issue
you.
licenses at all?
It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt your family. It doesn't hurt your ideology. It doesn't do anything
Right.
between your relationship with God. So,
Right. And I understand what you're saying, and I understand that Christians like to use that because they need something to point, like Scarface, to point your fingers and say, that's the bad. They need a bad guy so that they feel better about their own flesh, whatever. Okay. So there's been a lot of that. I think that's been like curtailing a lot lately, but it doesn't affect anything that I'm doing. What the point I want to make is, yeah, that's in God's law because that is what would make the flesh perfect before God if we were to be reconciled with him from the fall. And that's really the reason why that's in there.
okay, then why doesn't it mention two women can't lay together? That's not an
It
abomination.
does,
Just
actually.
no, it doesn't. Show me where.
Yeah.
Because the only thing
um,
I've seen is a man cannot lay with another man. It doesn't say anything about two chicks getting it on.
I think the whole thing here, and the thing that people sometimes forget, is that sex. I don't think sex for pleasure is allowed for anyone. You're not supposed to have sex for pleasure. You're supposed to have sex to procreate. So by definition, gay sex is not to procreate. So it's not. But people say it's so much worse, and then they have premarital sex, and then they have sex for pleasure, which is equally bad. I think
It
what
could
they're
have been like
saying
frogs.
is that it's all yeah, the frogs are gay. Is that it's all bad, but people just like to be like, well, it says, that gay is the worst thing ever. But in reality, it's like, no, you're not supposed to have sex for pleasure. It's like for procreation. Yeah. And
Well, if that were true, why did God make it feel good? Why did God give us sex drives? I
Could have made
mean,
it the most
that's
good point,
his
painful
huh?
fuck
thing in the
up.
world.
That's on him. He fucked up, and then he needs to live with the consequences then.
yeah, and I
If
don't
this
think
is-
the
if this is
government
the God
ever
you
should have
believe
been
in,
involved in marriage either. I
I'm
don't think the
unimpressed.
government should have anything to do with marriage.
Sure.
And ultimately, it doesn't
But then-
matter. You don't have evidence for it.
Whether they're involved or not, how marriage is treated legally or benefits a couple legally, or if it should not benefit a couple legally or be outright ignored legally entirely, it should all be equal for everyone.
Well, see, I don't know about that but only because I don't know the origins of marriage. I think if it's a cultural thing and it's someone's culture, you probably shouldn't like walk all over it and be like, well, we're going to do it this way. But if the government gets its paws in it, then it's like, okay, you can't exclude two willing, people with agency, two adults, into joining in this because of, some arbitrary thing. You don't get to do
You
that.
know,
But if it's like someone's culture and a cultural thing, like I don't think we should go to Africa and be like, hey, like this is weird, like we don't like this. It's not fair. Like you're misogynistic. We're gonna do it a little bit different. I don't. I think that's like kind of ethnocentrist, or like our culture's this way and this is cooler or whatever. Like I think we should, you know. But that's given. I don't
No,
really
I
know the
think
origins of marriage,
I
so I
don't.
don't know
Hold
if
on.
it's what it's
I think
grounded in.
I think that's a problem because you're kind of saying you should tolerate intolerance, but to tolerate intolerance defeats your ability to tolerate because if all the intolerant people win, there's no more tolerance. So you can't tolerate intolerance.
Okay. I mean,
And anyway, I'm not sure why the origins of marriage even matters at this point. I mean, we have thousands of years of, doing things differently and improving upon the way we do things.
yeah, but that's why that's how we justified murdering a bunch of Indians, right? That's how we killed a bunch of Native Americans. We said, "Hey, we do this shit better than you, so see ya." And I think it's
No, we
I think
didn't. We said we want your fucking land, and you have no concept of ownership.
here,
yeah,
take
I know.
these
I'm
You're
agreeing
bricks.
with you. I
fucked.
mean, and that's why I
We've
think
been,
it's a problem.
you know,
I think when we start to think like the way we think is better than that's why I think you say tolerance and intolerance, but I don't know if it would be the best thing to go to like I don't know, to like go to a different culture and be like, you should do this our ethnocentric way. I mean, we kind of did that to the Native Americans, and it doesn't seem like a good
right.
thing.
But at this point, we're not really talking about going to a different culture and,
We're,
enforcing our will on them. We're talking about the way we do things here in our country.
Besides that, we can communicate. We can show why some actions they do causes harm and what we base their harm off of, right? It's like, hey, stop killing that person. Why? Because it's harming them. We could explain things to people now. It's not like we're going to unknown people.
yeah, I mean, I don't. It gets a little dicey when it's someone else's culture, but I do like like we're in America, and like yeah, I mean, I kind of like that argument because it's like, okay, this is our country. We're not going somewhere else.
Hi,
And this is how
Jackie.
it should be now. Um, so, yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point. Um, I still do think it would be at least prudent to be like, okay, where did marriage originate? Is it like a Jewish thing? Is it like Jewish culture? And then do we
I
just
don't think why
hijack
we
it and
should
rob
care.
it and like turn it into something else?
So
Well, we
are you
shouldn't care
saying
because
that
it's an American thing because it's involved with our government, so it's
Yeah, but we
not
can change
really.
it to whatever we want. It's our own
right,
definition.
so how about this? We just say, okay, marriage is straight individuals under Christianity and Islam, whatever, I don't care. And then now everyone else gets schmarriage. Is that what we're doing? Because fine, I don't care. As long as they get the same tax breaks and everything.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, I agree with you there. Like I said, once the government gets involved in it, you can't like start discriminating.
I think we call it marriage, but rainbow.
Like sure, rainbow marriage, sure. But yeah, just as long as they all have the same opportunity, I don't care. It's a successful application in the society. If there's arbitrary lines that we draw and they're unjustified, we have a problem.
Yeah, it's a definition thing. We can make it whatever we wish it to be. Doesn't matter where it comes from if it's just a definition. It's our own word. We made it up.
Well, I don't know if, I mean, okay. I don't know. I'm having trouble with that part of it because it's like if it's this ancient historical thing, this important thing to people's cultures, it just feels kind of like dirty to go in and like rewrite it to your own definition, like piss all over it because we don't agree with it. You know what I mean?
Sure. That's why you can make separate words.
Right,
It's
so we have
language. It evolves.
So is that what you were saying with the schmarriage thing? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, just As long as they have the
Get it?
same opportunity, and we have to call
Call
it
it
another word. I
call
don't
it
really care.
marriage or civil union. Who gives a fuck? As long as they get the same tax breaks that my husband and I do.
Interesting.
As long as they're two humans, it's fine. I'm not saying that's let people marry their dogs or whatever, but I mean, which is
Right.
usually where a lot of Christians go. Oh, people are going to be wanting to marry their cats next, and no,
I mean,
not
people already
really.
do marry bridges.
Yeah, but
You know?
nobody was saying
And
that like it's because of the Bible, right? Or people's interpretation of, just to get back to the theism argument, being good, being bad, whatever.
They're definitely marrying AI though.
Oh,
Some
geez.
are. That's the copium of.
not legally, they're not.
Yeah. Not legally.
So if I still would think, like, even though it says in the Bible, you shouldn't lay with another man, and whether that's however we interpret it, like that's not a good thing, because either people misinterpret it or people interpret it correctly, and either way, it's causing harm and marginalizing homosexuals, right? It's kind of what you're saying, but you're saying it's not on the people. It's because of the Bible, because this God should have made it clear enough to where there's no ambiguity, and to where people wouldn't suffer because at the root it's the text. You're saying it's the text's fault.
Well, I guess you could say that. It's basically what is required for the flesh to be perfect before God, right? So there was homosexuality well before the Old Testament was written. Ancient Greece, these other cultures, civilizations, like it was going on. I mean, but the thing is,
Oh yeah.
in the beginning, according to Genesis, it says that he created man and woman. He made them, and so that was the union that was supposed to be I guess, the procreative, union that is like what he intended.
Yep.
The fact that we've fallen off that path or whatever, he's just trying to bring us back to what he originally intended. But the thing is, with Jesus Christ coming into the world and everything else, and the whole story and the redemption of sin, I think that's all irrelevant and out the window. So now when you see Christians like harping on that, that's all they're doing is just harping, trying to, I don't know, cover up something else, or just they need a bad guy. It's not the love of God, because like Gretchen said, it's none of our business. It's between them and Jesus Christ anyway. Like, it's really, it would be wise for Christians not to harp on the sin of sexuality to try and bring someone into the kingdom. That's what I'll say.
I think we
DeFreak,
should
why do
abandon
you
it
think
entirely.
that God made? So would you agree that God wants as many of his children to come to him as possible, to be in union with him? Do you think that's his goal?
Goal,
Nice.
I think, that's kind of I mean, yeah, I'll say yes, but like, there's a lot, you got a lot of work done in this place, like there's a lot of things that are happening.
Something that troubles me is if that's, maybe not the goal, but something that would bring him some metaphysical, otherworldly joy we can't understand, something good, for God. Why would he? Why would it be that so? People have some people have such a difficult time coming to him. Why isn't the path laid out easier for them? I mean, why are there people who are born and with these feelings, who are attracted to the same sex, and they're in a society where they're demonized for it? I mean, wouldn't that just turn someone away from God? And there's people who are born killers and rapists, and they're just, their brains fucked up, and they're how are they going to come to God?
See, you're assuming God's real. I mean, at least
For
two
the sake
of
of
us
argument. For the sake of argument.
up here don't think that God is even real. So
Yeah.
Well, sometimes we have to
why do you even start with
assume
that?
because
Just get rid of
sometimes
it
we
entirely.
have to. Well, sometimes we have to do that for the sake of argument, right? because obviously the freak believes in God. So if we're trying to have a debate, we have to look at it through, if he believes that, we'll say, okay, say God is real, then why blah 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 blah, and then he explains why, right?
Yeah, in the Quran it says that God told Satan that whoever follows you is going to be he's going to fill hell altogether with the jinn and and mankind. So the fact that he said that means that some people are going to go to hell. Otherwise, we would call him a liar. So when you say that, how come there are some people that could just never find any traction in it or don't find the way?
Yeah,
it's because he promised he made the statement that he's going to fill hell with mankind and jinn. Unfortunately,
I still don't know. I still have no fucking clue what to do with a Christian who quotes the Quran. Freak, you're insane. You're insane. But yeah, I mean, as far as I'm
I think that
concerned,
there's wisdom in it. So like I try to utilize it because there's a lot of truth in there. I mean, it is true. It's
yeah. There's so much
from
overlap
God.
in the Quran and the Bible. Yeah,
It's because they come from the same region. They just separate from each other. It's like
Yeah.
all stories. They separate. It's like languages. They evolve over time and separate.
It's cross-reference a lot.
Yeah. Well, because
let me
from
ask
the
you
Bible.
two something. Let me ask you two something. If you guys had, say, a history book, right? U.S. history, and what percentage of facts would have to be wrong about that book before you just toss the whole fucking book?
67.8.
49.67888. No, it's like 5%.
Yeah,
That's high.
I mean,
I'll
I
get
don't
rid of
know. Is
that
it
5%.
funny? If it's funny, then like I don't know. I'd read the whole thing.
But would you trust it?
The
But
Bible's not
was
very
that the
funny.
question? If the
I think
question
you
is
want
would I
to
trust
extract
it,
as much truth as possible out of it, and then
that's a good
have
answer.
also the debunking of what's not true and have that listed as well. Like you want to know what is actually the false things.
I mean, it depends on
But
what the
if
first page
somebody-
says, right? If the first page
If
says 2 plus 2
somebody
is
gave
5, I'm
you
like,
the
okay.
book and said,
maybe
here,
not.
a third of this book is lies and metaphors, have fun, and they don't tell you what part.
I mean,
So
that
you just
sounds
get to
kind of
make
fun.
that up for yourself. Maybe it sounds fun, but
Until half
if
the
you
world
had
believes
to,
it.
yeah, until you had to go to college and pass a fucking history exam and you don't know shit because you just made all this shit up. You decided which parts.
Half the
I
people
mean,
can't
unless I'm a
decide
good
which ones are
detective.
real and fake.
Wouldn't it be better to actually work off of an actual, real, accurate book?
Or work off from what we have now and slowly go back, not just kind of guess.
I would
I mean,
say
if there was
30%
a
They're
book that
revising
was
is
history all the
100% correct,
time.
that would be dope.
Seems like
30%
so.
more
Like
than enough to dismiss an entire book out of hand.
If there was a book
And
that was 100% correct, that would be pretty dope.
well, the fact that about a third of the Bible is complete bullshit
That means,
is
I
enough.
mean,
Is
that's
enough
very
for me to
generous.
just dismiss it, huh?
That's very generous.
It's
Because
It
that
is
means
very
contradicts
generous.
that means
itself with the
2/3
first
of it
few passages.
is legit, and I would like to try and figure out what is.
I don't believe any of it is really, but I mean,
Okay.
that would be my absolute minimum. Is like
That's fair.
30%
Okay.
is enough to chuck the whole book completely.
I
Okay.
And
I think that's just
there's
a,
the Bible is just
well more than
locations
30%
places.
of that book that is just complete bullshit.
it's pretty much classic conflation when you make that argument to me. Like like there's
How is
one
it?
little
What am I
tittle or dot
conflating?
or whatever, so it's all bonk. I just
What am I
don't think that's
conflating? What am I
She's not saying
conflating?
she's throwing it all out. She's saying that I'm not going to trust everything that it says anymore. I'm just going to read something else. I'm going to read something probably more related and more accurate.
But you're trying to find anything to dismiss the whole thing. That's conflation.
It's 1/3 of the book.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I didn't try to find stuff to dismiss it all.
Well,
It
she's
just
saying she
sort
doesn't
of
believe
kind
any
of
of it.
jumped off the pages at me.
Right? You're saying you don't believe any of it. You're saying it's all bullshit. 100% of it.
I didn't go through the Bible looking to disprove any of it. I've told you this before. I was just trying to decide whether I was going to be Catholic or whether I was Pentecostal or whether I was Mormon. The way,
Jeff, it's
I was
not
just
that.
trying to
I think
decide.
it's
I was
bullshit.
just trying to decide what I was, and I fell straight off the fucking cliff just by reading that fucking book. Well,
It's no longer having trust in it. That's the problem.
I didn't do it
Do
on
the wrong,
purpose.
and you get rid of the trust.
But when there's enough BS in the book, you can just dismiss it out of hand. And when I went looking for other sources for all this shit, I found they didn't exist.
What do you mean other
Well-
sources?
Like non-canonical writings, or non-biblical writings.
Oh.
And it all comes back to the Bible. And you can't trust the Bible. So
Ooh, we found a really fun game with the Bible. Try to play the game of scale. Look at all the wars in the Bible and try to actually logic how many people would actually take for the scales of war they're talking about. It's not possible. Just straight up not possible. And it's the funniest shit.
What do you mean? Like,
Yeah,
you
I'm
talking
having
about
trouble
like the
understanding.
tribes of Israel versus, you know,
It's like 600,000 soldiers were fighting.
Oh.
But then you go through and see like, okay, here's the density of the region. It's like, what? 3 people per Pascal?
Do you think maybe it's
It-
hyperbolic?
Why would you trust something that's that hyperbolic?
Well,
That's
I don't
off
know
by
if it is or not.
magnitudes.
I'm just saying, like, could it be? I don't know.
Why would you trust the book then? If it's like you can't tell, why would you trust it?
Oh, if they make it like purposefully ambiguous.
Yeah, I don't trust someone. If someone's like constantly like bullshitting me half the time and telling me the truth half the time, why would I trust everything they say?
Oh, like if they're being hyperbolic, but they're saying it in a way that should be like they're intending on it sounding true, like they know
Yeah,
it's
like-
not okay. Yeah, I see what
They
you're saying.
try to make it seem very true, but then you look and actually research into it. It's like, okay, this is just not the case.
Right.
And it's a fun game. Highly recommend it.
So what would it? Let me. This is an interesting question. Just to switch it up a little bit. I just think it would be fun. 3 of you in here are pretty atheistic. I'm agnostic. The freak, you're Christian. For the atheists, what would it take for you to believe in a deity?
Matters the type of God.
What?
Matters the type of God. A lot of different types of God beliefs.
Okay. Yeah, however you want to interpret it. Well, like, what would it take for you to be like, okay, like I am a spiritual, religious person now. I'm a believer. I don't know what it is, but I believe now. Like I'm submitted to, like this is the way. You know, this is what I'm doing. What would it take?
are we talking
hard
about
to
the
say.
Christian? Are we talking about the Bible God?
Yeah, we can talk about the Bible God. If we can talk about the Christianity.
Then he would have to show himself before me and
Okay.
answer a few questions because I got questions.
What if
I would
Even in
wanna
that
know
case was true.
if
think I'm
all
going
this
crazy.
if all this shit in the Bible was true, I would say, okay, fine, I believe in you, but you're still an asshole. I'm never gonna worship you. Fuck off.
So there's-
Send me to hell.
so there's okay.
I would believe.
Because
I just
he-
wouldn't worship.
He's a monster.
Okay.
You know?
Interesting. So you could believe he would have to present himself for it. You wouldn't think that you're going crazy?
I would think I'm going crazy. I would first need to verify I'm not going crazy before I believe, because you have to break down every naturalistic
Right.
process, right? Everything that could be natural is way more likely than anything supernatural.
Well, if
You
you're
have to
an
get rid of
atheist,
everything
that's
first.
I would think that would be the only answer is some sort of schizophrenia.
Yeah, I
There's
would
no
think I'm
other
going
answer.
crazy.
Yeah.
If I could confirm
Well,
I'm
no,
not going
I
crazy,
mean, you can pull out your phone and record the whole thing and then check it with other
Yeah.
people and make,
you would have to
go
check
get.
it.
Yeah, until you're schizophrenic and like they're the person that you're talking to, what if you're hallucinating their reaction as well and what they say? I mean,
Then why
you could
doesn't
take
God
it
just
pretty
come in
far.
and go down to him? And then
I'm
like,
not
well, what if
likely
they're
to
going
just
crazy?
become schizophrenic in my 50s, so I'm not
I
really
don't think
worried
that-
about that.
I don't think
Okay.
they are. I don't think they are committed to it being schizophrenia, because atheism doesn't entail that you don't affirm the existence of non-material things or even like souls. Even like it just means you don't believe there's a God.
Interesting.
But,
Okay, I didn't know that actually. I didn't know.
Yeah,
that. I
it's-
didn't know that.
That's all it means.
Okay.
Yeah, there are
Interesting.
many I mean the only person that ever comes to mind, because I just don't really care about the idea of souls, I guess. Like I guess it's kind of interesting, but I'm just kind of like there's more questions I have about consciousness instead, I guess, but like, you know, some people would probably equate the two. But yeah, there are atheists like Michael Huemer who argue that, you know, souls exist and like reincarnation is inevitably the case because of infinite time.
Yeah.
There's all the Buddhist religions.
Oh yeah,
are atheistic.
Buddhism. Jesus, yeah, Buddhism.
Yeah.
Buddhism is atheistic.
Yep.
But yeah, if you could
most-
absolutely prove to me
Yeah,
that
there's
God's
different
real,
versions.
then I wouldn't be an atheist anymore, but I would still be an anti-theist for political reasons.
Well, or just think
Okay.
of it like, okay, which God was proven to Gretchen, you know, like, so was there like a sound or a cogent argument that brought her to the belief of a God? Was it also the biblical God? Probably not. She's probably never going to believe in that.
Okay.
But like if we've got a good, you know, justification for saying we know there's a God, it's probably not going to be something tied to discriminating against homosexuals, you know?
Right.
Like it's hard enough to even give a valid or like a sound or cogent reason to believe the proposition there is a God. It's hard enough to do that, let alone to talk about his disposition towards our behavior. That seems wild to me.
I find it kind of strange that, you know, atheists will talk about morality and, you know, he's an a-hole or, you know, it's bad, evil, blah, 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 like deletes the, and meanwhile you have Jesus Christ, who is actually sinless, the most moral person that ever was, and yet
Or
you
that
reject
ever was
that
then.
That's not true.
remedy. So it's like you say that you won't worship him, but yeah, he's the one that was actually sinless, and you're crying about sin. It
I don't
makes no
believe
He
in sin.
sense.
wasn't anything. Nobody
Do you-
was crying about sin except for you.
DeFreak, do you affirm
We don't
the
even
book of,
believe sin exists.
DeFreak, do you acknowledge the Book of Thomas?
I mean, I acknowledge that it is a thing, but I don't know if it's actually something that would be like, you know, like say a real gospel, because it's talking about this is like, you know, childhood or whatever, whereas the normal gospel is like, you know, this is what happened, and like it's more of a like narrative of what was going on at the time when he was in his ministry.
Do you think that the story about him making the clay pigeons on the day of Sabbath, do you think that's a true story?
I don't know if it was exactly like that, but I think that it is true because it's referenced in the Quran. We're trying to find that.
Oh, wait, Jackie, am I quoting the wrong book? I don't even know.
Almighty comment section. Tell us now.
But
Hey, don't talk about Jackie
if
like
we don't know
that.
if you don't know if it's true
Should
or
come
not,
up here and fucking drop.
To be fair, I'm calling it Almighty comment section.
well, Jackie
Oh.
has an answer for like seemingly
Jackie knows her shit, so
Oh, I hope
wouldn't-
I don't know my
we'll mess
shit.
with that one.
seemingly every question that's ever been asked, Jackie has some input. So
The long verse.
anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter if we don't know if it's true or not. So
I mean, it
was just-
references it in the Quran, so I would be inclined to say that it's probably true, but I don't know if it's exact. I'd have to read the one that's in the Gospel of Thomas and then compare it to this verse of the Quran or these two verses.
Well, okay.
So, but I would incline to say that it's true if the Quran referenced it.
What? Well, okay, hold on. Maybe we should just throw out the pigeons thing. So what about, like, do you think that discrimination is a sin because you're supposed to love your neighbor?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that would be unjust.
Do you think that it's problematic that when approached by the Canaanite woman or oh fuck, maybe I'm getting that nation wrong. And she asked for his help. Do you think it was wrong for him to even have the conversation? Like he's Jesus, you know, he is God. Was it a misstep on his part to tell her that he's only there to save the Israelites and dogs like are begging for scraps from the table or whatever he said? Do you think that it's not inherently problematic that Jesus would say something that could be interpreted as almost as a way to justify nationalism?
Wow, I mean that's stretching ideologies and stuff, but I understand the question, and I would say no because at the time he was sent only to the lost sheep of Israel. Because linear time was a factor in his ministry as well, and his existence, and
I don't know
ours.
why he would even care.
I don't know what time has to do with this. So, don't you think that since he is sinless and he is God and he is perfect and he is all-knowing, or at least he was prior to incarnation, I guess, don't you think he should be a little cleaner with his language and not say things that people later on would, possibly use as justification to prioritize people groups over other people groups?
Well, I think intent would be more important than interpretation.
Is the intent for him to be speaking to the crowd that is inherently nationalistic and he's trying to prove a point, like rhetorically, by building that sentence that long and including discriminating against the Canaanites? Is that his goal?
I mean, I'm not going to...
I would say that it could be interpreted as showing her faith in him, and then ultimately she got what she desired, even though she was not, a Jew.
So a discriminated against nation should be faithful that the savior of the prioritized nation
so he could
will
be
kind
as long
to
as he
it.
threw her a bone. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know.
I missed the last part of your question.
I feel like I'm just getting more confused. Maybe I'm asking bad questions. I don't know.
I didn't hear the last part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this could be me, guys. Maybe I'm just torching this conversation. I don't know.
No, I kind of said something under my breath and like stepped on it. So
I don't think it was actually like a direct insult. It was just the kind of the progression of his ministry. He is a Jew. He was going to and preaching in synagogues or whatever and whatnot, but the Gentiles' time had not come. But yet, it also showed that someone with faith had enough faith in him to basically, keep at it, to be persistent in asking him. Ultimately, she got what she wanted, and it was a drums. He could show Israel what faith looked like through that persistence.
So, oh God, I was going to say.
So he could treat her like shit and call her a dog as long as he threw her a bone.
Yes, thank you, Gretchen. Yes, that's it. So you think that it's not problematic that
he's all good.
Our Lord and Savior referred to a people group as dogs, and then to clarify, he specified that the non-dogs were just the Israelites. You don't think that it's problematic to dehumanize when you are the literal representation of God on earth?
Who wants a relationship with all people, right?
Is that how she reacted? Like, was she offended?
She can't.
She reasoned with him. She reasoned with him, like, yeah, Lord, but don't the dogs get the crumbs from the master? Like,
She didn't reason with him. She begged him for help.
Right. And she got what she wanted.
And he felt the need to take part in a dehumanizing statement of the affairs, I guess is what I should say there.
I mean, it's really just a metaphor. Maybe he could have had a better example, but she wasn't offended by it. She knew his position, and she ultimately got what she desired.
No, that's fine. So it's a metaphor. What's the metaphor?
The metaphor is that you don't give, like, it's just like you don't throw your pearls before swine. It's basically the same kind of metaphor.
That's the same metaphor. What's the metaphor doing?
It's distinguishing who is deserving or who is entitled to knowledge at the time versus, who's considered, more of a, I guess, paganist or whatever. Like, I guess it is kind of a morality judgment.
Sure. And so what's
Sounds like
the
you're just
relevant?
dehumanizing.
So what's the
The
relevant
value
distinguish-
judgments.
Yeah, and what's the relevant distinguishment or distinguishing factor? What makes them less valuable?
Just because they weren't Israelites.
And why are they less valuable because of that?
Because they don't worship the one true God.
And why is that? Why does that make them less valuable?
Because they're probably more likely to be laden in sin.
So
And
he
why do
treats
we-
them like shit.
Okay, wait.
So he can treat them like shit.
Right, but hold on. Now we're presupposing that that is what makes them valuable or not valuable. They could be a valuable society alongside worshiping a different god, and they could impact your society in a positive way. They could even, have an interpersonal, one-on-one relate. Every Israelite and every Canaanite has an Israelite and Canaanite friend or whatever, and they can have beneficial relations and not worship the same god. That's not a contradiction. So what's the thing that makes them less valuable because they don't value that God, because they might partake in sin by that God's definition of sin? Why is that less valuable?
I think with this whole discussion, it's kind of we're veering off into the bushes a little bit because it wasn't meant to show like who's greater or who's better people or whatever. It's meant to show someone's individual faith and the relation to the Lord and his position of authority within the kingdom of God and his ability to actually do that. Heal the girl.
An all-knowing and all-loving God would know that there is no contradiction in someone else partaking in behavior that doesn't hurt other people, but maybe not worshiping him, maybe not living by the same standards. Like, they don't necessarily have to be dogs or dehumanized because they don't worship him, right? I don't think there's a contradiction in that.
Maybe it was not the best metaphor, but what I'll say is, Jesus wasn't quite God. He wasn't God at that time. Like, he wasn't glorified yet. He didn't have the exact, well, for example, like when he was at the wedding with the wine that ran out, like it was Mary who basically kind of had to, nudge him and say, hey, they ran out of wine. And he was like, well, so what? And she was like, do something. So like, he didn't know everything, right? He had to accept his mother's, gesture to fulfill for that to happen. I don't know if I'm making any sense there, but like, he wasn't necessarily saying that she was a dog because of her, say, race or tribe or whatever like that. But I would say it was more of a demonstration of faith, and that he could use that as an example to the people that were the Israelis because no one was believing him.
Okay. Now, and maybe I even agree that, like, if Jesus was really, as like ethically sound as everyone, claims that he is, what's weird to me is that if he is God and all know, well, because when you say that he hadn't attained something, I'm not sure what you mean, because he's supposed to have eternally existed, like, with God prior to his incarnation on Earth, right? So
Right.
Are you like a dual mind kind of person where, like, Jesus had an eternal mind, but then he had a limited mind on Earth?
That's a complicated, answer, because I believe that he was human. He had his own agency, And when he was baptized by John the Baptist, and the Spirit of God came down and all that stuff, that's when I believe he mind melded with God. But that's going to sound like a contradiction in terms of when he met that Samaritan woman or whoever it was that asked him to purge the demons from her daughter. But like I said, like he wasn't. The thing is, when you're in the flesh, you can't know exactly everything that God is thinking. It's too far above what our minds are able to even process at any given nanosecond.
Why would God
Jesus
even
is
design
God,
us that
though.
way? That makes
It's just the nature of the flesh. Like, he's managing every single person's perception of reality all at once. Like,
I see.
we're
Gotcha.
only managing our
I
own.
get it.
Well, and okay, like I guess my whole point, like, kind of caves out, or like the ground's gonna cave out, but below it anyway. Because like what I'm trying to get at is like, wouldn't he have had a better, since he's all knowing? So it's either going to be like he had a limited mind while on Earth, or it's going to be the case that like just because the best rhetorical device that God decided upon, which was calling her a dog and then being merciful to her, if that's going to be the best rhetorical device that God knew was the best, it's just going to fall out from under me anyway because of the fall of man and how we're like, we're evil inherently and we're going to, misinterpret the word or some shit.
I think that's it. No, I think maybe I could make a different objection to that. And I would think, like, one thing, he would have to do it in a way that we could understand it. And then if it's like, okay, well, why is it ambiguous? Couldn't he do it? And I think that just goes to the whole faith thing. It's like, if it's not ambiguous, then people can't choose, right? If everything was 100% and he descended in front of everyone and was like, here I am, I'm the way, I'm the truth, blah, 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 like right now, nobody would choose on their own fruition to be with him. And I think that's like the whole goal, is to like be plagued with all of this ambiguity, yet we still choose faith.
Another thing I'll say, nobody is, how, well, maybe, like the Jewish people, the way they interpret Messiah is like totally not the way that Jesus' testimony was. Like they expected some, king to ride in and basically establish the kingdom of God on earth, administered by the Jews, and we would, be subservient to them or whatever. Like you've heard that interpretation from various places, I'm sure, right? Maybe.
I'm sorry. Can you say the question again?
Yeah. So like a lot of Jewish people who aren't believers of Jesus, they will interpret the Messiah's testimony as being a king that doesn't die, who comes and like reigns on the earth and establishes the kingdom of God, administered by the Israelites, through sacrifice or temple or whatever, all that stuff. And so they say Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, right?
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah.
They also
Right,
don't
so-
believe in Jesus. So.
Right. So they don't believe in Jesus. And so, shoot, now I forgot my point. Oh,
If I want to,
if he was really exclusionary, that's what he would have done. He would have made the Jewish people the exclusive kingdom on earth / heaven, administrators of the kingdom of God. But instead of doing that, he actually killed death for everyone by doing what he did, because everyone has access to the Holy Spirit now if you believe in him, not just Jewish
choose what we
people.
believe.
Okay. Well, the
You
problem
can
is
choose what you can believe, but you just won't, you won't be receiving guidance from God if you choose something else.
You can't choose what you believe, my man.
the problem is that Jesus affirms the prophets. He affirms all the laws. So he, yes, said and did good things, flipping the tables, great, fuck monopolies and all that shit, whatever, or like,
Fuck
abusing faith.
capitalism, burn it down.
But he affirms all the old prophets, and those are the ones who delivered the Levitical laws. Those are problematic. So not only did he speak vaguely enough to contradict all those old prophets and also, say good stuff, wait, what did I say? Yeah, speak loosely enough that he contradicts himself in affirming them and also saying stuff that might, fall outside of those 600 laws or whatever. Just, I don't know. I find no compelling reason to listen to him because he said stuff so loose that people twist it and manipulate it. And they say,
And we're even revolutionary for the time.
Like the amount of comments I've seen on Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and whatever, and there's numerous Christians saying, "Oh yeah, God doesn't love everyone." Like these people are justified in thinking this because of their pastor, because of the interpretation of the Bible that influenced their pastor. Like, I don't even care if the Christian God is real. If I were to grant the existence of him, it would only be a universalist version. So he would only punish you adequately for what you performed in your life, and then you would be saved. Like, just like Paul said, everyone will bow the knee. This idea that there will be people eternally suffering or annihilated, it's asinine. The Christian God cannot be all good and all just and also have these clearly unjust, immoral laws.
I agree with that.
Like,
even with like just the lack of belief, why should someone be punished for just not believing in something?
So then now what I'm instantly thinking about is, again, that Levitical law that, like, to be gay is an abomination. That's the interpretation. I'm just going to assume that that's the right interpretation. If it's not, whatever. That means that is a part of the Bible that was corrupted by man, because I don't give a fuck about that. There's no way God would care about that. So I don't know. It just, like, to me, the whole book. Now we're at this impasse where we like alter it because it's stupid, or we just throw it out. Whatever, make up a new God. Think about, like, reason your way to a new God. By all means, do it. It's just, this isn't the one.
Well, there's a lot there, but you contradict yourself when you say that there needs to be no distinction between people, but then you say you're willing to accept God's judgment of people. And if that were the case, then we would all be basically striving to be the most righteous so that we could all be the highest rank possible in the kingdom of heaven, because that would be the measure of how we would be ranked. But instead, there's a way to basically get out of the judgment of your flesh and have equal standing with God by Jesus Christ that is available to all people. So, like, there is the judgment if you don't believe in him. So you have the best of both worlds, actually. You either believe in him and get on equal standing with those people, or you are judged based on your fleshly merits or your fleshly sins, and you'll stand where you stand. And if you're 51% good, you'll squeak in.
Sure, but it has to be like an actually, like, relevant value structure. Like, I don't give a shit about being gay or not. I give a shit about, like, how you impact things. Like, if we want to value trees, don't burn them down. If we want to value agency, which we all have to, otherwise we contradict ourselves, then we shouldn't impact other agents negatively by choice. But these arbitrary rules, like, don't eat shellfish in certain places, or maybe at all, and then, like, don't wear mixed fabrics in certain places. Like, I don't give a shit about any of that. And then that same book has all that, bogus bullshit about, like, sexuality, and there's, like, this weird obsession with female virginity when male virginity just is, I want to say, unmentioned. If, like, maybe it's gestured to, but I'm not sure if it is.
Can't even get the female virginity correct.
Nobody. Do you think it's possible for, I don't remember what the three words are, like omnipresent, omnipotent, benevolent, I think that's what it is. Do you think it's possible for an entity like that to exist?
I don't think that an benevolent, omnipotent being created this world, because he would have had the power to create the perfect world. and this is
I don't
clearly
think it can
clearly
exist. Self-contradictory.
And the
Well-
perfect world wouldn't have suffering, right?
unnecessary
You
suffering.
did create the perfect world. They just ate the knowledge of good and evil, and then it fell.
So he didn't make
That's the
the perfect
problem.
world.
Right,
So
but then
really,
he
it's all Satan's fault.
You just proved he didn't create the perfect
Well,
world.
in a perfect
He put
world,
the tree
that
there.
probably wouldn't have happened, right? I mean, that's
when
what
God,
Yeah, it's perfect.
God
It
didn't
can't
need
happen.
to. God didn't need to put the serpent nor the tree. He could have put a fence around them. Who fucking cares? Like, he could have done so many things. Like, I don't put a baby
All-knowing
on
God
a,
didn't know something.
I don't put a baby on a counter and turn on the stove.
But if he
and
didn't
walk
do
away.
that, then you would say he didn't know. If
Huh?
evil wasn't on the checklist of knowledge, then you would say he's not all-knowing. So you create false dichotomies to basically deny Jesus Christ, but that's what they are. Is against fake false dichotomies.
What?
It is the way it is, and so like there was a reason why the tree was there in the first place, and there's the person that caused the fall and the evil and the suffering was the deception of Satan against Eve.
But God
So
put
why
it
don't we
there.
blame him?
It's God's
Th-
fault. He put
Does
it
God
there.
know all? Does God know all future moments?
But if it's God's fault and he sent the remedy, why do you also then reject the remedy?
Because he's supposed to be all-knowing.
He waited like, well, okay.
Let's say he wasn't all-knowing, but he
I'm just
still
gonna
sent the
say-
remedy and you still reject it.
Let's
How do
just
you
say
explain
this.
that?
He waited 10,000 years to send the remedy.
I think
6,000, I guess.
I think
10,000?
this. I think maybe the way out here for the Christian argument is you have to concede like one of those big things. You would have to concede like maybe God is well. There's often this thing thrown around that God loves, and I would wonder if someone is omni whatever benevolent and all of those things and all knowing. If you were all knowing and sought out this perfect world, but you had love, wouldn't that be a flaw? Wouldn't love cloud that in some way? So I don't know. Would the concession be something like, okay, maybe God like is flawed? Like that is the
Remember,
flaw?
he's also supposed to be like outside of time, which I've heard the argument that it basically means he's experiencing all time, all ways, right? Which means he should be able to correct instantaneous problems before anything happens. So it's like, or he's just not interacting
Well,
at all.
There's gonna be weird, like distinctions that certain people will make where, like, you still have free will, but God's aware of all possible choices.
Which
but
gets
he
rid of free will.
But he values free will. So then, because he values free will as
Bingo.
this, like, maybe even free will is like a value generator in a sense, because like it allows you to freely choose good or bad actions, or to follow him or not, or whatever. Like,
Right.
so, but still, what becomes unclear is why he wouldn't intervene for all evil actions. Because when we look at reasons we don't intervene on evil actions, it's usually because we have a conflicting set of values, and like we would find ourselves in danger, or I'm driving a car that has a child in it, and so I'm not going to chase this pew-pewer or whatever, right?
Or you can't be there in time because you physically can't get there.
Sure.
He
And
can't
so
do
like
all of
I
it.
choose to do something else, I guess. Like I don't value that action because it's in a different fucking state even. Sure. But see, God is the definition of like ceteris paribus, like all things are equal. Like he can do anything. So then the question now becomes, he clearly can make a phone call to the local police department about the serial killer, but he doesn't. I could do that if I saw him dragging big plastic bags in and out of his house all the time. I could call the police. God doesn't do it, and he has all knowledge.
Yeah, but you sort of already answered that one though, because you were talking about how he like values free will, right?
But those acts
And
of
judgment.
free will, impact other people's free will. So he can't. The serial killer is a complete contradiction to the value of free will. Because
Not really, because he's going to be judged.
So it's taking control of the
But
circumstance.
the other person's current free will.
His free will removed the valuable free will from dozens of other people. That cannot be acceptable if free will is such a huge, valued property of reality.
Interesting. So sort of like a utilitarian view of free will and God. That's interesting.
Jeff, I want
But then at that point, you're talking about God meddling and all those different free wills to prevent it, and then there's no judgment of the thing.
Look, all I'm saying is he's the definition of all else equal because he can do all logically possible things. And if he values free will, which is a common defense for Christians, then he ought protect it because he's capable of protecting it.
Perhaps he's more Kantian than utilitarian. I mean, maybe he just is like.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of utilitarian stuff is confused, but like, I just don't get it. Like, if he values it,
if
you're already on the, think about it this way: if it's an excuse for atrocities, and it's that valuable, why is he not protecting it?
Okay, so if you're watching a movie, you're not going to just stop watching a movie like an hour in and just walk away or whatever. Like, if you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you're going to watch the whole movie and you're going to it's going to let it play out and learn as much as you can. And then you'll, like it or dislike it and make your judgment. Kind of like how it is.
He doesn't interact. He never interacts.
Are we the movie and God's watching this?
He's allowing the free will that will be judged and establish what evil is and gain all that full knowledge, right? And then we're the witnesses of that.
Well, but as a Christian, I assume everyone's committed to he actually acts in the world and like influences things. And so to me, it's not like someone watching a movie that's already been put on a VHS tape or a DVD. To me, it's the director. It's like a conductor and he just walks away from the orchestra every once in a while. Like, why?
Even though he's been shown to interact and he just dips all of a sudden.
Yeah. Like he set up the key of the orchestra and he influenced it a few times with the wand, but then he just walks away. Why is he doing that?
Which, like, sure,
I can't explain
see
that.
why he would stop interacting if he's like, oh, free will, but then why would he interact any other times?
To plant nuggets of faith.
But then he's violating free will.
Yeah, I would say that impacting people's awareness of him would absolutely be coercive.
I've always said he either intervenes all the time or he doesn't intervene. I don't understand why people are like, God intervened, and I'm like, okay, well, this child like died of cancer. Where was he? And a lot of people, the fucking Trump thing drives me crazy. They're like, God made Trump turn his head or whatever.
Behind Trump?
And I'm like, what about the fucking firefighter behind him?
That got shot because he was just behind Trump.
And I'm not insulting, insulting like anything conceptual there. I think people are. I don't know. Sometimes it just doesn't make sense.
It's difficult, It's a dichotomy, either whether it's a true dichotomy or a false dichotomy. Some things we can't explain. Yes, God does intervene.
This is why you get rid of it.
Yes, He doesn't, and it's it's the God buffet of why. Sometimes we just don't know. Like I can't explain exactly why He intervened in this or not in that.
Well, do you think he selectively intervenes, or do you think he's hands off? Or
I think he's mostly hands off, but I do think he intervenes, and I think that it depends on prayer and circumstance.
Which just means he violates free will now.
Part of it,
and it's still not unknowing. It's still not all knowing. Oh, words can't speak.
The thing is, when you're managing free will, you might know all the all the possibilities and have all that knowledge, but you're still not, as an omniscient, whatever God being, sealing those choices of the individual's free will on their own. They're doing that. Like our choices are sealing our past.
So if you think you don't know all possible variables, you wouldn't be able to decide the future. Like what would happen in that future point?
I mean, I think he could, but I don't think he does.
It's a hell of a question.
So he's not all knowing. So this clarifies that you have to change God's properties. You're no longer like the typical Christian God now.
No, I wouldn't say that, because what you're talking about is pure, true predestination, and that would basically mean that we are NPC testimonies, and that would be false.
So
Because
again,
can't be
like
all
literally,
knowing.
can't know
what
all.
use would NPC testimony be to God?
I feel like that's a good concession.
What would our testimony be
in the
worth to
Christian
him
argument
now?
is to say that God is not all-knowing.
Yeah, you have to get rid of it. It makes so many problems.
It's not that he
Thing.
didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't make your choice for you.
But he would know
So-
all possible variables.
Right. Knowing is not doing.
So he
You
would
think
also
you're
have to
real
have the
quiet?
ability to separate his agency from decision making or his bias. I mean, I guess that would make sense. If he's controlling the whole universe, I'm sure he could separate his own input. You know, if he know everything, but then it's like, okay, so what? So is it a slot
Self-limiting?
machine? Is that what quantum particles are? Is that why they're random? like is
Knowing
that
all
what
the
it is?
possibilities doesn't mean that you're doing every possibility, especially when it comes to letting an individual with free will manage their own testimony.
Sure, but you would know the future possible point. You know where that point would lead to, which means it's already
Right.
predestined.
Okay, so like if you look at the story of Jonah, where he was sent to Nineveh and told them, repent or you're going to be
Where he's
You're gonna
violating free
perish.
will.
right. So like he sent the message and the people repented and he didn't destroy the city. It's just like that. Maybe I'm sure he did know that they would repent, but you still have to go through the motions and you still have to seal that.
That was another problem. He's violating free will, people.
Like God is like, I assume like God is like maximally rational, right? Like he can't behave irrationally. He can't make bad inferences. He can't come to bad conclusions. So like if we just back it up all the way to the Garden of Eden, why did he put the tree there? Like even if there was just a slight probabilistic chance that they would fall or cause the fall, why even put it there? He's God.
Let's
He's
say he put it
maximally
there.
rational.
Let's say he put it there because he wanted them to choose to not eat from the tree of knowledge. Let's say that.
But then it's not rational because he made their like opinions, their beliefs. He made it.
And he caused 13 billion people to have potentially died and gone to hell because of that.
Oh, way more than 13 billion. We're talking about like real world. We're talking about unimaginable amount of people gone to hell.
Yeah, I'm aware that 13 is a safe number. It could be more people who died.
It's more like
if we're talking-
130 billion.
So it seems like
Sure,
the
sure.
big issue here is like in the atheistic side of things is this idea of unnecessary suffering.
That's a big problem, especially for the Christian religion.
because he's claimed to be all just. That's
And
the problem.
all good, which is violates.
He's
And
also
all knowing
omni-
and
he's
all
also-
powerful.
Yeah,
But it
all
wasn't God who
merciful.
deceived Eve into eating the fruit.
Well, and then he's
But
all
God
merciful
made
and
the-
all just. And by being all merciful, you are suspending justice in certain instances. And by being all just, you are never appealing to mercy. So that in itself is a
but-
contradiction.
But he sent Jesus Christ.
I don't know how
That's your
that fixes-
argument.
I don't know how that fixes what I just said.
Yay.
Okay, let's just say that he didn't know and that he did screw up or whatever. He still sent Jesus Christ as the fix, and yet you'll reject that.
Okay, look.
Doesn't
Because it
God
doesn't
deserve
make
a
any
second
sense.
chance?
If someone speeds and they get a ticket, the cop, when they write them a warning, is being merciful. He is suspending justice that they, or just a justified recourse that person deserves. Or that was a really weird sentence, but anyway,
I understand.
When you give the warning, you're suspending justice for mercy. You can't be all
That's
just and
Jesus.
merciful. What
Yeah,
does
and
that
then
mean?
super logical, going and shoot your own dog essentially. Like, I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna shoot my dog.
Huh?
That's how
Wait,
to let you
what?
go. That's what Jesus is here. Jesus,
You're talking about
Okay.
Christy Gnome?
yeah, yep.
Okay, yeah.
You know that one's right.
Um,
Let's say
no,
that.
I get what you mean, but
Yeah.
you know what's really funny, Mallard,
I
is
missed that.
like Protestants are like under this impression that like Jesus suffered their punishment or for their sins or whatever.
It's only on the cross for 6 hours.
But like the funny thing about that, it's like, yeah, it's like 3 days, right? He's dead
Yeah.
or whatever.
6 hours on the
And
cross, 3 days in hell. That's
so
not
that's
that bad.
so yeah, so that's
More like
conflating
36
being
hours,
dead.
considering.
Yeah.
It's like doing
It
this
also
weird
matters
thing.
what time. Like, yeah, the Bible's conflict with the.
Yeah, it was like Friday
They-
afternoon, and then Sunday morning he was
Yeah.
he ghosted. So I mean, it's really only 36 hours.
And then
that
the
he
zombies
took a dirt
came. You
nap,
can't forget
know?
about the zombies. You got to remember the zombies.
Yeah.
Well, anyway,
Struggling there,
yeah,
freak.
the Protestant
having a
thing
good time
was
down
It's funny hearing the 3-day thing. You're the whatever, but anyway,
It's a day and a half.
How do I have a question for atheists and for theists here? How do you guys answer to the question, to the infinite regress question? I don't
I don't see a
understand that
problem.
on either side. I don't get it. Well, like what came before matter and what came before God?
So energy
Wait,
comes
what
before
is that?
matter. Energy always existed. It just changes shapes, like water. You know, water's always there. It just kind of changes form.
Interesting. So energy energy has always existed.
Yep.
Okay, and then the theist one is probably God always existed. I would
Yep.
assume.
And
I would
maybe
say,
matter's always
that-
existed.
I don't
We
like that.
can't see beyond
we
the
just
But okay.
we can't see beyond the Big Bang. So
Yeah.
how do we know that there wasn't a universe before this and it ended up in a hot dense state before the rapid expansion?
Yep.
We don't
I
know. We
personally
just
hold
can't
to
see
that
that
opinion.
far.
well, I feel like
I don't
we
know
just
that
like,
infinite regress has to exist in the first place. It could be just like a drop of water in, like, on a thin layer of oil where it just stays as a bubble at a certain point. It expands and then just bubbles up. It doesn't have to necessarily contract or do anything else.
well, I feel like we just jumped through like 5 hoops there, and like so
Yeah.
what was brought up was like infinite regress, and then we
Right.
talked about like what was primary or like foundational or like what's like ontologically primary, like matter or energy or like some type of fields or whatever, right? And then it went to like, does God entail an infinite regress? Like I feel like there's a bunch of stuff we have to talk about like one by one in all the stuff we just sweep.
Well, I see the
Agreed.
problem is infinite
Yeah.
regress is a problem of both sides. If you think God created the universe, well, what was before the universe? God always existed before. Well,
So what created
problem with-
God? Yeah, it's
just
a
keeps
never
going.
ending infinite regress. So.
hurdles all the way down, man. And then for like the universe, yeah, we don't know. The only thing we do know is that there is a universe, and we could kind of base it like energy can't be destroyed. That's what we've seen so far. And we know matter's made of energy. And we go black, we see the singularity. It's not really called a singularity anymore, but before the Big Bang, it's just a bunch of energy together. That's all it is. And then it expands and becomes the matter. But we don't know.
Yeah. So I would probably be called some type of like lazy neutral substance monist. And
Okay.
basically what I'm saying is that like what I'm
It
saying
needs
is
to
that,
be
like,
made into a song.
I think there's
I love you, buddy. You got the greatest shit, man.
I think there's like an I think there's an underlying substrate thing, some type of substance or field that has a disposition for things like our 3D emergent space to come from it. But I don't think it's a mind. It just seems confused to even call it a mind, because, and so when I say neutral monist, what that entails is like some weird conversation about like, a lot of people will argue that consciousness has to be fundamental to the universe, just like matter is, or whatever, space or whatever it is, because it makes no sense for it to emerge from physical stuff. I just think that's like incredibly confused. I think that like the stuff is inherently neutral, and then it either does physical or mental things, like because of the dispositional nature that this matter and energy and transfer of causation, whatever type of causal theory you take, like all of these things. I'm not like a necessitarian, but it's like there's just a natural disposition for these things to behave this way. I don't think that consciousness is some remarkable thing, whether it's just brain states or whether it's like an emergent, like non-material property. I don't think it really matters. It's just all of this would have been pretty similar to how it is because of the dispositions that the substance at the beginning had. And I don't know if the beginning would really even be like a hard beginning, or if we're just talking about like the substrate allowed for our universe, and then it'll allow for another universe in another spatial area or another temporal time. Yeah, so I don't know if that probably sounded really rambly. Sorry.
No, it's a good answer. It's a really good answer.
And I say lazy because I just like
question.
It's like really hard to even argue with people who are like, oh, monism doesn't make sense. Oh, pluralism doesn't make sense. And it's just like,
it's like it all doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they all have like these frameworks, and if they're rational enough, then just pick one aesthetically. I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I just go by basis of I think this is cool. That's how I believe. No, don't do that. Don't believe based off what's cool.
I mean, if it's cool and it's as rational as the less cool answer, fuck it. Pick the cool answer. Who cares?
In that case, sure, go for it.
Like if I wish the Force from Star Wars existed. I would. Like,
I try every day. I
would never stop trying to move shit, dude. Like I would constantly be trying.
I know it's never gonna happen, but I really want it to happen one day. It'd be so fucking rad, even for a second.
No, see, Cafe in the chat. No, it's not theistic, because I'm not talking about an agent that has these dispositions. I'm talking about just a thing. It's like the basketball court that allows for all the different basketballs, depending on how inflated they are, to bounce at certain heights. Like, it's not a mind. It's just that there's a disposition to ricochet shit. Like, that's basically, a really stupid way to describe the underlying quantum field, or I guess you would call it the higher configuration space that our 3D space, emerges from.
The missing in the comments, I think, has a good point about faith, which I haven't really thought of. I don't see the comment now, but I think they were saying
she's
something
trying to
about,
say that us believing
being
science is a type of faith.
She's saying like that we're putting essentially putting faith in everything, and that's sort of the foundational thing about religion.
Science.
No, she's saying that as atheists we have faith in science, where they have faith in God.
Or sorry, not the Christian argument, but like something else, I guess. Just saying that we put faith in everything.
No,
I don't have faith in science.
I put trust.
I don't either.
No, like I don't even know what that means. It's a process. I don't have faith in processes.
I've been convinced by evidence that has been provided by science.
Yeah, like a process does a thing, and then if it keeps doing that thing, it remains a process. If it stops doing that thing, it stops being a process. It just becomes like this.
You're basing your life philosophy. I would say you're basing your life philosophy on science and rationality, which to then I would say you're putting faith into that.
Well,
yes,
I take
Mod,
rationality.
I believe evolution.
I take rationality and science to be two completely. Well, maybe science relies on rationality, but rationality is fundamental to science in that case. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I don't have faith in reason. You know what I mean?
You base decisions off of science, right? Or do you not?
I mean, it depends on the decision.
I have
don't-
the evidence from science, which is like,
Well, like,
I
think,
base my
like-
beliefs off of the evidence.
Like, I could pick a favorite band that has nothing to do with science, you know?
Like you put
Yeah,
you put
science
your
is
faith
just a process.
you put your faith in God, what am I trying to say? You put your faith in like a fucking chair before you sit down.
I put trust in a chair because I have testable evidence it works.
Yeah. Trust. I have had Chaels fail.
Yes, trust.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Well, you
Oh my God,
you
did I
put
just
I had
your
1,000
Chaels-
chairs.
did I
I had
just say-
one chair fail on me.
Did
You
I
put
just
your
say
faith
Chaels
in-
fair? Oh my god.
yeah, you butchered that pretty bad.
I've had chairs fail on me. Yeah.
You put your faith in gravity, right? You walk outside, you're not gonna
No, I
float
trust
away.
gravity because it's observable. I've seen it 1,000 times every single day. I don't have
Right,
any
so
faith
you-
in it.
so
I
you-
trust in it.
Well, you have faith that you're not going to float off into into space when you step outside.
No,
That's
right?
not faith.
It's
We
trust.
understand how
Trust.
gravity works. We
Yeah, no,
under
but-
we
Trust is a good word, but it's just that it's like determinately the case.
Yeah.
Like, we know the Earth has mass. We will not stop its gravity. It will
Mass
not happen.
has to have gravity.
When the
It's just a
Earth doesn't
fundamental-
have, yeah, it's just a thing that this is what I'm talking about when I say like dispositions. Like space bends, or space time bends because of matter, because of mass. It's just what it does. It causes things to orbit. It causes changes in orbit when orbital bodies get close for the first time, I assume. It's
Couldn't
just
that be designed?
We have a designer.
like you're saying the amount of pull that matter has. Is that designed? Is that what you're saying?
The fact that, there is gravity, that mass causes or is a part of factor of gravity, that temperature matters, those elements that, create the ability for solar systems to form. And then at that point you get your exoplanet, and then you get your biology and organic chemistry. Like,
And why can't
At a
gravity always
certain
exist?
point-
Why does it have to
Wait,
be
what is the
created?
difference between faith and trust?
Trust has evidence. Faith does not.
there you go.
Trust has
Good
evidence.
answer.
Faith
Look,
does
hold-
not.
Well, hold on. We're doing this weird thing with words where
Yeah.
faith has an obvious meaning, and then trust has like this kind of
Well, wait a s-
ambiguous meaning. Because
that was a good answer, though. That,
Because well, but you could like trust God, right? But so maybe it should be like faith, and then we have a justified reason to believe, because faith doesn't require justification.
That's just how I use
Faith
trust.
is the absence of evidence.
right. So yes,
Right. Faith
doesn't
is
require
belief
evidence.
without evidence.
according to the
Okay.
Bible.
I just and it seems like
According to our
everyone,
words.
even DeFreak, you agree with this as well, right?
Yeah, I like that definition. That
Faith is belief
trust
without
has evidence, right? I think that's a good answer. Yeah.
So I just Googled it, and it says complete trust or confidence in someone or something. That's all it says.
Faith or
It
something
doesn't
else.
say it doesn't. Yeah, faith. It doesn't say with or without the absence of trust. The first similar synonym is trust.
Okay,
It's
so
also
wait,
that's about
actually,
another person. So I mean,
Well, that's actually good though, because do you ever think that you should have 100% trust in anything, in any belief?
I
'Cause that's
think if
rare-
it's
that's
true,
rare
then
to me.
yes.
I mean, you
Well,
should to
wait.
be able to like function as a human, but if
it's true, presupposes that it's 100% the case, right?
100%, I don't really like 100%, so probably not.
Well, what did the definition of faith say?
Fuck. It says. Okay, I didn't close it. Complete trust or confidence in some.
Complete.
Complete
There
trust.
you go.
complete.
100%.
You're seeing it.
So you are certain. Okay, so sure.
Got it. Okay.
If we're gonna equivocate faith and certainty, then sure, let's do it. So
Okay.
I'm only certain of very few things. Like I exist.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
Gretchen exists. Like
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure about that.
the universe. Well, I think it's demonstrable. Like we can ask each other to hold fingers in front of our faces and stuff. And so the universe, like things exist whether
Yeah,
I'm
no,
a brain in that or not.
yeah.
Like
The complete thing, I get it with the complete thing. I was missing that part of it, but yeah,
I think
yeah, that
therefore I am.
differentiates it. And I see the thing about the evidence aspect too, because if it's complete trust, then like, I don't think anything is necessarily 100% in
Yeah,
science.
it'd be
I
kind of
guess like you can't
illogical to
totally.
trust something completely.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, I
yeah.
am so sure.
Okay,
Also,
okay. That
to be
makes
clear,
sense. That makes
Mallard,
sense.
I'm not convinced that I exist. I think that when we use the word exist and we talk about the mental processes that are our memories and are us and are our like identity, I think it's arguable that we don't actually exist. But I just
Yeah,
grant it
I think we're
because
a contract of our own contract.
yeah,
A
it's
certain
just
way.
like it's so like clearly I have a name, like my parents gave it to me.
I never made
Clearly
it.
I do things like I'll just say I exist, but I'm not like totally convinced I exist, like quote unquote.
It's actually not a judgment that you yourself can make because you need two or more witnesses of you for that to be true, according to the Bible.
I could just imagine the fake.
So we witness you, that means you exist.
And why would we trust the Bible? Why would we use that as our
Well, I
standard?
mean, it's just the word of God, right? So, like,
I
in
don't
that
believe in the
respect,
word of
like,
God. I don't believe in God. So why would I use
everything is
that?
established by witnesses. Like, if you and I both testify that nobody exists because we're witnessing him, that would mean that he actually does exist.
I could be a brain in a vat thinking I have witnesses to the universe around me, but I am just a brain in a vat.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Mallard, Nobody, and Async. Would you guys say that you're trusters and not faithers? You're not 100%ists. You're trusters. It's about the science, right? It's about rationality.
I change my beliefs all the time. So yeah,
Okay. So, with that, would you say that you can't 100% say there is not a God?
correct. I have a high probability of not believing in one.
Let's go. So agnosticism wins.
Correct. That's why I'm called an agnostic atheist.
Well, no. So there's
Damn it.
I feel like there's a problem there because
Okay.
so when I take what I take knowledge to be is something that you're going to have to like dissect into like a couple different layers. And like you had knowledge that like something was coming at you fast and you moved out of the way, and but then it turns out it was just nothing, or like an optical illusion or something. Like you still had knowledge something was coming towards you, like you had a justified belief in it or whatever. Like so like when we talk about, like, I know there's no Christian God, you know, I know there's no causally efficacious immaterial mind God. Like that's just confused nonsense.
Probably
But
like Zeus.
just yeah, like Zeus throwing lightning and like
Bruh.
birthing women from his head and stuff. Like this is probably not the case. Like I would say I have justification to say that I know that's not the case. So I remain an atheist because I've not been given a idea of God where I throw in the towel and I say, oh, I actually can't disprove this right now. What I've experienced is that all gods presented to me are nonsense, and I know they don't exist. So I'm an atheist.
There could
so
be a
that
generic God out there,
so
though,
that means
that we can't know.
that means you're putting 100% into that belief, because a chair could fall.
No. I don't even have a 100% certainty I exist. I don't care about that. It's just operational.
Okay, so what you're saying is
to deny
all the evidence.
To deny I exist and mistreat myself because of it is operationally stupid. So like I just like, though I don't know for certain, I have to operate like that's the case, because what else am I fucking doing otherwise? If I'm not acting like nobody, then I'm not nobody.
So you're saying you're
Okay,
claiming you're an atheist, but there could be the thing you see in the dark could actually hit you.
Wait, what? Sorry?
You use an analogy of something coming at you in the dark, turns out to be nothing.
Yeah, you're still justified to an extent in thinking I ought move out the way or whatever, or I ought.
Again,
So nobody. Do you think that you're? Sorry, go ahead.
You good? I was just clarifying. Agnostic atheist means I don't fully know. I can never fully know. Essentially, it's like I don't believe in a god.
Yeah, it's just
Agnostic.
like
You're being honest on it.
Like, think of it like if we look at like some like modal scope, like logical possibility, right? And so all we're evaluating is whether or not there's a contradiction in like uttering a sentence or like, you know, our understandings of the definitions of the words. Like unicorn on Mars, that's logically possible.
Bruh.
So like, why do you keep doing that? So,
I don't think this is all semantic, though. I don't think it's, you know.
right, but like my point is like, okay, so yeah, God exists in the universe. Okay, I haven't contradicted myself. Great. Like, what do we learn from that?
Nobody. Do you think that your testimony is just as valid as anyone on the panels? Like, what you perceive is just as valid as what we may perceive?
Wait, what?
Valid? What do you mean by valid?
Like, it would count just as much as ours would. Like, if we all had to vote on something, we each get one vote. Like, your vote is just as valuable as any of the other votes.
Your own subjective opinion is more valuable to you than anyone else's. And
Right,
then
but
it kind of branches outwards according to how much you like someone.
Your testimony or your vote would have the same standing as the rest of them. Do you agree with that?
But when you say valuable, what do you mean?
Yeah. What are you basing
Just that it
on?
has equal standing with any other testimony.
Okay, but you said
To
value.
himself, it's
So-
going to be more valuable. But to like
So I'm
another
That's true.
party, they're all going to be equally the same unless they like pre-believe something else.
Okay,
let's
let me
say-
put it this way. If me and Mallard testified that we witness you, we hear you talking, we see you, and therefore you exist, would that mean, by you saying that you don't know that you exist, wouldn't that mean something that when you say you don't know if you exist is kind of, wrong?
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm complaining about language when I do this. Like, I'm looking at how different people use the word existence, or like in the metaphysics book I've been reading, they talk about like what type of ontological commitment is entailed by the word exists. And so they say like the existential quantifier can have, and that's just saying it exists, can have like heavyweight implications or lightweight implications. And so that's like, this kind of goes back to when I was saying that like, if there's a classically behaved world in that there's identity, non-contradiction, etc., whatever, does logic exist in that world? Well, I think it's really strange to say that because it has a disposition to behave classically, that classical logic, quote unquote, exists. That seems really weird to me. So what I'm doing when I'm saying, I don't even know if I fucking exist, what I'm saying is like a linguistic thing. Like when I say I exist, I seem to just be a collection of processes in my biological body. So I know that exists. That's where my consciousness is coming from. I'm having a conscious experience. So clearly my physical body exists. Like, I think solipsism people are just fucking weird. But when
Brain in the vat.
Yeah, like, how do you know? What the fuck? And so anyway, what I'm doing is I'm saying, I don't know how I want to treat the word exist.
Doom's coming for you.
Exist is really heavy in certain ways. Because like, if we're saying that the laws of logic exist, but we're also saying atoms exist, like these are two really different things. And so what are we doing with that word exist? You know what I mean?
And it kind of matters what context. Are you talking about the scientific, like, here's the existence, or the psychological,
yeah, that's
theorize?
That's a good point, because when you talk about philosophical nothing, you're literally talking about no things. And then when you talk about like scientific nothing, it would still be like there's like this backdrop of like fields and dispositional states or something in the fields or whatever. So like, you
Words are
know,
fun.
even nothing we can see slide. And then so when we use
Even nothing is
exist like
something.
when we use exist like this and we say like, oh, numbers exist, like what the fuck do you mean numbers exist if atoms also exist?
What
And we can
was the
see
initial question? What is the?
he was talking about like your guys' testimony that you all agree that I exist, and that defeats my question of whether or not I exist or not, or something like that.
And
If
does
I
that
could, real
convince
quick,
him that
we'll
he
talk
does in
about-
fact exist?
When we're talking about atoms and whether or not they exist, we actually do see particles ejecting from uranium. We can see the traces of those particles in a kind of like a jelly, right? We can, so we witness those, and we also witness other people. It comes down to witness. So when the Bible says that everything is established by 2 or more witnesses, that proves true. That means God's word is true.
But
Get
we
on
can
board.
all be just imagining it because we're a brain in a vat.
We're all in the same boat at that point. So like we still have the word of God. And if we're just in, you know,
But your brain in a vat,
of
you
God's
made it up.
matrix, you still have to come to the realization of Jesus Christ.
Is there really a
Your
question
brain
of
in the
whether or
vat,
not
it's all made
atoms
up.
exist? I mean, is
I
that a
don't think
real
so.
thing?
No, I mean we see
Because
particles ejecting from uranium. That's how we generate
Yeah.
electricity.
What's
In
your
a
question?
nuclear age, I don't think anyone should be wondering if atoms really exist. I mean,
Isn't that
we're
like
there.
isn't that how like hydrogen bombs work?
Oh, yeah.
That's
So
how we generate power.
I'm
with
not sure
nuclear
why you
plants.
keep asking if we're all just atoms. Yeah, everything's just atoms. We're aware of this by now.
Well, and see
A
that's the
computer's
thing
just
is like
atoms.
even someone who's an atheist can be like, oh, well, there's an emergent property of these physical particles that is immaterial and conscious. Like you can be a dualist. It doesn't turn on whether or not God exists. God is irrelevant to whether or not like immaterial things or spirits exist.
Yeah, spirits could exist even without God.
You
I don't believe those exist either.
You could even call them demons. I don't even fucking care.
Ooh, is the demons.
So when you say you're an atheist, what do you mean?
I don't believe in a God because I don't see good evidence for one.
Well, Mallard, you're an atheist agnostic. So you're sort of
No, I'm an
conceding
agnostic
that
atheist.
agnostic atheist. So you're sort of conceding that it's like I don't really, you know,
Because I
don't
can't
really
know anything for
but
certain.
I'm sort
That's
of,
what the agnostics
I
is
see
And you
there.
just
more
said spirits
evidence
could
to be an
exist.
atheist, so
I
I'm gonna
said I don't
choose
believe in
to
those.
be an atheist because I just see more.
And I could be an
Evidence
atheist
of the
while
sort.
believing spirits.
But nobody. You said that you're an atheist, cut and dry. But you're also saying I don't even know if I exist. So what do you mean when you make the claim that you're an atheist?
Oh, he's muted, which means he went to the bathroom or
Did he
something.
fall off?
Take a leak.
Okay, my turn then. I'm an anti-theist atheist.
Jeez,
Which
we
means-
have like a whole spectrum here. We have the Christian, the
Which
agnostic,
means-
the agnostic
I don't-
atheist, the atheist, and
which
then like the
means-
turbo atheist.
Which means I
I
don't
call that
believe
hard
in an
atheism.
Well,
or I don't believe in a God, and I don't think you should either.
is Gretchen the turbo atheist?
I agree with that.
Based.
Yeah.
So,
Well, that was easy to flip you.
Is Gretchen the turbo atheist, or is it me?
Oh no, I've always agreed with that. I
we
just
have
use
two
agnostic
turbo
for
you,
the honest
you
part.
still have to answer for yourself, nobody. So
Oh
Am
yeah.
I the...
Did you hear what I said or?
You're the
Oh
bad
no,
guy, nobody.
I stepped away for a second. I'm sorry. What was it?
I wanted to. Okay, so you said that you're an atheist, and I'm asking what you mean by that because you also say you don't even know if you exist.
like Mallard is an agnostic atheist. I'm an anti-theist, and he wants
She's
to
a
know what
turbo
kind you are.
atheist.
Okay, turbo.
So what I oh god, I don't know. It like the reason I say weird shit when people ask me is because
Because you like Jordan Peterson.
Oh no, I hate Jordan Peterson.
Oh, what a lovely person that one is.
I've heard him
Ugh.
say a couple things that
Shiver
were
down
like
my spine.
kind of profound, but he's like mostly been just nonsense.
I like his early stuff. He has some pretty good early stuff. But then he joined the Daily Wire, and I don't know, man.
Everything goes shit when you
Did
join
you-
the Daily Wire.
Please tell me you watched the Jubilee with him.
Oh, that was a great
dude,
video. I love that.
It was kind of painful, to be honest.
I hate
was-
Jubilee, but
It was exactly what needed to happen. Like
yeah,
like that's the kind of thing that needs to happen to Andrew Wilson. But what Andrew Wilson likes to do is like lean on like a particular defense mechanism against a certain individual that has made claims against him.
Wait, go back to what you were saying though before we get too far away, because I want.
Yeah,
You
sorry.
said
What
the
was
reason
it?
you say weird
I'm
things
kind of
or
stoned.
something.
Sorry. What was it? Sorry.
You were saying
Maybe I
like
shouldn't say that.
you were saying like there's a reason you say weird stuff or something, and I was kind of asking. Like,
because like yeah, I don't believe in a god, obviously, but then like people will do this thing where they say like, oh well, atheism's like this statement there is no gods, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah.
like the
hence why I say agnostic.
pertaining to the ones, right?
Yeah.
But like then people like they like to separate agnostic and atheist, and
Yeah,
when
and
I
it's
say
just
they,
too much effort.
when I say they, I don't know who I'm referring to exactly, but just people, certain people like to do this thing where they're like, oh, you can't be an agnostic atheist, and so like the
That doesn't
agnostic
exist. It's a contradiction.
yeah, the agnostic atheist is trying to
Mhm.
make a distinguishment, or oh my god, that's not a sentence. Trying to distinguish
There's
between
even Tacos is one of them. He's an atheist too, and even he says atheist means you believe there is no God. He doesn't like the
That's the only reason I say
the
agnostic.
definition that you don't believe in a
well,
God.
right, but
So I mean,
with the
even
statement,
atheists
though.
can't agree on what fucking atheist means.
and I
so.
think agnostic atheist is fine. To me, it just sounds like you're choosing to believe there is no God, but you're also saying like, in the grand scheme of things, I guess like I don't know for sure because we don't know.
No, it's saying
anything.
I don't know for sure.
so my idea
But-
of this dispute,
Okay, reverse it. Yeah.
my idea of this dispute is that the agnostic atheist is trying to say, when I say the word agnostic, I'm just talking about my access to the knowledge of the thing. And then
Yeah.
with atheist, I'm talking about my belief state or whatever.
You could be an agnostic theist.
Yeah, you
Hey,
could
I
be.
don't know
Most
for sure.
atheists
I
will
think
say
there's a
like
God.
they have no good evidence.
I think an agnostic theist it's a little stranger.
That's more like
but
like
I
a
don't.
general.
Maybe that's just like an aesthetic
Yeah.
thing for me, though. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
it's because we're so used to people
I don't know.
saying they're like Christian or whatever. We're not used to like that
But-
terminology.
But then there's this other camp of people that are just like, oh, agnosticism is just a response to the atheist versus theist thing. I don't use that word when it comes to knowledge, like particularly anywhere else. And so I just like, this is how I use that word. Like, I just don't really care about that. But, so when people ask me if I'm an atheist, like, yes, I don't believe in any God that has been presented to me yet. But then that's where I sympathize with the agnostic atheist, but I don't really want to say that because I just don't want to even have the conversation about like how we define those words.
Yeah,
And
I
so
do
it
it
just
to define the words.
Do you
so I just
100% for certain know there is no God?
No,
I okay, for now, yes. Because
So okay,
God,
so then you have faith.
no. For now,
No.
no. Wait.
If
what?
it's
No, I'm
100% though,
no, I'm
right?
justified. No. I have knowledge.
Okay.
So hold on. What I'm saying is I know it's the case because all of the God concepts that I've been offered have failed. So I know that none of those exist. But I'm not really committed to saying that like there's no possible God ever. Like there's no
it could be a generic
like,
God.
there could even be a sound, valid, deductive argument that converts me to Catholicism. I don't fucking know, but it doesn't exist right now. But
Isn't this the weakest position that you could take? Because you're saying that you've been presented evidence, you just don't accept it or you reject it, but then
No,
you
he's
don't
saying she doesn't
know,
have
and then
evidence.
you assert
You
that there
can't.
is no God
You also
with
don't know
nothing to
what you don't
stand on.
know.
That was-
You don't know
that-
what you don't know.
He
I'm
presented evidence
unclear-
that was not convincing.
I'm unclear what I'm responding to. Was it
Okay,
what
so
we-
if there's no evidence that there is no God, then that's the weakest possible position that you could take.
what does it mean to have no evidence that there is no God? What does that mean?
It means that there would be evidence that we're just in a physical particle plane, science world or whatever, or universe.
But there's no evidence that there is no God. What is that? What is evidence that there is no God?
That would be like there's no possibility of there being a God.
No,
Wait,
that's
okay.
Well, that's an impossibility claim. The evidence against him would be anything that's counterintuitive to like his quote unquote design or the text in reference or whatever. Like, I'm unclear on what this means.
You're just saying in the scope of reasoning, like in your reality right now, there's been nothing that's been presented to you to tell you anything otherwise of there not being some theistic deity outside of time and space.
Yeah, we're saying we don't know for sure. We can't know everything, right? I'm a
Have
human.
you
I
have
don't
you
know
ever been
everything.
presented evidence that there is no God?
Yes.
No belief is the baseline. That's where you start.
What do you mean? Okay, what do you mean by no God?
Something that besides like the reverse ontological model,
Sure.
besides something like that, have you been presented with evidence that would prove there's no God?
Okay, when you
Like
say
evolution,
no God,
would that count, or something else?
right? When you say no God, is what you're does that equate to no God and no conceptions of what God could be are possible? Is that what you're saying when you say no God?
Something like that. Maybe like Big Bang, solar system formation theory, chemical, organic chemistry, humans. Kind of like straight line science explanation for everything with no possibility of anything else.
Okay, so
I'm confused. I'm really confused.
I see God as a claim. So you need evidence for the claim, right? No God is no claim.
So
You don't
look,
know.
when you say okay, maybe this is just me being like hyper focused or something, but when you say has there ever been evidence of no God,
Presented to you.
you're saying has there ever been evidence that makes gods impossible? Is that what you're asking me? All gods, no matter how they're conceived?
Again, that's why God's a claim.
Sure.
Have
Yeah.
you ever
No,
been presented evidence that there are no leprechauns?
I don't take it to be the case that we know that contradictions can't manifest in reality because we can only observe like 10% of the universe. I don't think that that's even proven. So to think that God's just any possible God, like that we could apply that word to, which would be like a linguistic thing at that point anyway. Like, of course, I've never seen evidence of no gods. Like, but who cares? What like that? That's like saying, if you've never seen actually, I can't think of a good analogy.
But when you say who cares, what you're saying is you're basing your assertion of belief on nothing, really.
Okay, so
yeah, that's
how about
baseline.
How about this?
Do you believe in leprechauns?
Why don't we just say, do I think that there's evidence against the Christian God? Do you want to go down that route?
Yeah, I could show you anti-evidence for the Christian God.
Yeah, like that would be great actually. Like, because the way I see it is we're presenting our evidence for God, for Jesus. Like we're showing what we have as the claim, as the evidence, because so far as I can tell, there's no counter evidence, contemporary counter evidence showing that was
God's
false.
A claim.
But the only claim you have is the Bible, and that contradicts itself.
Okay, but you have no evidence to contradict or to counter the claim
You
and
don't
therefore
need
it's
any.
the evidence.
God is the
You don't need
non-
You
any.
don't
God
need
is the
any.
baseline.
Your Bible does it for
Lack
us.
If you don't
belief is
have
the
any, all you're
baseline.
doing is saying nuh-uh.
Lack
as
of belief
evidence.
is the baseline, my dude. You don't believe in leprechauns, right? Do you believe in leprechauns?
I mean, other than like, the concept that we,
Do you believe in
draw
leprechauns?
cartoons and make cereal
Yes or
out
no?
of, then no. I'm sorry, what?
Do you believe in
I believe
leprechauns?
in
Yes or no? That's all I need.
No.
Right. Show me evidence against leprechauns.
There's no pots of gold that anyone has, showed up on TikTok with.
Absence of evidence isn't evidence. Come on. Show me evidence.
There's no pot of gold that's been
Absence of
shown on
evidence isn't
TikTok.
evidence. Show me evidence.
Yeah,
No
but
one's
we
ever
know
seen
what the
one.
lore of the leprechaun is and what's at the end of the
Absence
rainbow.
evidence isn't evidence. Show me evidence. You see the problem here?
I have a big cauldron in my garage with a bunch of gold in it, and I didn't put it there.
Okay, so then I would
think you asked
use
your
that
mom or something?
absence
I
of
don't know.
evidence is no evidence as my evidence.
Yeah, and that's the point. That at a certain point,
There you go, bud.
absence of evidence is evidence of absence. At a certain point, you reach the conclusion that leprechauns weren't real because of the absence of evidence.
Yeah. And so when
Yeah,
someone
okay,
makes a
but you've
claim,
been
they
And
have
it's
to
presented
do
the
evidence.
same
for it.
thing with us with God.
But you've been
It's the
presented
same
evidence
exact
with
thing.
God.
But your
No,
God is
we haven't.
contradictory
We've
to
been
its own
presented
claim.
with claims.
You're gonna have to show me the contradiction.
The contradiction in
God.
what? Hold on, the contradiction in what?
That lets you decide that it's contrary and therefore dismissible.
One, you don't have
What?
any evidence for it. But then the omni properties are self-contradictory. So you have to get rid of them. But let's keep going. Let's say that's fine. We can go down into the Bible now. That's your claim where now you need evidence for it. Where's your evidence that supports the Bible that we can see in the real world?
What we have is what we have, so that's the evidence that exists.
Okay, so that's just a
But
claim.
still, when you talk about
That's
the
not
omnis,
evidence.
like,
That doesn't point
how
to
do you
your
just
God.
outright dismiss those things? Like, I don't understand how you could just,
Because there are so many other theories that have that same evidence as a point that points to it, right? So you're just saying this points to God. Well, this also points to naturalism, right? So it's like, well, one of those could be true, sure. So they could both be false. They could be a completely different option. However, it is not definitive evidence towards a God claim.
Okay, so you have the Bible, which is evidence because you have multiple authors
claim.
with the same
It's a
object
The
and
whole
the same
Bible is a
narrative throughout. So,
claim.
like, how does that happen? And then you cannot say that it's not evidence,
People write fanfics,
or you
right?
can't say that it's not evidence.
There are
It
fanfics
doesn't
that
make
have
sense.
way more connections with like Harry Potter.
Yeah, but that's one author, one theme.
That's fan fiction, writing about their authorship, right? About someone else's authorship.
Okay, but
The
at that
whole
point,
entire
you're going to
Bible
be,
is
if
just
you're
a
talking about the
claim.
Bible in that sense, you're going to be talking about a conspiracy theory.
It is a conspiracy theory. Your whole Bible is a conspiracy theory. 'Cause it's
That's,
just a claim. Everything in the Bible is a claim.
have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
No, I have ADHD. Have you got your brain tested at all? 'Cause I think you might need
Wait,
some.
where was the schizophrenia thing going?
Conspiracy theories?
The Bible.
I'm
is
calling
boring.
you a conspiracy theorist, my dude.
But you just said that the Bible is a conspiracy theory. I didn't say that.
Can't believe I've
Anyway.
seen this 1,000 times. Oh my god. Okay. So, I don't think the Bible is real, right? You can't use the Bible to point to the Bible. It's just like a circle, right? Circles.
Okay,
Can't
if that's the
really
case, hold on.
right?
If that's the case, then you have to point to some outside
No,
evidence
you do.
that disproves the Bible, because you can't
You
use the
have
Bible to
point
disprove the
evidence that
Bible.
proves the Bible because it's your claim.
Wait, are we just
It's our
arguing
evidence.
Are we arguing about burden of proof? Is that what we're
Yes,
arguing about?
Freak won't accept the burden
No,
of
no,
proof even
made
though
the
he
claim?
has it.
I don't want to talk about the
Who made the-
Bible.
who
So
made
if
the
we
claim?
could, Jeff, you've been the steerer of this conversation. Honestly, like, can we get away from the Bible? Like,
I've been arguing this with Freak for like hours now. He will not accept
Yeah.
burden
Yeah,
of proof.
I just want to get one point in here. You want me to use something outside of the Bible to disprove the Bible? Why are
The
there
real world.
40,000 plus denominations of Christians and they all get their different doctrines, their different dogma and everything out of the same fucking book?
Well, rabbits don't chew cud, so it's toast.
Because it's based, yo.
I mean, it's the same thing with law. It's the same thing with medical science, nutritionists.
He's not the author of
It's just the
confusion,
nature
guys.
of mankind
No,
and
it's
finding
not the
truth.
same thing. No, it's not
Why
the
isn't
same
it?
thing.
It's not at all. Yeah.
How about if God knew that beforehand? Would that be good evidence that your claim is not valid?
Prove God first, then.
What?
What? Say what?
Say that
I'm
again?
just getting you back on topic here. Gotta get proof of God first. Here, there's the Bible. You're the one with positive claim here, right?
Yeah, why? Like, Christian theism is a subsect of like just God existing in general. Like, we need to have reason to think that a God exists. We don't need reason to think that Christianity is more true than Islam. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I want to know that there's a God.
Nobody. I'm wondering what, like, if you're opposed to the idea of like maybe a God in that is not necessarily good, and maybe doesn't. I don't know. Think of like an ant compared to us, and then think of us compared to blank, and maybe that entity is on a different level of consciousness, and it's not necessarily good. Why would you be against something like
well,
that?
my arguments aren't moral. Like, the moral argument for God is like one of the worst, and subsequently, I don't think that a moral argument against God, unless it's a particular God, like Christianity, obviously, or like Islam. I don't think that I care to attack it morally. Like, the concept of God, I don't care to attack it morally. Whereas, like, yeah, I would attack Islam and
Yeah, the concept of God is so
Christianity,
vague. It's so wide.
and, right, and like Judaism, like, yeah, and like we don't know God's dispositions as far as I'm aware. These books are just stupid, and
Like, I could
wrong.
debunk a certain belief of God. I can't debunk all of God in one shot.
What I don't understand is like the even getting to a God, let alone it being good. My confusion arises in that, like, he's outside of space and time. And people will say that all the time. I don't know why. They just must like aesthetically like it or something. Like, I don't even know why he needs to be out of time. It makes no sense.
To me, it just makes it doesn't exist.
Wait, you don't know why people aesthetically like the idea of a
Yeah, I
of a
think
God?
that they say that
No, of the
due
space
to
and time.
aesthetic. I think they say that due to aesthetics because they don't realize that it's like there's no way that something outside of space and time that's immaterial could be causally
Yeah.
It's
efficacious.
like a vibes thing. Okay.
I always
Like,
thought they do
like
the
how it
outside of
sounds.
time thing because it helps them with their omnipresence problem.
That's what I assume it is, but again,
I mean, maybe
it sound like it doesn't exist.
But see, that's like, isn't that kind of like a preference? You know, like they just really like that property of God. They don't want to ditch that property of God. So then now, like, he's immaterial and outside of space and time, but yet still causally efficacious, even though we identify cause. No matter what theory we pick for cause, it's happening inside the universe. So then to assume that the universe itself could be caused is a composition fallacy. And so, like, I don't understand the universe to be something that could even be caused. I just don't even. If the universe is the set of all things that exist, then where did it go?
But if he's outside of that, it just shows that God has the power to create many universes if he wants.
No,
And
to me,
But
it
you
means
said
it doesn't
if.
exist.
What do you mean if he's outside of that? Who put him outside of that? You?
Right. So that's a conditional, and I'm going to.
I guess, but
I'm going to.
You know, if you're,
like,
what is it called? Pantheism is more illogical than the quantum fields.
What do you
in
say?
my mind?
If he exists outside of space and time, he's capable of creating space and time. Is that what you're saying?
Right, and other universes, you know,
Okay.
and like that explains the Big Bang.
So that's a conditional proposition. If he exists outside of space and time, he can create space and time. Okay. What's the argument for that proposition?
Just showing, he's got the power to not be bound within the universe as pantheism.
That's not an argument.
Wait, do you even think that God is something that necessarily has to be outside space and time?
Those ones are
I don't know if it's necessary. Yeah, actually, I think it is necessary.
Okay.
I think it is necessary. He's not bound to the universe.
What do you think exist means? Can you give me an example of a thing that exists non-temporally?
Anything witnessed by two or more people.
What?
If he's
thanks
outside
for defeating your own
space
argument.
and time, then he has no access to us, nor us to him.
Jesus witnessed God.
And Elijah? Is that what you're going to do?
Wait, so they somehow got out of space and time, so they just poofed out of existence?
Right.
Thanks, well, they no longer exist.
Wait, did you say out of existence or into existence?
You said they went out of existence to God.
Here, how about this? Jeffrey, can you give me an example of something?
Can you build a house? Can you build a house from within the house? Like if you're a contractor? No, you're outside the house and you build the house.
No, you can do it from inside. What are you talking about?
You can build a house from inside out.
Really? I mean,
are you?
Yeah.
I can go buy a pre-made shed.
Wait, are you saying like?
I don't even think the question is if we're outside the house, though. I feel like it would be if we're I don't even know, in someone's imagination, and then can that imagination then draw a picture of a house when you're like, I don't even like. I feel like saying outside of space and time is I don't know. I think we might be underestimating what that actually means.
It just means that he has the power to. He's not bound by the universe. That's what it means.
No.
Is he bound by like a different universe, a metaverse?
What do you mean he's not bound by
nothing?
What does that mean?
Does he have access to the capability to have one mental state and then another mental state where he makes another decision? Can he do that?
I mean, I think so because, if he was wrathful with a certain whatever, but then was merciful down the road, then that's kind of a mental change state.
Then he's in time.
Yeah, he has to be in time then.
Well, sure, if we're talking about something that happened in our universe in linear time, like
you do believe
I was thinking of Jonah.
So you do believe in a metaverse.
So you just said that he's in the universe.
Well, he isn't, but the fact that you're out of the universe doesn't mean that you can't go in the house.
That doesn't. Okay.
But then you're in the universe.
Does he choose?
Right.
Does he choose to be in a static state? Does he choose to be in a static state for when he's outside of the universe, and then he chooses to be in a temporal changing state when he's in the universe?
I would say that he is. I would say that he's always in a change state. He's like the change state.
I think that's a heresy, but also that at least guarantees that he's in time or some type of time that our time is inside of. It doesn't matter. He's still temporally active.
I make sense. That's if he's in a metaverse, a separate universe to our own, that ours is like in.
Sure, like some type of like CCC model where he was like the last best being in the prior aeon or something like that.
He's a Windows VM inside a Windows machine.
But see, that would be a contingent god, and then all Christianity and Islam they've committed themselves to necessary being gods, so they can't be that contingent god.
It's truly amazing. I'm trying to argue this position for you, and I just can't think of a way out.
Well, he'd be contingent and not necessary.
I want to talk about something with nobody real quick. We're talking about the quantum fields and how that might be the origin of everything, and how we go from there to solar system formation theory to chemical reactions forming carbon. Organic chemistry, and then we get life, we get bacteria, we get humans. Okay, So along that path, like there's a lot of things that you have to have, like Joe Biden dumb luck. That's what I call it, right? You have to have a lot of Joe Biden dumb luck for all those things to line up perfectly in order to make the human beings. So how can you have so much Joe Biden dumb luck and then not think that you're special?
Yo, wait,
Stop calling it that.
let me take this one. Let me take this one because I love I've heard this one a lot. You're talking about like the how our world is so perfect and how it came
By the
to
way,
be with
First
all
time
these
you
things.
say commie or
Like
communist, I'm kicking you.
every tree is in the same. Every tree is where it needs to be. Every animal is like. Is that what you're saying? Like the universe is like sort of divine, and everything is I forget what it's called. The fine tuning. Yeah, the fine tuning thing. Is that what you're talking about?
Kind of, but in the opposite. In other words, the probability of everything happening in the final product of humans being, say, like the ultimate expression of molecular will or something like that. As far as we know, there's so much luck or probability that has to line up in your favor. And if that's the case, how could you say that humans are not special?
So the thing I usually have said about when I hear this is that the universe like has pre-existed the planet, um and I think like if we're if we accept the idea that like energy's been around forever, or maybe there were more big bangs, I just I think that there would be an infinite amount of time, an infinite amount of possibilities and things happening. Eventually, something would happen. So if we look at it like, oh, we only get one shot, and then this happens, it's like, okay, that's kind of crazy. But if it's like we're shooting forever on this infinite timeline, then it almost makes more sense that something would come out of it.
What's the something that would come out of it?
Just like the Earth, like existence. Like
Oh,
I hear
right.
Or
that,
humans
like I
or
hear
something?
yeah, or people. I can look at my hands and I drink. I have water that I drink. I just hear a lot of people say like, how can you say God's not real when like the dolphins in the ocean are exactly where they need to be, and like the food chain is beautiful and like all of this stuff, and I'm like, well, time, like there's been so much
Infinite
time.
possibilities. Infinite
Yeah,
time.
and
I heard what you're
Probability.
saying a little bit.
yeah, so I mean, basically, it's just a probability thing for me. I think when people use the fine tuning argument and you say,
I
how
could.
perfect everything is, someone intelligent, like this had to be intelligent design, and it's very like, it's a very compelling thing, when you first hear it, it's like, yeah, but then when you kind of think about like how long, and how
You have
many
infinite amount of
attempts there
possibility.
were,
Infinite amount of
then
time.
probability starts to change a little bit, and then it's like, okay, well, maybe it's not so spectacular in the way of like I shot the half court shot once and made a
Okay.
swish or whatever.
So here's a good example. Take a 52 card deck, right? Shuffle it. You have a 52 factorial thing here, right? If you're like a perfect shuffler, there's 52 times 51, all the way down
Yeah.
to 1. That's how many different possibilities are. It's a
Yeah.
massive fucking number
Yeah, it's like
that gets to come out of it, right?
It's ridiculous.
Eventually, if you just keep going, you'll have a perfectly aligned deck of cards.
Yeah.
Perfectly. This is our universe. We evolved to be here, right? The universe evolved to be us. We are the product. We're not
We were never the goal.
the goal. Yeah. It's again the puddle analogy. The puddle is there, right? The puddle, the hole wasn't made for the puddle. It formed in the hole, right? And that's how the puddle formed. That's us.
So DeFreak, what would you like say back to that, I guess? Like, because that's the way I've always kind of understood it, and I usually hear the fine tuning argument is like a theological argument. I'm pretty sure, like or an intelligent design argument. So I guess like, what do you think about that?
When we're talking about just neutral mutation and evolution and the probabilities
Not neutral.
of, isn't that what it's called though? They're
There are
neutral
random
mutations with
evolutions
no
that then
direction or
get spread
whatever.
out
And
for the beneficial part.
You talk about natural selection.
Or evolution or something, but you know, those
Mutual.
processes that happen for us to become human from bacteria, just the Powerball numbers in a row that would have to take place in order for that
That
to
doesn't
happen.
matter. We evolved from
You know-
them. They didn't try to become us.
Well, wait, yeah. Think about this. Think about this. You're saying that just because everyone or someone won the lottery each time, that doesn't mean everyone will win the lottery each time. No shit. It's just that
Well,
one
what I'm
person who
what
won
I'm
the
saying
lottery.
is, how can you win so much lottery and then at the same time
We
say
didn't.
we're not
There was no
special?
lottery.
Think about
There was no
okay,
lottery at all.
The
imagine
probability is the lottery.
take it.
There wasn't one.
Think about it this way: there's a lottery happening,
No.
right? But it just has to do with your genotype. Okay, just has to do with like your the things that evolution has granted you as limbs and rational capacity and like reaction, the ability to react. Like,
All right, but how many Powerballs do you have to win in a row in order to go from a bacteria to a human?
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many. Are you joking? It can
That's
be
not
an
how it
infinite chain.
works.
It can be an infinite chain. Doesn't matter.
I wasn't talking about like evolution. I was talking more so
The
about
universe
like,
wasn't tuned just to suit the human race, is what we're saying. There's,
Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
I'm talking about,
we
like,
evolved
the,
in spite of the chaos around us,
Like,
not
you could-
because of it.
You could
okay,
say
but then why do
that
atheists say that we're
look,
not special?
you
If we
could
if we
affirm-
navigated
All life
through
had the same
those,
special
Hold on.
as us.
What is this? I don't know what special means, but you could affirm that there's an infinite past. There's an infinite causal past, like a chain that never ends. And it was beneficial for us to exist right now. What's the problem in that? It doesn't matter.
because the universe is not old enough according to the probabilities
Okay,
that
what
we're
does that
that
mean?
we are where we're at right now.
If you're working
there we go. Wait a
backward,
second. That's the first answer. Can you say that again? That's what I
The
was.
universe is not old enough for us to be present right now.
Okay,
when you
so
say-
How
so
old
you're
is the
saying there
universe?
hasn't been enough attempts to make it insignificant, right? So there hasn't been a bajillion. Oh my God, I won the lottery. Okay, but dude, you entered yourself 18 trillion times into the lottery. You're saying I only entered myself in a few times. So you're saying there's a proportionality aspect to it, right? Is that kind of what you're saying? And that's why we're significant, because there hasn't been enough attempts. The Earth hasn't been, or whatever, the universe existence, what we can measure, hasn't been around long enough. Thus, not enough attempts. Thus, this whole fine tuning thing is like, whoa, this is crazy. We
Right.
have to be significant.
There's too much probability to overcome in order for us to actually exist right now. So the most parsimonious explanation, and Occam's razor would suggest that God said be, and we're
Occam's
here.
razor. Do you think we're
That
the end
doesn't make
product?
any sense.
Are we the end
You
product?
You think that
As far
Occam's
as we know,
razor-
yes.
You think that
There we go.
Occam's razor.
Thank you.
When
Stupid.
when we know that
God damn.
causally,
That's
know that,
not
like,
even Occam's
physical-
razor.
when we know that like physical stuff causes physical stuff, you think it is like you're utilizing Occam's razor by positing an entirely separate being from physicality and time and space?
Yeah, because it's the
No.
one
doesn't make
that
any sense. Physicality could have just been always been the case. That's more parsimonious. That's
even if that is the case, God saying, let there be light and bringing us into existence explains it a lot easier than this probability
Easier, but
of
doesn't
all
make it
these
true.
Powerballs that made us
hold on. What is that?
a
What is
random
easy?
chance.
What does easy mean?
Less effort,
But on whose
less
part?
I think that makes way
less
more effort.
less
There's an
variables,
unimaginable
less
being that does it all.
No,
Yeah, that makes
Let-
more
yeah.
sense.
No. Less variables is different than less effort. Less effort on whose part?
probability, and the universe's particle plane.
Probability isn't a person.
No, but that's what the atheist worldview is: the Big Bang, and then the physical matter, whatever, organic chemistry, humans.
Yes, it's probabilistically justified that it is possible that life and us and the whole universe or whatever didn't arise from a god. Yes, you're right. That is probabilistically the case.
But we're not.
Okay.
The universe is not old enough for that to happen because of
I
when
don't
I
know
did a thought experiment with the AI, just to get to enzymes
AI.
was
What
10,
AI?
10 to the 22nd
Yeah,
power.
No, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. AI is kind of, useful sometimes. So what do you mean by the beginning? Like, what do you mean by there hasn't been enough time? Where's the beginning?
Well, according to I think current cosmology, it's 13.6 billion years or something like that, right?
Okay, that does
So
not
to get from the beginning of the Big Bang till just to enzymes, we're not even talking about full on amino acids causing DNA. It was 10 to the 22nd power.
How do you judge the probability? How do you make it?
Are you talking about within our observable universe, or are you talking about
Right, and based on Earth years.
Okay, so
got a
that's
question.
inherently flawed.
Yeah.
We
So-
don't see the entire universe.
Yeah. You only have one experience, right? You don't have every possible chance, right? You only have one. How do you calculate it off of one variable?
So what you're saying is you agree with me that God said be and it
No.
was.
No.
What?
You can't calculate the probability because you only have one variable to calculate off. If your end product is humans,
Not
which is
really,
stupid,
because you
you only
have
have one
the laws of
probability,
physics.
one point of data that gives you this point. You have 0 other points that even adds to it or disproves. You have nothing. So you can't even calculate a probability to begin with.
Look, the
Sure you
probability
can.
is really good.
How? You have one variable.
Considering we
You have
just have
Go ahead.
just have an observable universe, and we don't know if that is like incredibly small compared to what the actual universe is, then that means that our probability like should be higher. You know what I mean? I'm not sure what you're saying. Like we
I know,
There's
but
not
you have one
enough
variable.
years
We have
of the
100%
universe
probability.
creation for us to be where we're at right now in terms of
it's just
I would
confusing.
posit
Like
the
I don't know what the
question that
standard is.
if humans were the goal of God's creation, why did he put us on a planet that's been trying to kill us for millions of years?
Why did he make dinosaurs first and then kill them?
And they had cancer. This is why I don't like talking about the Bible God, because it's just like
This is why I don't accept it to begin with. I just shut it down early.
General God is so much more,
It's,
you can
I think it's
apply
fun.
these things to the general God as well, right? If we're in the particle
But
plane,
you're
which
putting it on.
the particle plane is what enables death to actually be realized, right? Because you have time and you have material.
Goal.
What does it mean that the particle plane is what enables death to be realized? What does that mean?
It means that you have factors like time and material that are able to decay.
You don't think there could be a spiritual death?
I mean, yeah, but that's what happened. Is they had a spiritual death, and that's why we have the particle plane.
Is a soul constituted by particles?
Maybe a little, but I doubt it. I don't know.
What is that?
I mean,
and the particle plane doesn't
that's going to be discussed when Gretchen and I talk about the background radiation.
All right, so
yeah, I suspect that's going to have to be next time, Freak. I don't think that one's going to happen tonight.
Then
I mean, you've seen like these ghost hunter programs or whatever. What do? They are monitoring frequencies of sound to trace ghosts, and those are like remnants of particles.
Like a
hey,
fart.
Freak, you're being lied to. That's what's happening. They're lying to you.
Okay. At least you are presenting me with the truth after that statement. What's the truth then? If everything I've been saying is a lie, or they've been lying to me, like you have to be able to present some alternative to what I've been indoctrinated with.
Yeah, the reality of the world, the thing we can actually see, the thing we can actually test.
You would have to accept that you've been indoctrinated before any sort of accepting any sort of truth that we could give you.
That would apply to you as well, by the way.
What?
How?
Huh?
For you to accept
I
anything
did it.
else, you would
I
have
did
to
accept
accept that
I
you
was
were indoctrinated.
indoctrinated. I
Okay,
did
hold on. You said a thing. You said
30 years ago.
the particle plane is what allows for death. What was it? Is that what it was?
Well, correct.
Okay.
Death exists, right?
So
Death doesn't exist. It's the opposite of life.
are souls comprised of particles or not?
Ultimately, I would say no.
Okay, so then the particle plane is not what allows for death because there is spiritual death, right?
I think there's a transfer. I think there's a transfer of realities, and the Bible calls it a veil.
I don't know what that means. Are you?
It means that there's different realities at play here.
When you think of separation from God, do you think of eternal conscious torment, or do you think of annihilationism?
Not necessarily, because like you don't feel connected to God right now, so that would be a separation of God. But yet, I don't think that you are suffering entirely. Like you're deriving some pleasure in the world. So like you can't just say like, since you are perceived as being separated from God, that you're suffering right now. You probably are, but you probably are not as well.
Right, but I guess what I'm asking, well, okay, like that's a fair answer, but I don't mean right now. I mean like when I die, right? So like I'm separated from God. Now, when I die, does that separation entail eternal conscious, punishment or torture or suffering? Or does it just entail that I cease to exist?
I would say that you would be judged before you would experience any suffering.
Would it be just? Would it be adequate to my an adequate penalty for my infractions, I guess?
I believe God is the greatest judge, so whatever he decided, then yes, it would be justified.
Isn't that like a Catholic thing?
Well,
I don't know.
Like being judged
so are you
proportionally?
I don't think people go straight to hell. Judgment comes before hell.
No, my guess is that I mean, I'm not like super well read on it or anything, but like that Catholics would affirm like eternal torment. But so
isn't that from
but
Dante's
it's probably
Inferno,
not
though?
it's probably not necessary though, I guess. But so DeFreak, do you think that everyone will receive adequate punishment and then be saved and go to heaven?
It's possible, but I don't know that because the Quran says that Satan is the excluded from God's mercy, which means he might be the scapegoat for everyone else. But I don't know that for sure.
I don't know what that means. Scapegoat.
Basically, it means that if he's the only one outside of the mercy of God, then everyone else is, eventually kind of like universalism, but he's the scapegoat.
Okay, but why would he need
God isn't powerful?
Why would God need a scapegoat? He could just forgive them. He's all powerful.
Because something has to represent the darkness.
But he's all powerful. Why would he even need that?
Facts.
No, that's just not the case. He could do whatever he wants.
Right. So eventually everything that is dark is purged.
think
there
of it
won't
this
be
way.
any
He's
darkness
all
that
powerful. He
exists.
can't just get rid of it.
Like you're
I mean, I guess
using
you could go to the law of
what you
identity.
said.
Like something has to represent the darkness, and that would be him.
Okay,
He's all powerful.
but he's the creator of all things that are
He
even
gets the
Right.
choice of
possible in
decisions.
the world. So think of
Yeah.
it this way. When you say something has to, you're saying it is necessarily the case that something has to represent the darkness. I don't understand what you mean by that.
That would mean that
Because-
God is bound by the laws of physics, which would mean that
Or-
he's in the.
He's no
Or
longer
he's-
all powerful.
he's
then.
bound by
No,
someone
it
else.
could just be a concept that he created for us to understand.
It doesn't matter what he's bound by. Like we can talk about what he would then what it would entail that he's bound by. That doesn't matter. What matters is that he can't be bound. That's the thing. He is ceteris paribus. He is all else equal because he can do
You've been
anything.
saying he can't be bound, but then you've been saying he gets bound in like every
He's
point.
both
Like,
light
anything
and
happen.
dark by your
Which
own
then makes him
logic.
bound if he's both light and dark. If he's all light, he's not bound by that attribute.
Like I said, good and evil exist. Full knowledge comes from that. Eventually, in a linear sense, it will be discarded. There won't be any more darkness. But that's not the
There
case
won't be
right now.
darkness
It's still being
now.
purged out.
I mean, there won't be any. Are you talking about like the heat death of the universe or something?
I mean, you kind
He's
of
talking
could
about like the
equate it to
moral
that.
shit again,
What do you
that like
mean?
stupid shin shit.
I mean, you could kind of equate it to that. Instead of it would be like the reverse contrast, though.
How do we even know there's heat death?
We don't.
A black hole or something, I guess. But
Black hole is the
singularity.
condensing of energy.
We'll just
Hey,
crunch.
Like to me, when we say singularity, that would mean 0 Kelvin. That's
No,
the only
singularity means a point that we do not
possible singularity
understand.
that can exist.
You don't understand science. Singularity means a point we do not understand. That's what we mean when we say singularity, right? We talk about a black hole. We talk about a singularity. This is the point of which our physics no longer makes sense, right? Because we can't really look into it. When it comes to like
Mhm.
the Big Bang, we call it a singulator. We no longer really call it a singularity. But the reason we do it is because it's a point we no longer like understand because physics breaks down. We don't know.
Right. So that would be 0 Kelvin, which is
That's it.
the absence of heat, and that would be the place or the thing or the point in time that would cause singularity because everything is frozen physically, and therefore, when you introduce heat, you
know
have the
what
Big
heat
Bang.
death actually is?
I'm
Do you
sorry,
know
what?
the heat death is? Do you know what the heat death actually is?
No temperature, no heat.
It is when everything expands so far
Yeah.
away from each other that the
I thought
energy
that
from
was
like a
infinite
sun
regress.
is no more.
No.
Oh my. Okay, so I'm gonna simple this down. Universe is expanding. The heat death is that the expansion just keeps going, right? It just doesn't stop. You just keep expanding outwards everywhere. Everything is expanding outwards. Energy gets so far separated from each other that they no longer work with each other because they just don't hit, right? There is no more life. There is nothing because energy is so far away. That is the heat death. Black holes is the opposite. Black holes is the density of energy. It is where all matter just collectives into a super dense point. It basically just breaks down to pure energy again, and then radiates out called Hawking radiation, and then they slowly break down from that process. That's the universe there. That's a black hole, and that's heat death for you. Do you understand, or do I need to explain something more?
I mean, I understand the concepts, but trying to explain black holes and the density and the when we see so many of them roaming around, plus the infinite regress heat death, it's hard to put that puzzle together for me in my mind. So if you want to explain that, feel free.
Ooh, okay. Gravity holds things together. Can we agree with that?
Holds things together.
Mass.
I don't know.
is
I
to
mean,
mass 'cause you have
it
gravity.
like it's not what is holding a raindrop of water together, but it's like it does bring
That's
it
surface
to the
tension.
ground.
Yeah, it brings it. So you agree with me? Mass can attract mass, right?
Okay.
That's all that gravity is. It's mass attracting mass. Do we understand?
Why are we talking about heat death and physics and stuff?
Because I need to apparently explain how the basics of science works. I don't know why.
I mean,
All right.
I don't fucking. I don't. I mean,
I
this
mean,
stuff's kind of
my point was that there's too high a probability in order for the
You can't calculate
universe to
probability
produce
is the
humans
problem.
in the amount of
can't
time that is said to be
calculate the
13.6 billion years. It's just not old enough.
You can't calculate the probability.
What is
You have one data.
Sure you can.
Wait, Mallard, you're saying there's one data point.
So-
What's the one data point? What's
Freak
the one
is
variable?
saying the endpoint is humans, right? But we are saying the endpoint is just evolution. It just goes. We don't have an endpoint that we know of or anything, right? It just goes. To
But
get
that's
to
where we're at
humans,
right
there's
now,
only
though.
one opportunity we know of, and we can't see other universes because there are no other universes we can observe. We don't even know that other universes exist.
Okay, so
We
you're
only can see
saying
one.
you're
Those
saying
could
we
even
don't have
take
a
more
variable
time.
of time. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say that again, Jeff.
You're saying we don't have a variable of time, so we can't.
No, we have
measure it.
variable of time, but
Okay,
we
so
only have
that's one
one
variable.
universe variable, right? The end point is
Right,
humanity, apparently, but we can only
'Cause that's where we're
calculate it
at
off
right
our
now.
one variable.
What
But
is
we only
the?
have this point. We don't have any other points to compare against.
Sure you do. They
Just
tell us
because
that the
that's where we're
universe
at
is
right now doesn't
13.6
make us
billion
a
years old.
goal.
That's a data point.
I don't get why the endpoint of humanity is like a thing
It's
derived
not.
from that
Look,
though.
But this is what
It's
he
not.
wants.
It's
Look,
because
this-
we're still busting fine tuning, and there are easier ways to do it.
the
I mean,
problem.
Go ahead, nobody.
Well, the problem here is that we're looking at like, oh, it's unlikely that this would have happened, like due to some type of evaluation of probability. But that doesn't even entail that it's not going to happen again and again and again and again infinitely. Like there could be an infinite number of universes that transpire, and I could exist again. Gretchen could exist again. We are on the same panel.
Okay.
Like,
But that actually wasn't my point. Like, because
it
of
is.
that,
We're showing you why
because of
you're
those
here.
because we
Look,
overcame
hold on.
those factors, and for you to say that humans aren't special in some way, I find
I don't
We're
know what
not
you
the
mean.
end
you know
product.
diabolical.
We're not the goal.
I don't know what you mean by special.
I
What
think
do you
he's
mean by
just.
special?
I think
If
he's
we
just
overcame
saying
all of
if-
those barriers and those probabilities, and we're not special in some way, I think it's diabolical.
Yeah, but if it
Prior-
continues
Puddle.
over and
We're
we're
the
all
puddle in the
erased, then
hole.
wouldn't we
This
not be
is-
the anomaly?
This is super important. When you said we overcame it, did you mean the particles at the beginning of the universe?
Right.
What the fuck does that mean?
This is what I'm trying
I
to
mean,
get
it's-
at. You can't calculate it.
We value the dispositions of the particles at the beginning of the universe because they led to us. Do you see how that is just because we like how we exist? You see that, right?
No, I think that it's foolish to say that we overcame all those odds and won all those lotteries, and then to say that we're not
You're foolish to think
really
we're the end
special.
product.
You know, we happen everywhere. It's just a matter of time.
Okay,
I don't
hold
know
on.
about that. I think we're pretty unique.
Yes, yes,
and
there are,
Nobody,
you know,
nobody said we happen everywhere. It's just a matter of time.
there are people.
well, I mean, he just said that.
There are people that believe, and they have justification to believe that time is infinite and the universe will be cyclical and we will exist again. There are people who believe that. Now, does that mean there's a soul? I don't fucking know. That's a separate proposition. I don't understand
There's
what we're
people
doing.
that believe that the universe collapsed and it just comes a repeat of the exact same thing it was to the exact atom placements.
Sure, that's logically possible. So like how do we got to rule these things out, you know what I mean? Like so what have we probably ruled out? Probably the Christian God. Now a different God, sure. I would love to talk about it. I'd love to talk about why there needs to be one and not the many or whatever the fuck.
DeFreak, are you saying that we're like the when you say that we're like pretty unique and significant and are you saying like this is this is the universe's end goal, humanity, us, people. Um, is that sort of what you're saying? Like, we
I mean,
are
As I said earlier,
significant in that we are like the sort of like the final product, and we have agency, and we're kind of going from there. Is that what you're saying?
well, I'm saying that I don't know if I could actually answer that. Like, I don't know if I could actually answer that, but what I'm saying is that as of right now, from what we know and because can observe, we are the ultimate expression of molecular will, right? So
The
another
ultimate
thing, you can't
expression of
calculate the probability
What
molecular
because
the
you only have
fuck
one
is
variable.
molecular will?
Okay.
Yeah.
we have minds to be able to observe things and control our own destiny.
But does that necessarily mean? And I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Does that necessarily mean like we are the yeah, we are.
I don't know. I
whatever-
mean, the future could bear something else, but as of right now, we're it.
No,
as far as I
yeah,
can tell.
even no, I'm saying even as of right now.
What are we?
I mean, I don't think that there's been any other discovery of life or something that could adapt to the environment and manipulate the environment. So I think it is us right now, as far as unless there's something else that I'm not
Are we
aware
the
of.
only life on this planet?
I mean, elephants are
What do you
pretty
mean?
cool. I don't know.
You said we're the only ones. Are we the only life on this planet?
In terms of species, no.
Correct.
He's saying we're
That
like
is evidence
the
that there's
goats
other
because we
things
have
that can
agency.
evolve. Except for other animals also have agency.
Well, we have
So,
agency
like,
in
there's animals
in a way that
animals
other animals don't have.
that live in like volcanoes, in like the most harshest of environments. We can't live there. There's creatures that live in the bottom of the ocean. We're
Yeah,
not
but they aren't
end-all,
able to,
be-all.
collide particles together and, dump out all the stuff that's within the subatomic, they can't observe subatomic particles and create that scenario like we can.
Why does that matter?
So
Why does that matter?
It just shows that we're the highest form of molecular expression at this point, as far as we know.
Okay, this.
what if we
what's your
crack
favorite sport?
transhumanism and artificial life, and then they destroy all the humans? Is that going to mean we're the ultimate goal, and they are God's chosen
Yeah.
entities?
To kind of add to that, what's your
I
favorite
guess
sport?
so.
What?
What's your
Well,
favorite
then
sport?
you're
That's the
fine
thing,
tuning
like,
are
I don't
gonna be
know what
shut
the
to
future-
shit.
Don't concede
What
that.
are you talking about?
That shoots to
I
shit your
said at
whole
I said at the
fine-tuning
beginning of
argument.
this that I can't tell what the future's going to bring, but as of right
I need
now,
more Dr. Pepper.
Didn't I
I'll
say
be right
that?
back.
like if there's something that comes along that's better than us, then they're it. But right now we're it.
Why care? If you're admitting that you don't know, why are you saying that? You're saying we're not the end product.
But you are you guys are the ones saying that we're not the end product. I'm
Because
saying
we
as of right now
evolved.
we are.
We have evidence of evolution happening, right? We know
All right.
humans are evolving because we can see like changes within certain parts of people's DNA from like, I don't know, a virus injecting a piece of dormant DNA. This is how we do DNA tracking and shit, right? We know
Well,
humans
I
are
mean-
changing. So why would you think
mean,
we're the end product if you know we change?
I'm just saying that we are as of right now. I'm not saying what's going to happen in the future, because
Then
the fact
why
of the
are you
matter
saying this
is,
at
I don't know if you
all?
ever seen the movie Gattaca, but they're actually going to be genetically modifying preconceived zygotes.
Okay, but you're
So
saying
everything's
you're saying
gonna
this
change.
because we dominate our environment, right? We sort of like dominated the world. Is that why you're saying it?
That's part of it. Yeah, we and we
something
control
has
our
to be the
destiny.
best. We're
The
not the
fact that
best
we can
swimmers.
genetically modify preconceived future humans, we're it at this point.
How could these like
Right.
amoral android
And if it's an alien that does even better than
hyper-intelligent
us.
things be the end goal though? That sounds kind of like not.
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't sound.
So what's the end goal then, for galaxies to collide and something to come out of it that we're not aware of?
Well,
We're
I feel
aware
like
of our
End goal is ultimately
existence.
the
I feel like
death,
rather than
probably the big crunch, and then we're back to the start again.
Okay,
I
so
just
then
think
at
there's
that
something more
point,
meaningful.
why couldn't I say that that has a design or a mind to it, and we're just, ants
Because you have no
and not
evidence.
special?
You've been saying you don't have evidence.
Okay,
You have yet to give
but
any
you're
evidence.
contradicting what I'm saying without evidence, and meanwhile we're here.
Because I'm debunking your own claim with your own claim and our observable reality. Does that make sense? I need to explain it to
I
you
mean,
again.
I guess, but I don't.
This is the reason why
I
I
don't see
debunk the
how you're
fishing god,
using
because
my
you can
claim
debunk it
to
with his own
debunk my
claim.
claim when it's the case, right? So, what is
No,
greater
it's
than
just-
humans that you
that's
know
what
of?
You think it's the case.
What's
that's a
more
good-
special than us right now?
Greater or
Our sun.
special? Greater or special by
Define
what?
special.
By what metric?
Black
It
hole
does
we
kind of
orbit
depend on the
around.
The
metric.
fact that
yeah.
we overcame all those probabilities from the Big
We
Bang all the way
didn't.
through
What is
to organic chemistry up to humans.
Okay,
So
so
did dolphins.
Well, I mean, yeah. So did
So did
termites.
squirrels.
So did orcas.
we
Chickens.
overcame. You're saying
So did
we
scorpions.
overcame. We
I love squirrels.
overcame
They're cool as fuck.
we overcame the probabilistic not or unlikelihood of our own. What do you even mean?
Well,
We
you were
overcame
also
what?
you were also saying because we sort of dominate the world, right? That was another thing. Like we're these moral agents, and we sort of
I'm
dominate the
giving it to-
environment.
I'll
Like that
give
was
you
another thing you were saying, right?
Ants
I mean,
own more of the world
ultimately,
than
what
we
I'm
do.
saying is, how can you say as an atheist that we overcame all those probabilities, we exist, we're here, we're the top of the food chain, and then say that we're not somehow special in the universe, that we observe nothing else as equal to us? I find that
something has to be the
diabolical.
best. Okay, I'm gonna use it. What's your favorite sport?
I would say hockey.
Is there a best player in that sport?
Yeah, definitely Shane Doan.
Is he the end all be all?
I mean, no, because you get old and you have to retire eventually, right? So,
And someone else comes as better than you.
right. But as of right
That's
now,
evolution. We're changing.
right.
We're
But as
currently
of
the
right
best.
now, there's nothing
Sure,
false
and-
about my statement.
Wait, that's what he said. That's Mallard. You just said we're currently the best, and that's what the freak is
I said
saying.
in intelligence. We're not the best in everything.
Yeah, that's
right?
his metric, though.
We are
right?
gonna change.
The freak. Are you saying everything or just intelligence?
Just the fact that we can manipulate our destiny and environment, and
So do other animals.
other things,
Have you seen
destiny or
termites?
environment.
Well,
Have you seen
yeah,
a
we can
termite?
kill a tree of termites. They can't kill us.
yeah, I think that's a pretty good argument.
I said to the
be
people that had a
honest.
building collapse on them.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. I think that's a pretty good argument. I mean, how
How do you define
don't know.
best? Is the problem.
I don't know that
The thing is, it's just to
anything
show
else can
that
control
you
their
don't
environment
overcome
is a good
those
argument.
odds and not have a hero story within it if you're talking about sports or something, right? Anyway, I conflated a bunch of stuff there, but I'm just saying I find it just strange that evolution gets you to the point where we're at now and you don't think that we're special, even though the odds are just astronomical.
Because something else could have been here instead of us.
Wait,
It literally could
Mallard,
have
do
been
you
anything
think
else.
Mallard, do you think that humans aren't special?
I think we're special because we evolved. Humans are special to each other because we're a social species.
Okay, so Mallard, so we do think humans are special. I don't.
But you're missing what he's saying. He's adding onto the probability, right? He's saying we are the end goal, but we're not.
Well,
That's
no,
what he's adding to it.
He's not, because he's saying something else will inevitably trump us, or there's the possibility.
Do you concede that now? Freak,
I
do you
said that from
concede
the beginning. I didn't know what the
initial-
future would hold that's better than us, but as of right
yeah.
now, that's what I said.
So you don't concede it. Do you concede?
No, because I
probability
also know
argument?
that they are genetically modifying preconceived, sperm and eggs they're going to perfect human beings.
Okay.
You
I'm gonna
That's
back this
gonna
up a little
really,
bit. I'm going to try to break this down further.
Set this way off.
Evolution is happening, right? We're a product of
Yeah.
evolution. If humans
We're
never
going to be
evolved-
manipulating our own evolution at that point.
Shut. We're evolving. If humans never existed, something else would have taken our mantle as the top species, right? Because it's just whatever you mean by that. We're just evolving. Every creature is just evolving. Something has to be the best. Because we're talking
Okay,
about
so
limited things. Something has to
the
be the best.
way the way you describe that is we're just animals as part of evolution, just ripe for organ harvesting, right?
When did I say organ harvesting?
You didn't, but I'm just doing what the atheists do. Anyway,
So you're just admitting you're a piece of shit. Thank you. That's look great.
I mean,
Lovely.
if you're admitting atheists are pieces of shit, I guess so.
I'm not
Anyway,
admitting that.
I'm just having fun. So, I just find it diabolical that you say
Diabolical
that,
is the word you choose. Interesting choice.
yeah, diabolical that you say that we overcame all those odds of probability, evolved,
Ancient.
became human,
We're not
and
the
we're
end
not some
product.
sort of, we're not
There's a
some
puddle.
sort of like, that were just basically animals that, would have been someone else. The George Soros, if not me, then them, would have been someone
That's
else.
the opposite of your fine-tuning argument, though.
What do you mean?
Your original argument was fine-tuning, that this place was fine-tuned just for us.
Yeah.
No, that's not what I said. I said the
And
probability.
now you're arguing,
is the best.
that, against impossible odds, we made it anyway.
Right, I was always
What are
arguing
you
probability.
talking about?
You're saying we're special because we're conscious, right? This is the consciousness problem.
All animals are conscious if they have a brain.
Animals are conscious. Dogs are conscious. Cats are conscious.
Well,
Come on.
No, they're not. They're
Yes,
not
they
conscious.
are.
They're not conscious in the
Yes,
way that
they
humans
are.
are.
They're
Yes,
well,
they
let me
are.
hold on. Let me finish.
yes,
they're not
they
conscious.
are.
No.
I work with animals. They're hella conscious.
They are
Yeah.
conscious. I mean, they can't
I can
use
see my
tools
dogs
and shit, all of
producing a
them. But
thought.
I mean,
Okay. Okay. Come on. Come on. Animals don't sit around and ponder philosophy. There is a clear difference between animals
that's not
and
what
humans.
consciousness means.
I've actually seen one of my dogs think about barking at one of my other dogs and decide not to.
Okay, let's spare the anecdotes. I mean, it's.
This isn't
Okay.
even this has actually happened. I have a dog named
believe
Ruby.
you.
She's an old bitch. I use that literal.
I believe
She's an
you.
old dog,
I
and
believe
she
you.
hates other dogs. And
I
she
believe
knows
you.
I yell at her if she yells at the other dogs.
I just.
She consciously doesn't yell at dogs if I'm around.
Okay, I believe you. I just don't you think it's a little silly to say that we're sort of on the same level of consciousness that animals are?
You can say there's different levels,
Except
sure.
for
if you
I'll
sense
give
like
you
brain sizes, then we're
chimps,
not that high.
chimps and dolphins, except for chimps and dolphins.
Dolphins have a bigger brain than us. Elephants have a bigger brain than us. If you want to
Okay.
talk about like brain by
talking about
mass size,
size?
ants have a bigger than us.
Weight, mass, I mean ripples. I'm talking about like how sophisticated our consciousness is, in that we sit around talking about philosophy and the meaning of life and existentialism, and we show that, and it's measurable, and we haven't been able to do that with other species and animals, except, like I said, chimps and then maybe dolphins.
Because you don't talk to other animals. Have you seen like we're just starting
because we
dogs.
don't.
You just
talk
said that
to
you were able to
other
read your dog's
animals.
mind and know that he was about to bark or not.
Oh my god. Okay. So I can see my dog's actions, right? I can see their conscious thoughts. Because they're like, oh, they're about to growl and bark, because you can see their motions of their body and they decide not to. But we're talking about philosophy, which means it's just internal brain shifts, right? There is no like physical signs, just except for the brain, right? We can't talk to a dog with human language.
That doesn't matter.
Sure. I mean, you don't tell your dog,
do
hey, we're
animals
going
feel
outside right
pain?
now, and they get up and they, go to the door.
Do
they talk
animals
to
feel
you?
pain? How do we
Yeah.
know that animals feel pain when they can't talk to us?
They react.
Exactly. They
They
communicate
physically
in different
react.
ways. Exactly. And we
here's what
don't
you're
see
missing.
that.
You
We don't
can't-
see them acting
Behavior.
sophisticated, and we can't measure those things in animals
well,
that
just
we can
because
with humans.
they aren't as sophisticated as we are doesn't mean they're not conscious.
Yeah.
Let's don't. Yeah, they're conscious, but they're not able to like write novels or do math. or something like that.
Right. They lack critical thinking.
Yes.
They're not being
Sometimes.
trained.
I
A
mean,
dog
You
is
don't
not
go
an
train 'em.
amoeba. A dog is not an amoeba. I'm not saying dogs and cats are nematodes, right? But no, they're not self-aware and conscious in the way that humans are. I'm saying if there's a hierarchy, we
they
are
are self-aware.
absolutely
They're
at the top.
conscious. They're probably not philosophical. I mean, but
They are not philosophical at all.
They probably don't
we had
care about it.
we had evolutionary advantages that get, you know, we had opposable thumbs. We could use tools, and
We made meats.
we built shit that afforded us the time to sit around and just fucking dream shit up.
Great. I mean, I don't
Dogs-
care about how
dogs
we got
never made
here.
it.
I'm just saying that that's the fact. That's the truth. So we agree. I don't care about how we got
Okay.
there. I don't care about what privileges we had or this and that. And we got thumbs,
All right,
and now
fine.
we can, you know,
I
build
agree
tools.
with you, but don't call it consciousness, because that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah.
okay, yeah, that's fine.
We have
what
the
is-
ability
what-
to do more than just our biological narrative or
Conscious-
imperative.
So consciousness is just
Right.
like I need to eat. Like
So do
I have
dogs.
feelings. Like I need to eat. Like I'm conscious because I'm alive. Like if you're living and you have a brain, you're conscious.
You have brain function, you probably are conscious. It matters how large your brain is, what your brain is used for. Like an ant has a different types of consciousness than we are. But they might be conscious. We can't get into the brain though.
Some plants yell when hurt. Okay.
That's true. They release a
Bro.
chemical pheromone to yell at other plants that they're being cut or something's eating them.
What?
It's really common in grass.
Okay. Well, still, do we agree that humans are on the top of the mental acuity hierarchy?
I would agree.
We think we
Yeah,
are.
probably. What? So where are you going with that?
I
Yeah.
mean, okay, if that's the case, then I
I'll
think that
grant
we
it.
are
Where are you going
special,
with
and I
it?
think that it's weird that atheists say that we're not special, and then at the same time trying to equate us with the lower animals, and you know somehow that is a good way to deny Jesus Christ.
Do you
Or
think
something.
dolphins are better?
No,
Better
They're
is
better
a to-
swimmers.
Better is. What do you mean
yeah,
better?
but we can turn them into tuna fish. They can't do that to us.
That doesn't. Yeah,
Freak,
but that
I
doesn't
granted
make
you
us-
that from the beginning when I said that we won the evolutionary fucking lottery.
So why
Yeah,
aren't we special
great.
in the atheist eyes?
We made it to the top of the fucking the food pyramid. We're great, you know? But I don't think it was because some god said, "Yep, I'm shooting for those idiots."
Because why does
All right.
making us why does making us hyper dominant you know, rapers of the world and everything and every animal and why does that make us special in anything other than we have all of this power? And if I was arguing from a Christian side, I would probably say because we're these moral agents that can make moral decisions, and like that's what makes us special. But I feel like you're arguing from a like I mean, you just said like we can turn a dolphin into tuna fish, therefore like we're the goats, like we're the best. Which I don't know if I would.
Because
It just might
I
makes
guess
right.
from like a might is right place, like a Machiavellian place. But like I mean, if you're arguing from like a Christian POV or some other metric of like what the best is, I don't think that's totally meaningful. You know, I don't think
Well, I
might is
think,
right is like totally meaningful.
yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a good point. I would say that the overcoming of the probability of that happening and then us denying it is ludicrous. One, proof of God. Two, and then also when you try to equate like alien, what is that called? Where they, you know, alien seeded different, you know, galaxies or whatever. You know, we're just one of those or whatever. Because you know, if it is space, there's got to be something. What is that called? I don't know what it's called, but
Multiverse theory, I think.
No, that's
something like
the-
that. You know,
yeah,
like
whatever.
that we're just another clog in the you know, we're just another
We're
ore in the ship.
insignificant. We're dust on the tip.
Right.
Of the, right. Yeah.
So
See-
I don't think that's true.
Okay.
Therefore, God.
Therefore, God. How does
Therefore,
that
God.
conclude?
Okay. You're laughing
How's
at
that
your own
conclude?
thing, though. Why are you laughing at it?
I mean,
He has
it's,
another
you know,
differential.
because some of these arguments that I hear from atheists are speculative, one. So that means I could be, my speculation is just as good as yours.
So you're saying they make the jump,
and
so you're gonna make the
diminishing,
jump.
you know, just to basically say that we're not
I
special
make
and
a
we don't
claim,
just,
but I
I
don't
don't
need to
know.
back up my evidence, and well, I don't need to back anything up with my claim here. I'm just gonna throw it out. It's fine.
Wouldn't you say that
That's
atheists are like
fuck.
making less of a jump than
So they're
theistic people
making
are?
us less than, they're making us less than we are in terms of like, you know, hierarchical status, even in the
You know what?
like
I
top of the food
wouldn't.
chain
The need to feel
science
I don't
special.
say
aspect,
that.
so that
We're
we aren't worthy of
top of the
salvation
food
or
chain.
something.
I'll hit you with the exact opposite. I think we are so fucking star spangled awesome that we actually made it, despite the fact that this planet has been trying to fucking kill us from the beginning.
How does
Otherwise,
that equal God? Go for it. Good luck on that
it
one.
doesn't.
Okay,
It,
so
it
based on
doesn't
those
equal God.
probabilities, now based on those probabilities and overcoming the odds,
How do you calculate probabilities?
wouldn't God be more of a reality than just, you know, overcoming the Joe Biden dump? Well, I wasn't going to say that. Overcoming the probability of the Powerball every step of the way with,
How
you
do you
know,
calculate probabilities?
neutral mutation.
No, you know what? To be honest with you, if God put us on this planet where 72% of the fucking earth is covered in water, right? Why less
so.
than 10% of it is, and what is the one fucking thing we need to survive above everything else? Water.
Water.
And 90% of it is poison to us. And
We
of the
get poisoned
10%
by our
that
own sun.
and of the 10% that we can drink, 7%, 70% of that drinkable water is trapped in fucking icebergs up in the freaking Arctic, which means the rest of us all have to share 3% of the fucking world's fresh water. Or, well, of the world's water, sorry. But
It's probably that way. I mean,
that means God, if God did that to us, God's a fucking
He's a piece of
sadist.
shit. He's a
And
horrible
fuck
piece of
him.
shit.
if 70% of the planet's surface wasn't water for it to filter all of our filth and trash, we would already be destroyed.
It doesn't filter all of our filth and trash. That's why we have to fucking bury it or burn it.
They dump raw sewage from California right into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, we only have these problems.
No, they don't.
We only have these problems because people are evil, right? And if everybody adopted the principles of Jesus, we wouldn't have these issues. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's the problem.
No, because you still have evil and death existing in this place, so we're gonna have to deal with that stuff.
Wait.
If everyone followed Jesus, we still had evil and death. Okay, thank you.
How?
I mean, that gains your spiritual status, but that doesn't mean that we're not in the physical world.
No, okay, I see what you're saying. So we can still get hit by a tornado. So we can all live in harmony, and everyone's nice, and we're following Jesus.
And God's still a piece of shit because he throws a tornado at us.
We'll still, like natural things will still happen, but you're also sort of saying we can never like equate to Jesus, right? We're still gonna be like, we're still.
I think from what you just said, really, you don't really need God or like are dependent on him until after you pass away. Like, it's a spiritual thing. It's a different reality. Science is good enough for right now in this plane, right? So like, but the thing is, if that's the case, that doesn't mean that this other reality doesn't exist and that you should just dismiss it outright because you think it's not real.
Well, wait. I think there's many people dependent on God now.
Yeah. Probably.
Go to like fuck, I don't know. Go to like a really impoverished community in America. They are very dependent on God.
Probably true.
So anyways, I don't know. I mean, I think I don't know. I don't think we're totally, and this kind of goes back to how I was saying, I think there is, for some people, there is sort of a psychological necessity to religion. I think there's a lot of
And some people
dependency
need
on
it. And I think some people do need religion. A lot of people don't.
Well, wait a
There's
second.
everyone has a cope. Like if it's not God, if it's not
Go to
weed,
therapy.
if it's not sex, you know, everyone has something.
Why are you saying it's a cope? You're a Christian. You shouldn't call it a
You're
cope.
calling your
I
own
mean, for
religion
me,
cope.
it's not a cope. For me, it's not a cope, but
You're
I mean,
saying
that's
some people
how
use it as
you
a
perceive it.
Well, no, I wouldn't say I perceive it as a cope. I mean, I'm agnostic, man. I don't know. I don't know anything, okay? I don't know anything. I'm just here. In fact, I feel like I'm typically have been more sympathetic to the Christian side of things. At least tried to, because I don't know. Fire's hot. You know,
Were you
I don't wanna
raised
burn
with it?
forever.
Are you in America?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, possibly. Who
I
knows?
thought that you were actually in the UK or something.
You thought I'm in the fucking UK? What?
Fuck
I mean,
the
before you
British.
came up on panel,
He
yeah.
clearly
Monarchy.
sounds American or Canadian.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
Until he came
So-
up, then yeah, I thought he was not
Were
in
you-
America.
No, I'm in.
were
I'm
you
in,
raised
America.
in a religion, Jeff?
Maybe
I would have guessed like Colorado.
Colorado.
Maybe you don't know, or
Well, I do know. I just
JW or
don't say
Mormon,
that.
like
okay.
there's something. Wait, are you one of those residual cult, like, I'm just kidding, I don't know what to
Residual
say. Residual cult expelled,
No.
like, because you threatened the, like, cult,
What
you
the
know,
fuck?
I don't know, man.
I try and
No,
talk
dude.
about like Mormons,
I'm pretty normal guy.
LDS.
I just like Mormon. No.
No, that was
No.
my
No,
fault.
sorry. Talking about freak. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I saw something on YouTube. You know, there was a cult somewhere, and like it was Utah. And, like this guy was like, you know, the cult leader, and there's a kid there, a
Fucking
15-year-old
Utah,
boy, and he didn't know like where he was going to go or what he was going to do, if he was going to be accepted by the power that be, or if he was going to be an orphan, or like. So I was just like, anyway, I don't think that's what he is, but the way he answered the question was a little odd. Not that
He
you
just
know.
doesn't want to tell us. That's all.
Yeah, and
That's fine.
honestly, you shouldn't.
No, I don't, it's whatever. I mean, I didn't ask
It's
the
a security
question.
risk. You
I
shouldn't.
didn't ask the question, so.
No, you can
No,
ask
I
whatever
asked the
fuck you want.
question.
Just-
You clearly don't want to answer it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
But
leave
where
it
were
at
you going?
that.
Okay,
Anyway.
for the sake of, let's just say I was raised. Fuck. Let's say I was raised.
Say
Muslim.
Canada and you'll go.
I was raised Muslim.
Okay.
So okay.
Cool.
So now what?
So was I.
You were just curious? Like you were just asking?
Yeah. Well, you said
She
you
was wondering why you had
in the
any sort of sympathy towards Christians.
Oh,
or
because fire's
towards
hot.
theists, period,
Because-
because you said you would in the past you would lean toward it, and I just was wondering if you were raised in a religion. That's all.
Because it's appealing.
'Cause
Because
that
fire's
would-
hot.
that would-
and
That would explain it.
if
So
it
you're
is
scared of hell.
if it is true,
So
like,
you're having religious trauma.
eternal damnation sounds kind of terrible. So like if the majority of the world believes in that, then I'm definitely gonna be like, okay, like something's going on. I'm not gonna quickly dismiss it. You know,
The majority
okay,
doesn't mean it's right.
that's true. It doesn't mean it's right, but it does
Mm-hmm.
mean like I'm gonna be very skeptical about it and ask a lot of questions for both sides, and I'm gonna pick it apart as much as possible when the consequences are so dire.
It's
Eternal
called
fire.
diligence.
Whoa, man, you got my attention, and maybe that's the point, right? Maybe that's the point. Let's
That's the point. They're-
let's
they're
scare
scaring
people,
you into
know, with the biggest thing, and make it ambiguous, and say it's about faith. You know, it's a foolproof, perfect thing. But it's like, okay, I think I have faith that people are smart enough to realize that, like, if it was that, like, not so many fucking people would believe in it. Like, it's crazy. The amount of atheists in the world are just completely, like, stomped on compared
you know why
to
that is?
people who are theists.
I don't know why that is.
And that just I'm just like, yeah, I do actually. Why is that?
Because we used to be killed. Atheists used to be killed from religious people.
I'm sorry.
If
what?
you go into the Bible, you
Yeah,
actually
they
read a
still
text
are.
that tells them to kill atheists. kill the non-believer.
But
is what it says.
there's also an
You're talking about
evolutionary
Christians?
advantage too.
Yep.
I guess that would make sense in the Middle East right
There-
now, but
There's
Middle
also
East,
there's also
Most
well
people in the Middle East don't come out as atheists.
Islam has a whole thing in their book that says if someone, leaves Islam, you can kill them.
yeah,
I know
that, okay,
10
that,
people in Islam that are atheists. They'll never admit it to people in
Yeah.
public because they're afraid they will die.
so I guess in nations that are like more like America, I guess, what is the general consensus? I'm pretty sure atheists are
If-
like,
okay,
Well,
want to look at the stats right
there's
now?
Very
also
small
an
percent.
evolutionary advantage in safety in numbers.
Yeah,
And,
that's true.
and Christian,
You had your own in-group wherever you go.
Christian culture over the centuries, I mean, it's gotten to the point where, they use that safety in numbers feeling against you. Nobody wants to be excommunicated from their family, their friends, their church, their community. So it's just the path of least resistance to just believe what everyone else believes.
so that
I
would
have
make,
a friend that's extremely Christian, and he says he will never leave because he's too afraid to leave his family.
okay.
Yeah.
I would, interesting. I would think that it
That,
would
I
be
mean, that
dying.
happens quite a bit.
I would think it would be dying though. I would think it would be dying in countries that are more democratic.
Yeah, basically, you just said that you're afraid for your life because of Christians.
What?
Did I say we currently
Nobody
get killed?
said that.
You said
Nobody said
that
that.
atheists or because you kill
Hey,
we kill atheists because
Yeah,
our book says we
Christians
kill
used to.
atheists.
There was the whole
Nobody
witch
said
hunt.
that. We said that about Islam. That's
No one
it.
said that.
I said that earlier, that like Christians used to kill, like the witch hunts and all that, where it's like
Oh yeah.
they just went out and killed. Right?
Well, yeah, you've heard of the Inquisition and
Uh-huh.
Crusades and shit. Yeah, I mean,
But it doesn't say.
Or
I don't
heretics,
think
Christians on Christian.
It
I don't think it
does.
says-
crack a history book. Christians have been fucking brutal over the centuries.
I think the Quran says to use the sword or whatever, right? Not the Bible. I think the Bible's more like.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
There's nowhere in the New Testament where you're going to find it says, delete the unbelievers.
Yeah, I don't think that's a. Yeah.
Luke
You're not
19:27.
gonna catch me comparing them because I think they're all fucking brutal and they should all be fucking wiped out, all of them.
Damn. Base.
Okay, Christian, let's just say that none of that existed. There's no scripture. There's no nothing. I mean, won't mankind find any reason to kill other mankind based on our nature?
Probably. Yeah,
So it's
This has
like,
been the most dominant version.
But you know what? What ended up being, look back in history, what ends up being the most brutal? Holy wars or just fucking territorial wars?
probably
The
World War
holy wars
II.
that last for fucking 20 years, not just the I want the fucking mineral rights under your land, motherfucker, so give it up. That just
Chronicles 15, 12, 13.
You said Luke 19 something. What was that?
Luke 19:27.
Yeah.
And there's 2 Chronicles 15, 12, 13.
I mean, I've never looked it up, but I bet if I did,
Oh,
bet
you could find
someone
This is
has
a
done the
hypothetical
research.
parable.
I'll bet someone has done the research to find out how many people have died in wars, in holy wars versus secular wars over the years. And
I
I'll
think
bet you the holy
you're right.
wars wins. Huh?
I don't know. I think World War II has probably got a lock on the volume or number of people who died. I think it's like 40 million.
Nazi
or
Germany was
something.
Christian.
Yeah,
Actually,
I
want to
don't-
be
Oh,
Catholic.
Okay.
Like
I
that.
don't know if you could call that a holy war though. Like
World War
Hitler
II
was
is
insane.
not. Yeah, World War II. Look, I think we can
correct.
say that
That's
holy
how they,
wars have killed
Honestly,
more people
I don't know.
throughout history
So,
than
Here's a fun
Then
fact
The
about Germany.
Holocaust,
secular
I
ones,
think
but I don't think that
you
was
could
a
claim a religious
religious motive.
component there.
No, but no.
They
Yeah,
The
you probably
used
could
Holocaust.
the
actually.
church
It
to
wasn't
get a
religion.
large
No.
army. That's how they did it, right?
That wasn't no.
And they stuck them at a
Well-
common enemy, quote unquote, which were the Jewish people.
Yeah, no, that wasn't for God. That was for I don't fucking know. That was Hitler having OCD.
Yeah, totally insane. I mean, I don't know how I don't know how you can break one peace treaty and then a second peace treaty and consider yourself a sane person.
Yeah, I don't think the
Hitler
argument
was
here
not
is
sane. He was
that
on a lot of drugs.
I don't think I think it's okay to concede that holy wars have killed more people. I think that's okay. I think I don't know.
Probably so.
I feel like the Christian argument I don't know would maybe be like they were I don't know, like more necessary.
Wouldn't that be a sign though? Like if we're killing each other over religion all the time, isn't that a sign that God is real?
No.
No.
a sign that God? Why would that be a sign
I
that
would
God
think
is
that
real?
if
I
God
mean, we're not
was
killing
real,
each other
I
over
would.
chocolate chip cookies.
If
Okay.
God was real, I would
Interesting.
think that He would find a way to make everybody in the world believe in Him, not just certain people.
Well, yeah, but then it's not by choice, and then we're all
He
robots.
could, but he said that some people are going to hell, so like he's going to honor that because otherwise he's changing, and that would mean he's not a real God, and that would mean the Bible's false, and right down the line. So like, if he did that, then we would be able to call him a liar and actually have a case or a standing to make that accusation.
We are able to
So
call Him a liar.
why are atheists constantly
And make
creating
that
false
case.
dichotomies just to deny Jesus Christ when they should just look at it objectively and say, okay, I'm going to go in this with the mindset that he's true, and I'm going to start it. I'm going to start at Matthew and end at John.
This assume it's true for no reason. That's how you start that. Thank you. God damn, you can't
Why
be
not?
that dumb.
Why couldn't you approach something that way? Like if you are a linebacker in a football game, why wouldn't you try to
Just believe
read
it, then you'll think it's
read the
true.
offense and assume that they're going to run some of those plays? That's just called preparation.
I believe every
Anyway.
that one gives me. Ooh.
If you go in with the mindset of reading the Gospels to disprove it and to think it's false,
Just
what's
think it's a
the
book
likely
and just
outcome?
read.
I
Why
mean,
give
you're
it
talking
an
about
inch, though?
confirmation
Plain reading.
bias. Like, yeah, that's true.
I do a plain reading. I've read it 4 times. I do plain
Okay.
readings.
Yeah, but if you're going into
out of,
it with
out of those times,
the
did
idea
any of
that-
those times did
Plain
you go in
reading.
assuming that it was true?
I don't assume anything
I
about
did.
it. I do a plain reading.
Mallard, did you go in like with the you know what
No,
confirmation
I
bias is,
first
right?
read it when I was 10. I had no idea really of religion because I wasn't raised with any religion. I just read it plain. And I thought it was bullshit at 10.
So you weren't raised with religion. No one forced you to read it, but at 10 years old, you read it and you made your decision at that young age that it was bullshit.
Yeah, because I have friends that are Christian and like, oh yeah, you should read this. It's great. I read it. It was bullshit.
Are you
Wait.
smarter then or now?
I know a lot more now.
Are you trying to say that confirmation bias doesn't have anything to play in like our religion, like what our beliefs of religion?
Some people it does. Are natured around patterns. It's what we evolved around to figure out patterns so we best survive. The confirmation bias is just a common thing of humans. I came in at a pretty objectively like non-religious, non-real view of anything at the moment and read it and thought it was bullshit.
Do you have a red letter Bible, in your vicinity?
My last Bible is somewhere in the air because it got burnt. Not
I mean,
purposeful, and then I just let it burn. I actually had a lighter.
I don't know. Something that I notice about like atheists is there's like a spite aspect. There's like an anger aspect.
Yeah,
Whether it's a bad
because
experience.
a lot of atheists used to be Christian.
Okay.
They used to be Muslim.
Mhm.
they used to be any other religion, and they know why it's bullshit because they had to deal with it. They have religious trauma. In
Well, they
Joel's
had to
live
deal
stream,
with a
I always
shitty
have to deal with
person. They had to
people.
deal with shitty people, a shitty community, a shitty person.
Oh,
Right?
church. Is that what you're saying? Church.
Church, priest, pastor. I mean, whoever, cult leader. I don't know, but
And why can't they just have an opinion that, oh, they no longer believe? It just has to be someone else's fault.
well,
What is
isn't that
that?
what
What
isn't that
would
what you're
any of those
saying?
scenarios have to do with God, though?
Wait, you just talked
I
about
don't
bad
like religion based
experiences.
on
Did a
political reasons.
Bible
I don't
fall
like
out
what
of the
it's done
sky
to
and
my
like hit you in the
country.
face? Or did like someone who worships say or do something or trick you or like do something bad to make you spite it?
I don't spite the Bible. I think it's bullshit.
Well, I mean, you just said you just like let it burn, like, and I just let it burn,
Yeah.
like.
Because I'm not gonna save it because it's already on fire.
Okay. Well,
I've
so
already read the whole thing.
I thought you just said there
He
was
said
like
he didn't burn it on purpose, but he didn't make any effort
I
to
I
save it because
I thought you just said that like no shit I have spite towards it. And now you're saying you don't.
When I was at that age, no, I did not have spite. I have spite towards it now because I've seen how much
Okay, so you do
problems
have
it's
spite
caused
towards
so
it.
many people. Now,
you
at
said
the
fight
time, I
towards
did not.
religion, though, right?
Yeah, I have spite towards religion for its effects on people.
Religion in itself. Islam, Hinduism.
Islam's-
Okay.
I have
I
problems
would
with a lot of
say to
religion, even
approach it,
in better religions.
suggesting to
have
approach
problems.
it as if it's true. If you were to read it one time, like read
You
it one
don't
time
approach
as
any
a
book as if it's
objective,
true.
read it one time as a disbeliever, and then maybe try reading it one time as I'm going to believe that it's true and see what happens.
You don't get to choose your beliefs, though.
Well,
But you can.
I mean, you can play around a little bit. You can be like,
Yeah, I mean, you can.
let's pretend this sentence is true. Okay, let's engage with this a little bit. I mean, that's just a way.
Mine
to, like,
is just
read a
expanding
text.
your thought process and internal
You mean-
critiquing.
Yeah, no, it's a very
You mean
effective thing.
read
to do.
it while playing words don't mean words?
Yeah, my favorite version.
Is
Wait,
that what we're
what?
going to do?
What do you mean
But
words?
I mean-
read it as if you think that Jesus was actually.
Read
read
it if
it
you
as
have a
if
pre-prep. You
instead
already believe
of-
it. Read it that way.
Like,
read it what Jesus says about Jesus instead of someone else telling you what Jesus is.
Jesus doesn't say anything in the book.
It's called like being charitable.
The
and-
Bible is fucking Paul telling you what Jesus said.
You don't follow
Nothing in
Jesus.
that
You
fucking
follow
book is
Paul.
what Jesus said.
What are you talking about? The Gospels are not written by Paul,
Oh Jesus!
right? So
Oh
the
my
other
God,
parts of the
they
New
were-
Testaments are.
Who were they written by? Do not say Matthew, Mark,
Oh,
Luke, and John.
Oh, please say it. Please.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
You have
No,
to be the
those
dumbest
were
person
not-
I've ever talked to.
Those were the names they were given. That is not the authors.
I mean, I guess if you're talking
written
about
anonymously.
translation or something, fine. But
Are you saying he's wrong because he's not using the original names that they had?
We don't know the original names because they were never given names originally. No one claimed authorship.
What do you mean? They were born, their moms gave them a name, and then Jesus said, like, your name's this now, right? Isn't that how it went?
Yeah, that's what happened.
No, I mean, isn't that literally, like, what it says? Like, isn't that the story?
Matthew, if you read the text, I think it's Matthew, was
like entirely
written by
third person?
scribes who talk in the first person at certain points. They say, we heard this guy say this and this and this.
Yeah. Okay, what's the point? What's the point there? I guess...
It means
wait,
it
don't
wasn't
know
written by
Who wrote
Matthew.
them?
wait, it wasn't
we
written
have
by
no reason to
Matthew.
believe it wasn't written by
No.
Matthew.
Because
It was
Matthew is...
not.
Because the person writing it, who supposedly is Matthew, is writing in first person, therefore it's not Matthew writing it?
No, that there were multiple people, scribes,
In
identifying
the
themselves.
Gospel of Matthew, or Book of Matthew, there were multiple...
At
What
the
happened,
end
like,
of the
scribes are
first
supposed to, like-
century, dude. Come on.
Okay, wait, hold on. You're all over the place. We're in the Book of Matthew. You're saying that other people were writing the Book of Matthew? That wasn't Matthew?
Yeah,
You're saying that there were
Matthew
other people
didn't
writing.
write Matthew. You don't know who Matthew is.
Okay, Jesus Christ. I know who Matthew is. He's the tax collector guy. I'm just trying to understand what you guys are saying. and I don't even know what the freak is saying. You're saying that Matthew.
The
The
freak is
freak is
saying that
saying Matthew
Matthew was
wrote the
written
book.
by Matthew.
Okay.
He's saying that Matthew, Mark, that the Gospels were all written by the guys that they're named after.
Yes.
Even though they're only named
And
after
That's
them. 'Cause
debated?
Mallard
I didn't
and
know
Roman,
that
I
was
are
debated.
saying,
yeah,
huh?
I didn't know that was debated. So you're saying it's not because
It's not really debated. If you actually look at scholarly consensus, those
most
books
of
were
them
written
think
by
it's
multiple people, none of which ever claimed authorship or put their name on a piece of fucking paper.
or
Okay, so
wasn't even written at the
Matthew.
right time period.
So we'll just look at Matthew. So Matthew was written by multiple different people.
They were probably all written by multiple people.
Well, we're just talking about Matthew right now. Was Matthew written by multiple different people or no?
They were probably all written by multiple people.
Okay. Okay, so Matthew was written by multiple different people.
Jeff, I have homework for
I
you.
believe it was Matthew that
Okay.
talks about the two scribes. Yes.
I'm not a biblical scholar. Go to someone's channel
I'm
called
not
Easy
either.
Debates, and they will know way more than I do.
Yes, definitely go ask Justin.
Go ask Justin.
Well, you guys sound
He's
very
amazing.
You guys sound very confident that it was written by multiple different people.
Because I've looked into it. I'm
Because
not a
we
biblical
watch
scholar.
Justin all the time.
Okay. Who is Justin?
He's DZ Debates or Deconstruction Junction
Zone.
That's right. The two channels always gets me confused on which one's which.
Mhm. Or Dalton the Bible guy.
He's pretty good. I don't watch him
He's
nearly as
really-
much as I should.
He's really good.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Why does it?
If you really want to dig into Bible shit, absolutely. If you're interested in the Dead Sea Scrolls, go see Dr. Kip Davis. If you want to talk about slavery in the Bible, Dr. Josh Bowen.
If you want to talk about science, go to Dr. Blitz. He's my personal favorite after Joel.
Who is do you guys know
Blitz is
who
Blitz
is Nobody?
badass.
Did you guys know who Nobody was?
No. I've never
Oh,
knew
okay.
that.
No, that's Nobody on Fire. Yeah, he's a badass.
Is he like a regular or something?
Hmm?
Is he like I don't know if
Mhm.
you guys like know each other or like I.
He's
was
a friend of
literally-
First time I've been here.
Oh, okay. Is he like is he like does he study philosophy or
Yes,
like
he
in
does.
like in university or like on his
Nope.
own or?
Just on his own.
Oh, that's cool.
See, I'm not interested in
He's,
philosophy.
he's
I like
a he's a
science
very
part.
smart guy,
Oh,
and he's very patient too. And I dig him a lot.
Yeah.
I'm usually
He's a blitz
patient
mod.
person,
He's a
but
blitz mod with
Fuck.
me. So
Is that so? Does he
And-
like go around and do like talks and stuff? Is that his deal? Like he does like philosophy's his thing?
no, he debates people on TikTok and
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Discord and stuff, and I guess here on YouTube, and also on another channel. I don't know where that it's on a break. Let's just call it a break.
Yeah,
So
that's cool. Yeah, I've never done like a debate or anything like that before. I was just really bored today, so I joined this.
I don't recommend it. I think spend some more time looking into both sides a little bit here. Where go ask on a Q&A section. On one of the ones we recommended today.
Ask what?
Q&A. Some streamers do a Q&A days where they just like come up, ask anything you want.
Oh. Yeah.
No actual debates, just go up and ask.
Yeah, no, I've noticed from a lot of like debates, at least like the ones online, like they're very like toxic and like even I don't know, like they just I studied like psychology and it's like painful to see how they just misunderstand each other. You did in university?
yeah,
That's cool. Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I only got a 4-year degree, but
Yeah. So I always look at it through that lens, and I'm like, oh my god, like I want to give them like How can we make
Yeah,
this relationship more harmonious? But they're just trying to fucking kill each other.
the philosophy shit is just it's almost painful for me, but
I can't
Yeah.
stand it. It's the reason why I don't watch Ian. I just can't stand philosophy
Why don't you like philosophy? I mean, philosophy can be fucking.
because it
I'm
comes
just
down to
curious.
just a word game where just like this word means this, but it's like the other person says no, it means this, and it's just like
Yeah, yeah.
who gives a shit?
I just
None of
started
this means
studying.
anything.
I'm getting a second degree. I'm getting a second degree in philosophy. I just started, and it is very.
Yeah.
It can be very semantic and kind of
it takes the right
annoying
kind of
sometimes.
person to get me to even get me to entertain philosophical stuff. I mean, nobody's pretty good just because, like I said, he's very patient and
Yeah.
very cool. So
Is this whose channel is this? Is this your channel, Async?
this is my channel, yeah.
Okay, cool.
You also see your name
I'm
Gretchen.
I'm Gretchen, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
If you see her
okay.
in like one of the live streams, you'll see Gretchen as the mod. Usually,
Okay.
it's the only reason why I know Gretchen is just because like, oh, she's on.
Gretchen from everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
And then I switched to the next person live stream. Was like, oh, she's still there. Ugh, next one. Fuck, she's still there. God damn it. Where do I go? At the end, I'm at some like Islam versus
Semi
Christian debate.
omnipresent. Yeah.
Damn.
I've actually done that once where it's like I ended a live stream, like and went to the next one, and you're just still there. I'm like, God damn. And I think you were still a mod too. So I'm like,
Yeah.
did I leave? I thought I left.
You guys ever do political
Yeah.
debates?
Yeah,
Sometimes.
that's actually what I aim for on this channel. Because that's my politics is actually my main jam.
Oh, okay.
I debate
And,
on like Discord.
Yeah, the atheist stuff, that's funsies for me. It's just a hobby. So but this channel I built because most of the atheist streams,
Yeah.
the creators won't take calls from atheists. And
Oh.
so we really don't have anywhere that we can call in and do our own debates. And a lot of it, you'll see in the chats, the atheists are debating like crazy.
Oh yeah.
And
I'm one of those people.
so
It's great.
I built this channel so atheists could just jump up and jump into a debate and see if they're good at it. If they just want to acid test their own, debate style, see if they want to have their own channel, or if they have another idea for a show or whatever. It's,
So what do you do like for the political stuff? Is it like communism, capitalism, and like MAGA, Democrat, or?
What I've been doing over, I still remember chiming Gretchen out like yesterday. That's right. I did use the word fucktard and Lilith timed me out for that. I was like, oh shit, don't ever use that again. But my main thing is I'm an Army veteran, so I belong to a bunch of veterans Discord groups.
Okay.
And I've been debating the MAGA vets in those servers for quite a while.
Huh. Okay.
And there are gonna be numerous.
It's the majority of them.
Oh yeah. My
Yeah.
stepbrother,
You're taking
he
a lot of
joined the
L's.
National Guard.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I hit him with the prompt that if you are a MAGA veteran, you're in violation of your constitutional oath.
DeFreak, are you
They don't
are you
like
a MAGA?
I am
Yeah,
not a
definitely
MAGA.
am.
No.
No, I was asking if DeFreak was.
Oh yeah, Freak is, yes.
Winning never gets old.
DeFreak, do you like are you happy with like how Trump's doing
How's
right
your
now?
gas prices these days?
Yeah, I
bitch?
definitely am.
How's your
Really?
food prices?
Interesting.
About the same.
Liar.
I mean, it's probably higher, but
How's
it's
your energy prices?
it's not
Fucking liar.
it's not like I'm starving.
Wait, DeFreak, are you happy?
Oh
with
yeah, you're not starving. That's
Are you
for
happy
sure.
with everything Trump's like? Is there any criticism you have?
No, I'm not always happy with everything.
About the Trump
but-
Steam files.
Trump.
No. Oh,
Trump.
That's the only reason why you were in
Something
fucking
there.
Iran.
Real sensitive
mean-
about them Trump Epstein files. Yes, he does.
What are you talking about? Like, he ever went to the island or anything? Like,
I know what I'm talking about.
You've been to Ireland several times.
Wait, I'm just wondering if like if you have any critiques.
if I have, like the first term, I have critiques. Like, he should have inspected Iran before pulling out of the nuclear deal. He should have washed a lot of the riots that were happening around in those different cities, sort of like what he did in LA this second time.
Do you have critiques with what he's doing right now?
No, actually, I think it's pretty brilliant.
Really?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant is what he says.
Yeah.
Do you think initiating the war in Iran was like, well, you do think it's brilliant. You just said you do. Why? I guess
Yeah.
why do you
I
think
could
it's
show you. I could share screen a program that was on earlier talking about all the different problems that all these other like nation states are having because of what Donald Trump is doing.
Fox News. Please be Fox News.
So no, it's some independent lady. So basically, he's put everyone else in a catch-22 with this whole thing. Like Russia has to deal with either like Ukraine or dealing with Iran. China has to deal with having oil or not having oil. Israel has to basically, not destroy Gaza or expand in Lebanon. And so basically, we're the only ones at this point who are controlling our own destiny, and I think that's brilliant.
What are
interesting?
you talking about?
He's put every
We're
other nation
controlling
in a
anything.
dilemma of
Trump is turning himself into a fucking pretzel trying to get out of the mess he got himself into. And he's just pissed off now that Iran won't let him do it.
He was hoping it's
I
going to
mean,
be a
if you believe
Venezuela
in the
situation.
mainstream media, then yeah. But if you look at it from like everyone else's perspective, they're either going to have to get on board or they're going to have their own issues with either supplies or energy or other things.
The people I watch are mostly conservative, former
I don't even know what the
military
hell you're
veterans that
talking
are
about.
nothing to do with like mainstream.
The only people blocking anything now is us.
Double
Yeah.
blocked it. Like, what do we need? That'll help our prices of shit.
Don't you like? Okay, I don't know. Don't you think Trump like should be more focused on just our country?
American
In
first
a
and all
perfect
that.
scenario, yes, but I don't understand why atheists or
This isn't
leftist
about
liberals.
atheists
Atheist is the
anymore.
problem.
This isn't about
Okay, I don't
atheists
know.
anymore.
I don't know why leftist liberals are so scared of spreading their high morality to the rest of the world.
Leftists and liberals are
When?
two different things. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Wait.
I don't know. Actually,
Wait,
at this
I'm
point, I
just-
think liberals are even communists.
Okay,
I'm just saying,
so
why
let me
doesn't
put
he
it to you
focus
this
on
way.
issues here?
MAGAs and rhinos are the same fucking thing. Do you agree with that?
Good point. No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, then you need to learn the difference between leftists and liberals.
Okay,
And
do you think that liberals?
stop throwing
Would
that
you
at us.
agree? Would you say that liberals are or are not anti-communist?
I think
Liberals,
say
are
liberals are
anti-communist. Yeah.
definitely anti-communist.
Okay, then we're on the same page then.
Now
I don't
there are
know what
some
book you're
leftists that
on.
are communist. Yes,
Yeah.
the far, far fucking left.
Are you far left?
Me, no.
Oh my
I
god.
took several
The
political
far
math.
left.
Mallard
the
is-
far
I'm
left.
centered.
Mallard is,
I'm
Far
dude.
left hate
center as
me.
it can be.
Mallard's a Marxist, bro.
Yep. Fuck
I
yeah.
knew it, dude.
That's
I'm not.
all religion. Get rid of all cash.
Based Mallard.
Communism is white supremacy.
What?
Whoa.
That's my new mantra.
Whoa.
I'm just a
dude.
liberal Democrat.
You're gonna
That's it.
trigger Mallard, bro.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
I'm gonna bring out my Richard Nixon impressions.
Dude, I just think that Trump really ran on like, make America great. I mean, that's his fucking thing.
And he's
right?
yet to do that.
And then he's doing everything that's not in America. I'm like, bro, what?
Yep.
Yeah,
Losing
unfortunately,
billions
it's
of
turned
dollars
out
a
that
day.
way. But when he was doing stuff in America, everyone was whining and crying about that too. So, like,
Okay,
the
so
media,
Yeah,
the
because
media is
look
going
what
to
he
cry
was
about Donald Trump,
doing.
well, why'd he
and that's just the
stop?
way that's just how it is. I guess
I
that's the
mean,
way
The
they want to
man's not
portray
even.
him.
his
The
base
man's
wasn't
not
whining
even
and
all there.
crying. The people that didn't vote
No.
for him were
He's
whining and
lost his
crying,
marbles a while
and he
ago.
stopped. Why did he stop? Why didn't he just keep going?
Keep
Like, why did
going.
he limp
What
out? Isn't that the taco
of
thing? Trump
the?
always chickens out. Like, why did he
What do
listen? Like,
Yep.
you mean the
why did he pull
immigration
ICE?
stuff?
Well, that's one. Yeah, that's one thing. I mean, why did he pull ICE out of Minnesota? Why did he do that? Why didn't he just keep going?
Because
I
Trump
think they
always
were
chickens
done.
out. Trump's been trying to taco in Iran for weeks, but Iran finally decided to rub his fucking nose in it instead. I mean, I can't say that I blame them.
Well, DeFreak, why do you
Yeah, I
think
They got
expected.
attacked.
why do you think he took ICE out of Minnesota?
I think they were finished. Like they moved on to the next, the next town that needs to be
That's why they left.
cleaned out.
No, that's not why they
That's
left.
that's
I mean,
yeah.
they left
That's-
Chicago, they left Memphis, like they were done, like doing their sweeps or whatever. Like, you expect them to actually occupy every city and just remain there?
Well,
It's really funny. None of those cities are at the border.
What are
the
you
border.
talking about? They're still in
Right.
fucking LA.
funny.
This whole time. They've been here the whole time.
I mean, yeah, they have their
from
regional.
from the stuff that you guys said were riots, which weren't fucking riots, by the way.
It was like one block.
ICE never fucking left. They're still here.
Yeah, they have regional outposts or whatever. Like they're working with like local enforcement now and all that other
They've
stuff.
got more.
They
They've
also
got
had
more
like
than
surges or
there
whatever
is on there,
in each of these towns that were harboring or were called what do you call it, sanctuary cities and stuff like that. They're cleaning out. They've been cleaning out. That doesn't mean that they're going to actually,
do you even understand what that means when you say that? Do you have any idea what you're talking about?
Why do I get this all the time from atheists and liberals? They're like, do you even know what like the word means that you just said? Well, I wouldn't have said it if I didn't know it.
You said they're
so, like,
don't know
cleaning
half the
out
words you've said in
sanctuary cities. And that's
Right.
not what they're doing.
So they're just going at random cities that happen to
They're
like have
showing up-
don't tell ICE policy when they arrest illegal aliens. Just random
All right.
illegal.
Don't forget about the American
All right,
citizens
how do
being
you
arrested
know
too.
they're illegal? Why are they showing up at courthouses arresting people during their immigration hearings?
Well, they probably know that they were not citizens
They're
and
what?
that they probably
That
were
they're
ordered to leave the country.
undocumented? Really? If they had a court date that they were supposed to show up to and they did show up, then they're not exactly fucking undocumented, are they? Which makes them not illegal.
Well, why are they showing
Being
up to
part of
court?
the asylum process is
Because you
not
need to
the
get
same
in.
thing as being illegal.
Well, so wouldn't they be like still illegal if they're still?
No, they're in the
jump through
process. You're like you just haven't reached the final stage.
But some of them have been ordered to leave the country because they did go through the process.
How about
So,
why are we focused on deporting people who are like benefiting our economy and not just focused on people who aren't?
Well, I would say that illegal immigration causes the labor market to stagnate, and that's not good for America.
Wait, it causes the labor market to what? I'm sorry, what do you mean? Like
Stagnate, like you're not getting higher wages for work when inflation is happening at the same time. You're getting stagflation because the abundance of cheap labor.
They're not doing the jobs that people could get higher wages for. They're doing the jobs that Americans don't want to fucking do.
I
Especially if
mean,
you go, like,
you
farming
can say that, but
communities.
if they paid people a fair wage for those jobs, then maybe they would do those
Then-
jobs.
No, if you paid somebody $20 an hour to go pick fucking lettuce in a field, guess what? You're not.
Hi, I've grown a
The
massive
farm
garden.
is not going to last, and it's going to push the price of lettuce so fucking high. No one's going to buy lettuce anymore.
It's a lot of work.
I think it would all be relative to what what
It's
the
not.
problem is now that you have so much cheap labor that you're getting the higher prices of lettuce without your wage going up.
Okay, this is not. I don't.
That's
I don't
because
know.
of transportation costs. Because fucking dumbass Trump decided to join a war in the Middle East for no goddamn reason.
I think we might be kind of scapegoating immigrants. I don't know. Like we're worried about lettuce prices and
But when you
oil
have a
prices and-
oversupply of cheap
Do you
labor, it's
have-
going to affect the wages of Americans.
Wait a second. Do you have any idea how much of the food that you eat is processed by migrant workers?
Do you?
Yeah, I'm born and raised in California. Yes, I fucking do.
Okay, so how many people on
California
the
is the
assembly
biggest
line are?
agricultural state. We produce like 50% of the fucking
Wait,
country's produce.
I'm
Yes,
confused.
I understand.
You're saying that
Yeah,
I don't
I know
understand.
that they
I feel like
occupy a lot of the world.
if we deported every immigrant who are working these jobs or whatever, don't you think that would be like a massive problem?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's going to be
it
a
would.
problem. They're either going to replace them with people who are going to do the work at a fair wage, or they're going to, have to robot up or AI or whatever.
What do you when you say fair wage? What are you saying that people are pay immigrants less because
Right.
they're illegal, like they're being exploited?
Correct. Way less. Probably
the obvious
half.
solution is, making them legal, giving them papers, make
Do you think
immigration
that-
easier
What
and
if
allow
we
more
just-
Do
people
you
in.
think?
Okay,
Do you
fuck all
think
that. What if we
people
just
in the
Maybe.
exploit
asylum
them?
process are illegal too?
But just because they happened to be here and showed up and didn't follow the rules to get in here in the first place doesn't mean that we should just give them a free pass and then jump up their wage and call them Americans.
I said people in the asylum process. Do you think they're illegal too?
No, they're not. Don't.
I
say
don't
it.
know.
Don't.
I mean,
no, don't
according
stop.
to international
Don't-
law or whatever, they have the right to do what they're doing, but most of them are not being.
That's not illegal.
No, it's
politically
not
persecuted.
international law. It's according to U.S. law. If they come in under the asylum process, then they are legal. They are documented.
Like
As
nothing
long as
they're
they stay to the
but-
process.
Most
yeah,
As
of
long
nothing
as
they're
illegal
doing
immigrants
in that
overstay
is
their
inherently
visa.
illegal, right? Like we can
and they
agree
are
we can
paying
agree on that,
taxes,
right?
and they are floating the communities.
They're paying their
with-
taxes
or the
without getting
economy of the
Social Security.
communities. Yep.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
don't think they're paying federal SSI income tax. That's
Yes,
not true.
they are.
That's
Yes,
give me a
they
break.
are.
No,
Yes, they are. Even though
they're
they
paying
can't ever
local
draw it.
sales tax. That's all they're doing.
No, that's not true. They get.
Because the fact is,
they-
if they were like W4ing them,
They don't get
then
social
you
security
need a social security
cards, but
number
they
for that.
do get. They don't get social security numbers, but they do get cards that are like it's like employment.
Yeah, they get the work visa shit. I can't remember what that's called.
Yeah, they use it in place of a social security. They get FICA and all that taken out of their taxes. They pay those taxes too. Only they don't get to draw on them ever.
I think that most illegal immigrants are totally off the books, anyways, and the only taxes that they pay are the local.
You know what?
sales
How
tax.
many immigrants do you know? Exactly. What state are you from?
I'm in Arizona.
You should know.
I mean,
a
I know
lot then.
I've known a few. I've known a bunch.
Wait, but if they're
I
off
worked
the
on a
books,
farm.
if they're off the books, like they're not getting any benefits anyways, right?
No, they're not getting any benefits, and as a matter of fact, it's not good for them because, like, if you're out there
Yeah,
in the field
they're-
and you get bit by a rattlesnake, you're on your own, man. They don't give a shit about these people. They just let them fend for themselves. And
Well,
you're
I
talking
mean-
about a antidote that costs like $200,000.
Yeah, but if that's the reality here, it's probably a hell of a lot better than wherever else they were. If they
What's
made the
minimum
track.
wage in Arizona?
That's a good question.
$4.
I want to say it's like, no, it's not that low. It's I want to say it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I have to check that. I want to say it's like
I'm actually in
750
front
or
of the
something. It's not
computer.
really high.
You may
But-
want to go
But
higher.
That may have changed recently.
DeFreak, why do you think they should
Alexa.
be?
What is the minimum wage in Arizona?
It's like $15.
DeFreak, why do you think they should be like? Why do you think law-abiding, hardworking, like Catholic? I mean, why do you think they should be deported? They're learning the language.
Because
they're
they
working
are
hard, they're building
depressing
a
the
family.
wages of Americans. It's to
Minimum wage
protect
is
the labor
$15.15.
market.
They're depressing. Okay, and they're doing it because they're doing work for less money.
Mhm.
Okay.
You know, like the farmers bear a
Change
lot of
service would be
responsibility in
cheaper.
this. What's
Yeah,
that?
but you know what? The farmers can't afford to pay people
Oh,
what it would
farmers
take
make
to
I'm
get
not buying it.
Americans to do those
I'm not buying
jobs.
it. You know, the farmers have been
That's not an
getting off.
excuse
You
to
know,
exploit.
You're not
they've been
buying it?
getting a nice free ride because if you actually look into it, they are getting subsidies all the time for growing, for not growing, and they're paying these wages of these illegal immigrants. You know, it's not. They've been skating along for far too long, actually. So, like, you know, they cry a lot, but it's not. They're creating a false reality, and they're getting rich, and it's not fair for them or for the government is giving them subsidies. Like they're double, triple dipping, and I think they bear a lot of the responsibility for what's been going on. Actually,
I don't think you can excuse exploitive labor. You know, I just think that's kind of fucked up.
I don't think that I can
I
do
don't think
what
that
with
you are.
exploitive.
No, I don't think that
Wait,
you're
wait.
doing that. I'm just saying in general, like poor or not, like I don't think farmers should. I don't think we should be paying. Well, maybe you disagree with this, but I don't think we should be paying immigrants less for the work. I just think that's. I don't know. I think it's kind of backwards.
But they're able to get away with it. They're going to do that, you know,
Yeah.
because they're greedy
course.
farmers.
Yeah.
And they're going to make the excuse that, well, I can't set my price because I have to bring my product to market at a certain price, and they have to like guess what the market price
Yeah.
of that commodity is going to. You know, they have their own. They cry like babies. You know, crying the blues all the time. But the fact of the matter is, they're double dipping with the labor, and they're double dipping with the subsidies that they're getting all the time.
The thing that with immigration that just troubles
Not
me
all
is,
of them,
like,
by the way.
There's so many narratives that like I don't know. There's just a lot of bad narratives about immigrants, and the thing that troubles me is like we have these like people coming from Mexico and they're Catholic and they're building families and they work really hard, and there are a lot of Americans abuse the welfare system, like like really abhorrently, and then you won't see that from
There's actually a fun stat about
immigrants,
that.
because they can't even. I mean, they don't even get it, and it's something
The
about it
welfare
just
system
seems really troubling
overwhelmingly
to me, because it's like, why are we
benefits
so
white
dead
people.
set on
Yep.
deporting these
Overwhelmingly.
people who want to integrate with our society, who are probably fleeing something bad, and they're working hard and they're building a family, and there are some people that should not be here, right?
White
But,
women specifically.
But I
This is
just,
why I'm actually an
it's
imperialist.
troubling.
And so we should be basically providing security for these countries and then letting them build their countries up so that they're not being criminally
What?
run and corrupted to the point of being a threat to us.
You want our
So like a
product.
Make their
What
countries
the
too good to
fuck?
leave.
Oh, so you're not America first anymore?
Well, that would definitely
Well, he's saying he's
directly
American
benefit
first.
Americans.
Yeah, he's saying he's American first in like a circular sort of way. Right?
Yeah, as long as we're the world police, it sounds like.
Yep. As long as our corruption is
that's
the one
what
in
they've been
charge, it's
saying.
fine.
Well, wait a second.
I say that ain't our job.
I'm just gonna side with the freak for a second because, okay, well, yeah, I mean that ain't our job, but but wait, what he's saying sounds kind of nice. I mean, if I'm just like a guy just listening to that, it's like, whoa, we're gonna make other countries like better and less corrupt and like better for people, and it's gonna make our country better too. Like, wait, I'm not gonna.
Sure,
just
until you realize
dismiss
that's how
that.
Nazi Germany operated.
Nazi Germany operated on the flourishing of other countries.
Yeah, they thought they would take over other countries to make
So-
them better.
I don't. I would have
Wait
to
a
disagree
second,
with you
that
there. I don't think Nazis promoted flourishing in any other country.
there have been times in history where that's exactly what we did do. In fact, when the Republicans were calling our Vice President Harris our border czar, which no one ever fucking named her that except for fucking the Republicans.
It's very funny.
She was down in Central and South America making deals to make their countries better, so that we wouldn't have as many migrants coming up here. And then the problem is that when we get shitbag Republicans in office, like, I don't know, Reagan and the whole Contra deal, and sending the CIA to fucking take over countries, and then we get Trump he just wants to run Venezuela now because he wants their oil. I mean, we don't really have Democrats doing that.
But
when they're in office.
You just said that we had the CIA running the whatever. What you have with Donald Trump is a non-covert direct intervention, whereas the CIA and the Democrats are doing a covert CIA. There's no difference. What?
What do you mean there's no difference?
You either are going to do a covert CIA, Democrat, sneaky little like regime change, or you're going to do a Donald Trump and dictate to the world American values. Aren't you and your morality better than everyone else's? Why not impose that on the rest of the world?
Oh, it's funny.
I didn't say my morality was better than everyone else's.
Well, because nations have sovereignty, right? Right.
Yeah, they do. Supposedly. Well, they only have sovereignty when there's a Democrat in office.
The Venezuela thing's kind of interesting, though. That was like kind of, I don't know. I was a little bit like, okay. I mean, the people seemed pretty happy, and he was honest about it. He's like, yeah, we want oil. And like the people were still happy, and it's like, okay, this seems kind of like a win-win.
I think he made that mistake in Iran that it was going to be like Venezuela, but that didn't turn out to be the case.
That was like a fucking day. And like nobody died. It was fucking crazy. I was like, yo, that was kind of crazy. Fucking kidnapped him. I fucking hate that guy. But yeah,
I have a different theory of why they did that anyway. So
Maduro.
You don't think it was about oil?
Well, for Trump, I think it probably was partially about oil. Yeah, but because I mean, the oil companies came in right after that and said, dude, they've got fucking tar sands oil and it's practically worthless and it would cost us billions just to get it out of the ground. Hard pass. None of our oil companies want to even touch it. But for about, I think it was like 2 to 3 weeks after or before the whole thing with Trump's Maduro's kidnapping, there had been talk that Maduro was gathering his assets and he was going to make a jump and go hide in Russia behind Putin's skirts. And with that, he was going to give Putin billions of dollars, which Putin could in turn use to kill more Ukrainians. And that would make Trump look bad. And this way, if he just snatched Maduro, then he could get the oil money, and he doesn't give Putin a pawn.
I mean, that sounds kind of like a foreign policy boss.
I mean,
if you're right?
If I'm right,
and you're dictating to China the amount of oil they're going to get.
You're kind of saying that Trump is like a foreign policy G.
No, Trump is a fucking idiot. That is someone in his cabinet that's a like a.
I think the plans are all made by some general way before Rubio he even had an idea.
I mean, Trump.
I guarantee you, Trump did not come up with that fucking idea. I guarantee you.
He's like a multi-billionaire. I mean, I feel like he's good at stepping on toes. I feel like he's good at doing stuff like this.
Born rich. What the fuck?
He was great
he's not
at losing
a self-made
money.
guy.
He's amazing at losing money.
Crook.
Nah, bruh. He
You
wasn't
don't
He's a
born
lose.
with
crook
You don't
that was
billions
become
of
good at
born
dollars.
making money
rich.
until you lose a little bit.
He was not born
No,
with
he
billions
lost a
of
lot of
dollars.
it.
What? Yeah, and he
Trump
got it back, which
bankrupted
is fucking
a
crazy.
casino.
I don't like the guy, but I don't think you can argue his ability to make money.
He has actually scammed his voter base.
He was able to become the president to get even richer. And you're telling me this guy doesn't know how to make money?
That sounds pretty bad.
I'm not
Either way,
I'm not
I'm
talking
happy.
about
I'm happy
morals.
either way.
I'm not talking about morals. I'm
Yeah,
saying he
I
knows how
don't-
to make money.
I don't think that's a good thing. I think
Okay.
sure that should not be the basis
We
of our
agree.
president.
Okay, we agree on that. But like, do you are you saying he does not know how to make money? Are you saying he's not a good businessman?
He's lost a lot of money. Let's see.
Yeah, he makes money by cheating.
Okay, yeah. But
And then letting
he's
his
good at it.
fucking-
He's good at it.
So when Biden bribes and extorts money from
He has-
other countries and politicians, and they basically
I'm not saying it's
all
a
the
good
Washington
thing, right?
insiders are extorting and bribing, is that a better way to generate cash, or is legitimate businesses that are caused him to have a $10 billion net worth better?
What are you talking
Right.
about?
So
I think the thing is with Democrats, I think Republicans and Democrats do a lot of the same shit. It's just Republicans they show you their teeth, and Democrats, have the knife behind their back, right? It's
No.
just, I think
I don't
that's
I
agree
see
with
that
that at all.
Republicans do it
I
fast
don't agree with
and
that
bad.
at all.
Democrats do it slower and a
That's,
little more methodically.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't
I
agree
mean,
with that at all.
It's I'm kind of
Put-
taking that
put
from
a
Malcolm
number
X.
on that.
That was a
Wait,
Malcolm X.
if you're gonna do the both sides thing, put a number on that for me.
Well,
what percentage is worse?
Whoa, wait,
Are
what
we
is
talking?
what
Are
is
we
the
talking a 50-50 proposition here, or are we talking more like
Whoa.
80-20 or 90-10?
Yeah, I don't know where.
Who's really worse when it comes
Okay,
to
we're going
fucking
we're going full
raping
schizo now.
the American
We're going full
economy
schizo
for
now.
our tax
We just
dollars?
we just went full
Don't-
schizo.
Okay, don't use that.
I got a
fucking
question. For Democrats
Don't,
and the left and the liberals, like
Holy
after
shit.
Barack Obama, did you expect there to never be a white authority president ever again?
Who the fuck thought that?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Like, why the
What
hate
are
for
you
Trump?
talking about?
What are you talking about? White authority?
Like, because woke ideology or whatever. Like after Barack Obama, like did the Democrats expect that there would never be a
confused.
white president again?
I don't understand why we think
No,
that
because
Republicans
Hillary
aren't
ran
more
against
bolstered
Trump. We
than,
knew there was going to be a
Democrats.
white president after him, you moron.
Why do you think
All right, so
Republicans are more
wouldn't
subtle than
Hillary
Democrats?
have been called a racist if she opposed any of the policy that Obama implemented?
No,
No. All right.
no,
Wait.
Why?
So,
Because she's a woman?
my jeez.
no.
No.
Why do you
All
think
right.
that? Why do you think that Democrats are not? You're saying Republicans aren't less subtle than Democrats. I don't understand that. I feel like Trump is the least subtle president we've ever had. You went on like a full tangent on like the both
No,
sides.
that's
I don't
not
even
what
know.
I was saying.
Well, then you missed.
I said if you're
Understood
going
what
to
I was
both
saying, I
sides,
guess.
how like
Yeah,
how
you're losing me. I
brutal
don't-
they are. I
Yeah,
mean, how fucking
brutal. I don't know what you're talking about. Like you're losing me here. Both sides brutal. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't.
okay.
talking
I'm
about
sorry.
that.
What were we? I misread what you were saying.
I'm just saying when there's malicious intent, when there's something malicious is going on, I think Republicans are usually more bolstered about it. Like you kind of like they're showing their teeth, and then Democrats are more, what is it? The wolf in sheep's clothes, like reverse. Something that Malcolm X said. He said Republicans will do it to your face, Democrats will do it behind your back.
Okay, and my contention is there's a lot more malicious intent on the Republican side than there is on the Democrat side.
That's like a different conversation, though. I'm not talking about like levels of malice. I'm talking about like methods of delivery.
6, 7.
right.
Well, what do you mean?
Okay.
So you agree with me?
That Republicans are way more in your face about being shitbags? Yeah.
Wouldn't that mean they're more honest?
Oh
They're
shit!
more honest about being fucking evil? Sure. You can
That's-
have that one.
That's actually kind of based. So Democrats are liars.
Huh?
Democrats are more of. You're saying that Democrats are more of liars than Republicans.
No, I'm not saying that. And you're not going to trap me into saying that.
That's okay. Wait. So what did you
Like
mean
I
by?
said, I think there's a lot less malicious intent on the Democrat side.
Wait. So. Wait. I'm confused. Didn't you just say that? Wait. Didn't you just say that Republicans?
I think
They
she
seem to
misspoke.
be. They are proud of being shitbags. Yeah.
So they're more honest.
I didn't say that. He did.
What? Well, if they're okay. So
They're not
I'm trying to be
honest.
charitable. I'm trying to be charitable here. So they're not more honest, but they're honest on accident because they're proud of being shitbags, as you say. So they're accidentally being more honest because they just can't help how evil they are, so they have to say it. Is that what you're saying? And Democrats are like more ashamed of it, so they don't say
They
it.
fight harder to be cruel.
They fight harder to be cruel.
Mm-hmm.
So then it ends up slipping out of their mouth because they're fighting so hard to be cruel.
No, like I said, they're proud of it.
Okay, so where's the part where they
Look
say
at
it?
how hard they fought to give billionaires tax cuts while the rest of us got screwed.
Right, we're talking about like honesty, right? Like saying these things out loud, like people being aware of it.
You're trying to get me to say that there are no dishonest Democrats? I'm not ever going to say that.
I'm
of
not.
Course, they're people. They're like
You're-
everybody fucking else.
You're going to places that I don't even I don't know where you're going.
And most of them are fucking Christians, so they're all fucking liars.
Okay. You're saying most Democrats are liars?
Most politicians are liars.
Politicians.
Whoa, both sides saying.
I said
You're both sides
most
saying.
of them.
Don't
I
do the
said
both
most
sides
of them are
thing.
Christians, so they're liars.
You're doing the both
That's
sides
what I
thing.
said.
So the
No,
people
I'm
that
not.
fear God are liars.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've been lied to so many times by Christians.
Yeah.
I've been lied to by you today several times.
Without lies, Christianity dies.
So we actually fear God, and lying is something that God doesn't like. But we're the liars.
Yep.
That's
Because
funny.
you are contradictory
Yeah.
to your own worldview.
You either lie to us
don't
or
even
you're
follow
lying to
Jesus.
yourselves.
What are you
If
talking
you
about?
follow Jesus, you'd be a socialist.
That's not true.
Cap.
Actually,
Jesus is a
Jesus
king.
do for the markets.
Yeah.
What?
Cap.
He flipped them over.
If the Jesus character from the Bible was real, he would super be a socialist.
He would be a socialist.
No, he's
He
totally a
Yeah,
monarchy.
he probably would.
No, no. He wouldn't be anything.
No.
He wouldn't be any
Yeah,
political.
correct. He wouldn't be anything because he's not real. But
Bruh.
he would be a socialist,
And he'd be dead.
Oh.
and he'd be dead.
Wait,
very dead.
Mallard, do you also think that Jesus wasn't a real person?
No, I don't see any evidence on Jesus. Now, not secular, sorry. Scholar view says he's real, but they're like, I guess. It's kind of like the consensus, really.
You think that?
And then you
the
look into it,
scholars
there's
are
not really
capping?
like, no, they're just not really caring.
You think they're just like not? You think you're okay? You think they're
The
dumb?
the problem doesn't really matter to them. 'cause
These
it's like saying a random dude
anthropologists and
existed.
linguists. And,
I don't even think
They're
Paul and
fucking
Muhammad
stupid,
were
bro.
real, man.
bruh.
That's the extent to which I think all that shit's made up.
bro,
I don't
I-
even think Paul and Muhammad were real guys.
I don't know if I believe you.
So history's fake, archaeology's fake,
You all sound like
Genghis Khan is fake,
what the fuck?
the Great Wall of China is
QAnon.
fake.
You guys sound like QAnon right now.
Definitely.
This is some QAnon logic.
How?
The delusion of the fake
reality or a revisionist reality.
Because
Because
You're going against scholars with vibes.
Yeah, because I'm telling you,
That's
I've
some
looked into
QAnon
the
shit.
scholars' opinions.
No,
They're
it's
just saying
not
it's
vibes.
vibes. The
There's
scholars are
no
saying they're vibes.
actual evidence.
The scholars are just going,
This
I
is-
guess, and they're just going. They're like, ah.
Oh,
Yeah, well, the
man.
gospel is actually
Were you
witness
guys-
account and
You
testimony.
guys were pizza
The
gators, weren't you?
gospel.
Right?
Oh, fuck you.
Right? Yeah. Honestly, the Pizzagate shit
Anyway.
is probably gonna come out and be true soon. All this
Oh,
fucking
fuck
pedo
you.
shit.
Was George Floyd real?
Dude, George
You have
Floyd.
video
no.
evidence of George Floyd, so
That was
Okay.
a figment.
unlike
of,
your Jesus,
that
Do
wasn't real, bro. That
do
was a
people
psyop.
burn down cities because of a fake person?
Yeah,
Probably
it was
not.
if
Yeah.
it was a hologram.
What are you talking about?
If it was a
So
convincing
if
hologram.
have you not seen
Rome
9/11?
burned and our cities burned because of George Floyd, then Jesus is real.
George Floyd is
What?
Jesus, bro.
Okay, that is so fucked up. That doesn't even make any sense.
Half of things
People
he
in
says
America
doesn't
would
make
not
sense.
have burned their cities if George Floyd was a myth, right?
George Floyd was the second coming for a lot of people. Like, they fucking tore some shit up after that guy died.
Yeah, I mean, it was the thing.
Nobody
Like, people saw
fucking
the
did
thing.
it for. It wasn't just George Floyd, dude. I mean,
At that time,
Come
there was a
on.
lot of people getting killed by police.
Yeah.
it was Trayvon Martin and Tamir
Yeah.
Rice and Michael Brown, and it's. I mean,
And they weren't that
there's
far
a-
away from each other.
Well, Trayvon Martin
They're all
was
being
like way
killed.
before then, but yeah, there's definitely a lot
Doesn't
going on. I'm
matter.
just saying that people don't destroy the cities that they live in because of a rumor or a myth, and therefore Rome
People do.
burned. Jesus was not a myth.
Yeah,
That
but they
happens all the
could.
time.
You could lie to someone and
Think
they could tear
about all
some
the
shit
cults
up.
that killed themselves for their beliefs. People die for a lie all the time. People
Mallard,
kill
be
for a lie
honest.
all the time.
Mallard, be honest. When George Floyd died, did you paint your face black in solidarity?
No, I was a child. I didn't care at the time because I was doing school.
Okay, well, that's good.
Rome burned. Jesus is real.
Mallard,
Jesus
when did
is
you
real
stop?
because Rome burned.
Mallard, when did you stop using 4chan? Be honest.
That's ridiculous.
Jeff, are you a 4chan user?
What?
Are you a 4chan user? Is that why you care about that so much?
I'm a dude. No, I'm a fucking 8chan user, bro. I gotta be honest though. The
Oh, please.
the disagreement with, you know, like the 95% consensus of scholars saying that these prophets were real is some QAnon shit. I have to say.
We weren't talking about all the prophets. We're talking about Jesus at the moment. I don't know the scholars consensus of all the prophets. Yeah.
Even Jesus, bro. I mean, that really.
You know
is
what?
some QAnon
Actually,
shit.
I know someone you should go to. Godless Engineer. He has a full thing about Jesus mythicism.
Bro,
Mhm.
I only watch Alex O'Connor, dude.
Oh,
What you
Oh,
mean?
he's the
dude?
worst.
What?
He sucks.
Dude, I
Alex
fucking
he
love
sucks.
that
sucked.
guy. What?
he's a Christian apologist now. God damn. He
No,
doesn't push
he's
back
not.
anything.
He's fucking
I know,
not.
He's
bro.
I'm a
What are you
little-
talking about?
I'm being a little too over exaggeration. I
He's-
know. However,
He's not a
He's-
a Christian,
That
but
is
he's
ridiculous,
leaning
bro.
toward agnostic,
Yeah.
you know, or he's leaving open the possibility that it's,
No,
you know.
I no.
what's that
fuck-
one dude?
He's always gonna be a fucking.
Or-
no,
He
he's
spent
not.
so much time talking to AI that I think it fucking crossed some wires in his brain. But
All right. Well,
but even if scholars, you know,
I think
that he probably existed, that doesn't mean they have any evidence that he did
DeFreak, I have to.
because they have
Yeah, it's his name. John Lennox.
I-
We talked to John Lennox. He didn't push back anything on what he said. It was so stupid.
I think I need to call it. This has been great, but I think before I go to Freak, I think you should lead us in a prayer. Before I go, if
Nope.
you'd like to start.
I
Nope.
would,
No
but I'm not going to
praying.
do it
No
without.
praying without consent on my channel.
Yeah.
And I do not give
Christians
consent.
don't care about consent. We already know this.
Oh, we can't all pray for
I don't
each
care.
other.
Then they can get the fuck off my channel and go pray. That's fine.
Good.
You're doing it here.
We know what he meant.
So next time, Freak, I want to talk about this fucking CMB radiation thing because
All
I'm just
right.
fucking with you.
I'm totally down.
Hey, the Freak.
I want to hear how that proves the human soul. I really do.
The Freak, you have my consent to pray for me, okay? You can pray for me.
Okay, I will.
All right, thanks, bro.
No problem.
All right, take care, guys.
All right,
do.
we'll see you later. Oh, I just wanted to say too, like, I would classify Nobody's on Fire as a high value panel walker, who's a true interlocutor and is highly capable
high value
of also
what?
panel
Interlocutor.
walker,
Channel
panel
walker?
walker, panel walker.
Oh, okay.
You know, can go up on different panels and debate and discuss like whatever, you know, like he adds value to whatever panel he's on.
I totally agree. I completely agree with you. Love that
I'm
guy.
not saying he's right all the time, but you know, you're gonna get pretty good and a pretty, you know, logically driven analysis and opinion on whatever the topic is. I love it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he could pass as the lead singer for Incubus back, you know, when he was younger. So that's just funny.
I don't think I've ever seen him that close up to where I could compare him to Brandon.
He showed us some pictures. He showed us some pictures on someone's show, and I was like, "Dude, you look like the lead singer for Incubus," you know. And I don't know if he still has the long hair, but like, you know, he had his shirt off, and him and Oceanus actually were like showing us pictures. You know, it was kind of fun. I was going to say cute, but anyway.
Oh, cool.
I guess I'm gonna head out too, but yeah, whenever, you know,
I'm
like
getting pretty tired. I want to get a couple of hours of sleep before Blitz
Sleep
starts.
for the week. We don't need that.
oh, but yeah, I don't like drawing out goodbye, so I'm just gonna click off right now. We'll see you later.
All right.
Have a time.
Next time, Freak. Bye.
Later.
Well then, I guess good
all
night.
right. Yeah, I'm gonna call it too. I need to crash before Blitz starts up. I only got 3.5 hours to get some sleep. So
Yeah, it's a little soon. Just a little.
yeah. You
Good
can
night.
always find me in Blitz's horizontal chat. So I'm sure
I'm
you
always
see
in
me.
the vertical blitzes, so never look at the horizontal.
Oh really? You're a vertical.
When it comes to
vertical
blitz,
person?
I'm vertical, but like Justin, I'm horizontal.
Okay.
It's morning when I'm watching blitz, so I'm like doing things. And,
well, nobody and I are mods in the horizontal only for Blitz.
Then I won't see you. I'm only in. Have a good one.
I don't fuck with the vert, but
yeah, fair enough.
So I'm sure you're familiar with Nectu then, and all the
I
vert
probably do.
mods. Yeah, they're going to be starting a show on this channel too. So
sweet. I'll have to keep that in mind. All right, I need to sleep now. I've been up for 25 hours now. Bye.
Good night, and good night, everybody. Bye.